Good morning and welcome one and all to the Steel Ring in TRINEC in the Czech Republic, a brand new venue for the FIA Karting European Championship in 2023. It's the second round of the direct drive categories OK and OK Junior, as well as the first weekend in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy on this new circuit for us, built in 2017. 1,223 meters in length, clockwise in direction, and it's a very cool and cold, misty start to the day. A few clouds in the area, 10 degrees Celsius currently air temperature, high humidity with predictions of a potential rain shower in the middle of the day. Could be a very intriguing day at the office for the second round of the FIA Karting European Championships in the OK and OK Junior categories on this fabulous new venue, just a couple of miles away from the Polish border. I'm Jake Sanson. Beside me, and also running up and down the stairs to go down to the pits, is Anthony Jordan. It's going to be a very busy day, and after qualifying and the first 10 heats of the weekend yesterday, the plot is thickening by the heat.
It is, yes. It's been a very dramatic start to the weekend. Unfortunately, we weren't live yesterday. You could have catched it on the live timing. But today, you have got the live feed, and you're really going to get a taster of what we saw yesterday. It was very up and down. We saw big changes. We saw some drivers in positions that we didn't expect to see them in as well. Again, a lot of the quick drivers struggling qualifying. But we kickstart the day with the Academy class. As you can see, they're ready to get going. And they had quite a good day yesterday. Qualifying was brilliant. The top two separated by 1/1000th of a second.
Yeah, that's quite incredible, isn't it? It doesn't get a massive amount closer than that. As you can see, the Academy drivers are gearing themselves up, ready to go. There is the young Kiwi, Arthur Braun, who managed to get himself into pole position for his time group. And after his qualifying run yesterday, he was very excited for the weekend ahead.
Qualifying practice series 2 is done for the FIA Karting Academy, and Arthur Braun, well, we say this championship isn't close. It's very close. 1/1000th of a second separated you from Marius Berryberg's time. You go in just that 1/1000 seconds slower. But, like you say, very close, very competitive. Are you excited for the rest of the weekend?
Yeah, I just can't wait. I'm really happy that I put it fastest in the group, and yeah, just can't wait for the racing.
Obviously, you're representing New Zealand, of course, across this weekend. Is it, you know, such an honour to represent your country in such a prestigious event?
Yeah, it's really cool, especially because we're one of the furthest away from home. So, yeah, hopefully I can do the Kiwis proud.
That's what we'd like to see. But, like you say, it's a tough weekend. Lots going to happen. Obviously, very competitive out there. The strategy for the race weekend, is that going to change, seeing how close it is?
Yeah, I guess so. Just try, bank the points and see where we start the final and see how we go.
Well, we'll wish you the best of luck across this weekend, and of course for the championship. We'll see you out on track.
Yeah, thank you.
Great to hear from young Arthur Braun, who'll be joining Sebastian Garzon on the front row of the starting grid for the first Academy Trophy heat of the season. In the Academy Trophy, they all have equal equipment and they all have identical karts, Expert chassis, Vortex engines, and all down to the P1 fuel and the tyres supplied for them. It's all absolutely even and equal. And that's what makes the Academy Trophy such a fantastic draw, from the Expert chassis to the Vortex engines to the Vega tyres to the P1 sustainable fuel. Everybody gets exactly the same bit of equipment. While we've got a little bit of an opportunity before the start of racing, there is a slight delay to the starting procedure. We will be able to get started very soon indeed. That is the confirmation, I believe, of the start delayed signal. There it is. It is delayed by 5 minutes just for a slight logistical difficulty. What that does mean, though, is that we are going to be able to give you a little bit of an insight into what happened in the heats yesterday that were not broadcast to you. So we can give you a bit of a catch-up. In the junior categories, we had 5 qualifying heats. The first of those was obviously battled very closely indeed amongst the junior competitors. After pole position in the qualifying heats went to Lewis Werrell after a fabulous run in time qualifying. He and his teammate Dries van Langendonk of the Forza Racing squad are able to lap quicker than everybody else. The third fastest qualifying group was topped by Alexander Bondarev, who won here in the warm-up race a couple of weeks ago. Zach Drummond then went on to take the first qualifying heat by 0.7 of a second in front of the Italian Jacopo Martinese. Gabriel Koenig in third position in front of the Swede Scott Lindblom. And the local star, Tobias Jazenyi, who is really putting on a great show as a wildcard in front of Oliver Kinmark, Alex Chartier, Davide Bottaro, Sebastian Kolpeng, and Lev Krutelov, who was given a penalty post-race. That was the first of the qualifying heats. Then we went into C versus D. That was an Alexander Bondarev and Tibor Ramek's affair. The two of them got started very strongly.
Yeah, indeed. The two Belgians working, I wouldn't say, well, no, Alexander Bondarev, Ukrainian, sorry, I should say. Yeah, it's been a real shake-up for them. Bondarev coming away strong at the first half of this weekend. Again, he came off very well 2 weeks ago here, so he's familiar with the circuit. Nice confidence boost, and goes into the start of this weekend a lot stronger than he did 2 weeks ago. So again, nice little shake-up for them, but they've got plenty of races to go today, plenty of races to go in total, 24 today, 10 yesterday, so 34 in total, and of course then tomorrow is going to be a completely another busy day for everyone. So a real shake-up, and I think the crowds here are very much excited. Lots of people here at the circuit as well, so again, popular event in the Czech Republic.
Yeah, people are really starting to warm to this circuit very quickly. Bondarev and Ramek is able to come first and second in the qualifying heat for groups C versus D yesterday in front of the American Jack Iliff, whose wrist is now fully functional and repaired
yes.
after its slight injury earlier in the season. Tiziano Monzo in fourth position in front of Filippo Sala and Roman Kamyab. Kian Fardin, Matthias Ortweiler, Scott Marsh and Kit Belowski, who got his first top 10 finish in the FIA karting brigade. Very impressive from the young Billard star. Then Lewis Werrell converted his pole position into a race victory, 2.2 seconds clear of Christian Castoya and Dries van Langendonk. Very impressive from him. Salim Hara in fourth position in front of Guy Albag, and then Mies Ruben finishing sixth in front of Augustus Toniolo, Jindra Peschel, one of the local stars, Marianito and Noah Wolf in the top 10. Then we had two more qualifying heats for the juniors just before the close of business. Alexander Bondarev taking another victory, and he is the man who currently leads the interim standings. From Jack Iliff and Elliot Kaczynski, Jacopo Martinez in fourth in front of Filippo Sala, then the two Brits, Zach Drummond and Alfie Slater, Kimi Tani, Lev Krutelov, and the Frenchman Andy Consani. And then the last of the qualifying heats in junior last night was in groups B versus D. Dries van Langendonk coming through for the victory in front of his countryman Tibor Ramekers, and the brilliant Portuguese lady Marianito getting third position. I think that's her best result in the qualifying heat in FIA karting as well. Tiziano Monza, Ethan Lennon, Kian Fardin, Scott Marsh, Jindra Peschel, Nicolas Schaufler and Noah Montero finishing off in the top 10. A very competitive field in junior. In the OK Senior category yesterday, well, 5 different winners from the first 5 heats. It couldn't really have been more exciting if you'd asked it to be. It was a very exciting start to the weekend. 80 drivers competing. Qualifying heat E versus F was won by Thomas Stolcamanis. He came through 0.6 of a second in front of Alex Powell. And then Nathan Ty in front of Sebastiano Pavan, Arthur Poulain, Miguel Costa, Alexander Bogunovic, Mathieu Kolnagi, Gustav Wisniewski and Guillaume Bouzard, who all finished in front of Joe Turney. Not a great start to the weekend for the British drivers so far. David Walter then came through to convert his pole position in qualifying heat C versus D into the win. Mark Dubnitsky in second in front of the world champion Matthias Mogato. There are Chris Lambrecht, Joanna Valsau and David Manchester in race control, looking after everything there to ensure that everybody is going to have a safe and clear and correct race weekend. Behind Walter, Dubnitsky and Mogato, we had Kian Nakamura-Berto, who actually struggled to find the pace yesterday. Simone Bianco in 5th position from Francisco Macedo. Enzo Tarvanitschkul, the young Red Bull junior, as we look at Pasquale Lupoli, the FIA karting race director for the OK and OK Junior race weekends. Ghazi Motlakar was 8th in that qualifying heat for C versus D, and then Nasha Tunyon and Alva Simas Vara picking up penalties, but still placing in the top 10. And then in qualifying heat A versus B, we had Gabriel Gomez pick up the win from pole position in front of René Lammers. Ian Eichmans was 3rd in front of Adrian Ferrer. And then Jimmy Helias ahead of Shimo Zhang, Thomas Strauven, who was penalised down to 7th, Lucas Amalisto, Joel Bergstrom, and Luigi Coluccio. So 3 different winners from the first 3 heats naturally. Then Finn McLaughlin bounced back from losing a wheel in the first race. He had worked his way to the lead, and the wheel parted company with him in the second lap, and he spun off the road. But he managed to bounce back with a victory in front of Walter, Powell, Ty, Nakamura-Berta, and Pavan. Then Simasvara, Bianco, Turney, and Bouzard. And then the 5th qualifying heat ended up going the way of René Lammers, who got the win in front of Eichmans, Strauven, Jan Petrovsky, and Chu Yan Pu. Now we come into the FIA Karting Academy, though, for the first time this weekend. And this is where it's the pride of your nation that comes to the fore. Arthur Braun and Sebastian Garzon from Max Walton and Alexander Uznim, Vasilios Apostolidis and Clara Kowalczyk, Harry Bartle and Lisa Billard from Santino Panetta and Romeo Haag, then Benjamin Yamgard and Lucas Mora, Alias Vidmar and Bennett Gaspar from Alexander Deshkov and Marius Ponketsale, then Thomas Gomez and Gritash Jireyupa, Natizo Mabunda and Shane Chandaria, and then Nicolesh Raju and Tiziano Antola. A fabulous new crop of drivers from all 4 corners of the globe. and it is a fabulously, truly international competition with all 6 continents represented, and for some of these drivers, their first time in a kart this powerful on this international playing field.
Indeed, it's going to be a real shake-up to see what is going to happen across the course of the weekend for the Academy. Of course, the first round, and the first time we're seeing them race fully is right now. So if you are just joining us, you are the first to see these guys race in 2023. So it's going to be a very exciting start to the season. You don't know who's going to come out on top, and that's the beautiful thing about Academy. It's the pool of the karts, isn't it, really? It really shakes up the field, makes it extra exciting for everyone, doesn't it?
It does indeed, and over the last decade and a half, how many of these incredible drivers have gone on to big things? Well, there are 3 current Formula One drivers who have won a Formula One Grand Prix that have come out of the Academy Trophy. Esteban Ocon, Charles Leclerc, and George Russell. They all represented their nation in the Academy Trophy over the years, and there have been some exceptional performances from various people, including Alex Palou, who represented Spain, I do believe. He's become an IndyCar champion in the subsequent years. Kakunoshi Shinoda, the Japanese driver, he represented his country and has subsequently gone on to race in Super Formula and Super GT in his native Japan. So it really does start an incredible trend of, you know, racing legacies. It's a very new and exciting experience for a lot of these drivers, many of whom have not even raced outside their own nations before. So for them to come here and race on an international playing field in such a manner, this is a groundbreaking first step in international competition. We wait for the lights to go out. They do straight away. Great first start as Braun and Garzon lead the field up to the first corner. It's a good start from Braun, nice and confident for the Kiwi. Garzon sliding into second position nicely. Everybody working their way through up the top of the hill, and it's no problems at all as the drivers try to work their way forward and try and make up an overtaking move or two through the first section. They've kept it nice and clean on the first lap, and that's the name of the game as Garzon makes his first bid to get into the lead, and he's taken it. A good run from the Colombian as Sebastian Garzon now hits the front. A very strong run indeed from the Colombian, and Braun and Max Walton, the Australian, are giving chase further back.
Yes, indeed. Nice, tidy start then from the entirety of the grid as they make their way round the very short lap here. And again, less than a minute for all these drivers as they make their way into the final sector. And as you can already see, a nice little breakaway there for the top 2. Already starting to clear a bit of air, so nice to see what they can do. Now, of course, pace are relatively similar. Like we said, qualifying separated by less than, what, was about a thousandth of a second between the 2 of them. But across the line they go. And like we say, Garzon leads from Braun. Walton's still there and seen in 4th place still. They've not changed. Biggest mover so far, I've got to say, out on circuit, probably Shane Chandira, representing Kenya in 17th place.
Yeah, great run from Shane Chandaria so far, the Kenyan. And doing a great job as he continues to move his way forward. Now, Garzon still holding on in front of Braun. Walton, here comes the move from Braun. He's going to try and take it back again, and Braun gets into the lead, but Garzon's going to come straight back at him on the exit as they go down the compression. He retakes the position, and watch for Max Walton, the Australian, now taking on the Kiwi. The age-old rivalry between Australia and New Zealand continues in the Academy Trophy, as now Uznim tries to get his way through into 3rd position. He can't get there, though, so the Estonian, Alexander Uznim, has to hang back in 4th position, and coming up next, it's going to be the Polish driver, Klara Kowalczyk. She's got a great chance of working her way further forward, coached as she is by Natalia Balbo, the great KZ2 driver, and Harry Bartle, the British driver, there in P6. He's got the support of Motorsport UK with him this weekend, so Harry Bartle pushing to try and make his own mate through.
Yes, indeed. He's there in P6 at the moment, so doing a sterling job for the UK. But like you say, yeah, it's been a very close battle at the front there as they get going. But Garzon now has got a little bit of an advantage here as the 2 still fight behind. Walton and Braun still side by side. And Garzon trying to get involved as well, and back down the inside. Keep looking at it. Walton tries to get it done and can't quite do it.
Yeah, Max Walton is really putting Braun under pressure, but fair play to Arthur Braun. He's just keeping it nice and tidy. A little bit of a mistake there on the exit from Bartle, and that's enough to put Lisa Billard on the inside line. She is the former Miami World Finals Lady of the Year, so Lisa Billard with a great opportunity here on the FIA Karting World stage. Her first event of this kind in the Academy Trophy, and we now have 2 ladies in the top 8 positions. So Lisa Billard having got through. Santino Panetta, the Argentine, has got through into 6th position as well. So that's Bartle down to 8th in front of Apostolidis of Greece and Remio Haag of Denmark. So this is going to be an interesting run for them as they continue on the fly. Arthur Braun, fastest lap of the race though. Lucas Moura, the Brazilian, is under investigation. He and Benjamin Hjelmgaard ended up out of the race on the first lap. Didn't see where they ended up.
I think they're in the final sector. I can see one of the carts stranded going into the final corner.
Right, okay, so they must have tangled on the final corner of the first lap then. So Arthur Braun now trying to close back up on Garzon. This is the thing, if the two of them, Braun and Walton, are just going to scrap amongst themselves, they're never going to catch Garzon. So they've separated their differences. You can see one of the carts there is indeed parked up. So that's obviously going to be either Jalmgaard's or Mora's. There is Pasquale Lupoli, race director, just keeping an eye on things as now Arthur Braun gets close once again, and Harry Bartle has dropped back to 9th position. We seem to have lost somebody from the fray. It was Harry Bartle dropping to 9th, and Alexander Uznim has fallen all the way to 7th place, the Estonian. So that's at the expense of Kowalczyk, who's up to 4th, Panetta, who's up to 5th, and Lisa Billard, who's up to 6th. So we're 2 ladies in the top 6 now, as look how close Braun has closed in on Garzon. The Colombian is under big pressure.
He is indeed, yeah. Another fastest lap of the race as well, 54.087 from Braun, who is, like you say, reeling him in. And I suspect we're going to see a move very soon here. And where's the move going to come from? Like you say, they're coming into the final sector now. This is the very tight section. We have seen moves come in here. We saw it 2 weeks ago, but they were very rare. We only saw about 1 or 2 full attempts at getting an overtake done through here. So then the train comes through back across the start-finish line. There's no real slipstream advantage that these drivers would get. The track a little bit too short in terms of the straight, but they're completely flat out all the way up this hill here, and it looked like Walton was going to go for a move there into the hairpin. Thought against it. Very, very tricky to get a move done there, isn't it?
Well, Braun's got to go for the move, because Walton is going to try his best to go for the move before Braun does. So Garzon still holding his advantage. Braun trying to get close. Doesn't want to throw it up the inside too early into the race too soon. You've got to be very tactical about where you time it. Down the compression, this might be Braun's best chance to have a look on the inside, and there he goes. Nicely done from Arthur Braun, and Walton's going to try and get through as well. He's done that. So the New Zealander and the Australian have both managed to get past Sebastian Garzon, the Colombian. Down to 3rd position he goes, and it's the Kiwis up front for Arthur Braun ahead of Max Walton. Yeah,
nice little chop and change there. And like you say, as soon as you get pushed off that racing line, the drivers can just find a way to sneak through. And like you say, 2 for 1 for that one. So Braun leads from Walton. Garzon now down into 3rd. Kowalczyk still there in P4, 1.6 seconds off the actual race leader for the time being. So keep an eye on that gap. Panetta still there in 5th place as well from Lisa Billard. Now, Billard was quite quick in practice over the course of yesterday and over Thursday as well. So, again, a driver I think we need to keep an eye on, the driver in the 501. Very quick, just not seeing fully come into project in this race so far. But like you say, it's a tough old grid out there, and it's a long weekend that they've got. So we are nearing the end of the race. We're on lap 7. Here's a replay of some of the moments in this race, and lap 1, very interesting. Nice little dive down the inside there from Braun. Just couldn't hold it because Garzon came fighting back very, very soon there. And again, you've got to get the job done so quick, haven't you? If you don't overtake straight away fighting back, you will lose touch, and that's exactly what these top 3 have been doing.
They've worked it very carefully to try and move further forward, and it's ended up working quite well for them. So a very exciting challenge for them. So 5:24, Max Walton trying to close up there on Arthur Braun. Klara Kowalczyk is now best of the rest, if you like, in 4th position, just keeping it nice and tidy and keeping very much in the hunt. It'd be quite nice to see another lady driver up at the front end of the field. It wasn't that long ago that Marta Garcia became the Academy Trophy champion, and she, of course, has gone on to greatness in both the W Series and the F1 Academy. So great to see how the lady talents here in the Academy Trophy have just as good an opportunity to excel as their male counterparts. Braun, Walton, Garzon, Kowalczyk, Panetta, Billard, Apostolidis and Uznim in front of Bartle and Haag. So already a very competitive top 10. Only Jalmgaard and Mura have come off the road. Everybody else is still going strong. So a very exciting challenge so far. But Arthur Braun just trying to extend the gap enough to be relatively comfortable on Max Walton. But every race is going to have a different opportunity, so you've got to take these chances when they come your way.
Yeah, definitely so. Like you say, just those couple of laps to go then in this one. And so far, you've got a couple of groups starting to form out there. The top 3, like you say, in the one group. There's another group just behind it of 3. Kowalczyk, Panetta and Billard were all fighting together at the moment. Only a couple of drivers who have dropped down a moment. Romeo Hayes had a bit of a stealth race. There is the stricken kart of Lucas Moura from Brazil. And you can see, yeah, that very early on in the race. Now, again, we're not sure what happened on that one. Was it a coming together? Was it breakdowns? We're not too sure. 2 drivers involved in it. Would suggest the first of the 2 moments there, but we're not too sure. But you've got to say, as we go on to the final lap, solid drive from Arthur Braun here, just dominating the performance, getting it done. Was very quick in qualifying, and so far looking very comfortable for the first race of the year.
Yeah, he's not panicked, has he?
No.
He's managed to keep himself very calm and composed. Even when he lost the lead, he went, okay, well, that hasn't worked. I can just line up behind Sebastian Garzon and get back into position again. And he's not really stretched himself too far. He's managed to look after the kart, look after the tyres quite well. And that's what's given him the chance to get back into position. So a nice run here from Arthur Braun, and the Kiwi has started his week in perfect fashion. Pole position in the time qualifying group, only a thousandth off the fastest time of all. And here he comes into the first heat and gets a very strong victory. It's a good start from Arthur Braun. Checks over his shoulder as he crosses the line, just to be sure that Max Walton and Sebastian Garzon are a fair way behind him, and that's exactly how it ends. A great run. It's New Zealand, Australia, Colombia in the top three in the first race of the Academy Trophy, and it's Arthur Braun who takes the spoils.
Yes, indeed. Solid performance. Kowalczyk then comes in fourth place after gaining 2 positions from Santino Panetta for Argentina. Lisa Billard for France then finishes in 6th place from Vasilia Apostolidis for Greece. Bartel then for the UK finishes in P8 from Alexander Usim for Estonia. Romeo Hay for Denmark rounds out the top 10. Again, calm race for Haig. You know, starts P10, finishes P10. Don't think he had much of a battle there either.
Not exactly. It kind of went his way by patience and just calm, careful driving. He didn't really have to break a sweat at any point in the races. Klara Kowalczyk tried to be the first one back into the pits there. Not quite sure why Klara Kowalczyk was doing that, but fair play. She obviously wanted to be the first one home.
Fair play to the marshal as well. Didn't really flinch either.
No, indeed. Well, they've had more difficult situations than that to deal with. Arthur Braun then taking the victory for New Zealand in front of Max Walton, Sebastian Garzon and Klara Kowalczyk. Then Santino Panetta, Lisa Billard, Vasilios Apostolidis and Harry Bartel in front of Alexander Uznim and Romeo Haag. Then Bennett Gaspar in front of Marius Bonconsale. And then it is Alexander Deshkov in front of Alias Vidmar. Thomas Gomez of Portugal in 15th position in front of Gritesh Girayupa and Nicolas Raju. And Tizo Mabunda, the South African, is 18th place in front of the Kenyan Shane Chandaria. And the last driver home for Peru is Tiziano Antola. And the 2 retirements on the end of the first lap were Benjamin Yamgard and Lucas Mora. So problems there for those 2, but hopefully there is going to be more where that came from. That was actually at the end of lap 2 that they had their incident rather than the end of lap 1. I thought they'd all completed the first lap without too much incident. And maybe we'll pick up what happened to Yamgard and Mora a little later on. If not, I'm sure they'll talk about it on their social media feeds if you can research them. And you can find all the latest happenings on FIAkarting.com as it happens through the website and through the live timing. Let's have a look back then at the battle between Braun, Walton and Garzon for the first victory of the day.
Yeah, very good start then from the entirety of the grid. And Braun did get the initial getaway, but I think, you know, Garzon came back fighting fierce and instantly tried to go for the move. And there you can see Garzon who led the way early doors. Then Braun came fighting back. And this is where it starts to get nice and interesting between the 2 of them. Couldn't hold on to it, though. And again, that's the difficulty with this circuit. And again, the S's, very easy for a driver to send it down the inside. You run out a little bit too wide, and then, yeah, you get the switch back. And again, perfect example of it right there, as Max Walton went down the inside as well and got that move done. Had to defend it quite fiercely just to hold on to it. The checker flag came out, and like you say, Braun won that quite convincingly, nearly 0.8 of a second. So a nice, solid drive for him.
Yeah, it was really nicely handled and managed to coax his way to the victory very smoothly indeed in the end there. So Arthur Braun taking the plaudits and going for the victory. Now, we would have been given the opportunity to hear from Marius Barry-Berg, who'll be starting this race from pole position, but obviously because of the earlier delay, we're now trying to get back on schedule. So we'll come back to that a little bit later on in the broadcast. But Marius Barry-Berg, there he is, the Norwegian, going from pole position, looking forward to the challenge of kicking off his Academy Trophy week. And there's a whole other bunch of drivers, and of course they'll be whittled down to just 36 in time for the final tomorrow afternoon. So, Marius Barry-Berg and Marcus Silkunas are going to be there on the front row of the starting grid. Then Hugo Marti and Wojciech Woda, Simon Meyer and Yitaro Sakai, and then Karel Stout and Victor Rad from Lorenzo Campos and Rocco Coronel, Zain El Hamosani and Apo Timonen from Kimi Fitriancia and Christian Torellini, Laura Bubinova and Roland Spruder from Yeva Ivanov and Radek Vavra, Alexis Constant and Kyle Mikalev, then Jan-Philippe Krul, Georgi Samalishvili and Gracie Grantham from Bahrain at the tail of the field. A great battle for these 23 drivers once again, and another exciting contest.
It nearly wasn't a race start for Marius Barryberg. His car really struggled to get going. His mechanic had to give him another little kick of confidence to get it off the line. Thankfully, it did get going, so he is starting this one on pole position. But definitely one of those things that you don't want to have happen at the start of the day. It's just the car not want to fire up, is it?
Yeah, I watched the Academy drivers in the warm-up actually this morning, and quite a few of them were really struggling.
Yes, I saw that too.
To get the car to put started, essentially, and it is a tricky... Look, it's a tricky situation for them because these karts do not have a button to get a start like they would have done in the lower classes. You've got to push start them. They have to be in motion in order to get the engine to turn over. So that makes it a little bit more challenging. There is Nigel Edwards, who is the Deputy Race Director. He obviously takes the Senior Race Director role when it comes to the gearbox categories, but in the OK and OK Junior brigades, as well as the Academy Trophy, he takes the Deputy Assistant role, which means he is trackside, making sure that they are a little bit more calm, a little bit more composed, and getting ready for a race start. Now, Marius Barryberg, that little hiccup of not quite being able to get the kart push started initially, it's something that you have to cope with in terms of pressure. You have to sort of wipe that off, forget about it, and nail it on. And there's a couple of drivers in the first 4 positions who have a bit of experience in this level, but have never been towards the front. You've got Marius Barryberg, Marcos Shilkunas, Hugo Marti, Wojciech Woda. They've all had a little bit of experience, but never at the front, and that's what the Academy Trophy has given them a chance to do. Here we go. Let's see how it is all going to play out. Up to the first corner, good start from Barryberg and Marti. They get their way through into first and second. No major issues as they climb up the crest. Then up towards that long flowing right-hander. Still okay for the moment for Barryberg to lead the way as the Academy Trophy drivers try to get a little bit too close together, and that's a spinner. Unfortunately, in the middle of the gaggle, I think that was Roland Spruder.
I think you're right.
So Roland Spruder, oh no, it's not, it's Yeva Ivanov. Yeva Ivanov, the Israeli driver. Unfortunately, she has pirouetted around. So Yeva Ivanov just got caught out there, and I'm afraid she was the one that ended up pirouetting. So that's her race over, I'm afraid. She won't be able to get that push started on the slant of the crest. So that's going to be tricky. Hugo Marti, though, is all over the back of Marius Barryberg, trying to challenge for the win.
Yes, indeed. Marius with a good start off the line. Now, Shilkunas was in second. He's there in third now, so he managed to get away with that one with that start. He was a little bit slow off the line, but manages to hold on to that top 3 spot. Granted, he is starting to fall back at the end of the first lap alone, so it's 2/10 that separates Barryberg from Marti. Shilkunas is there 7/10 down from Wojciech Woda. Sakai there in 5th place from Stout, Meyer, Campos, and Masari there in 9th place. So a nice little tight group at the front, but the top 2 now starting to break away.
So we've got Marius Barryberg, the Norwegian, out in front. A couple of nice moves there in the mid-pack. Looked to me as though we had Rocco Coronel, the Dutchman, trying to work his way forward. And his father, Tom, is very proudly here watching along to see how his young charge continues the family legacy. Let's have a look at the start again. We've got Barryberg and Marti making the brilliant jump to the inside line there as they charge forward. But it's the conflagration effect as they come out of the right hairpin into the left. That's where things really started to go wrong. And unfortunately, if you watch in the middle of this gaggle, you've got 2 or 3 karts together. There's already a little bit of contact, and boom, you've got 2 or 3 karts into the same bit of space. There's no gap really for Yeva Ivanov, and she is kind of squeezed into that compression. There's nothing she can do, and she's spat out. Yeah,
indeed. It's a bit of a shame to see an incident like that happen on our first lap. So yeah, very not the best way to start the weekend. Nevertheless, plenty more opportunities as the weekend progresses. So starting to see now, battles starting to form for 4th place. Wojciech Woda, Yutaro Sakai, Carol Stout, and Simon Meyer, who are there in that group. They are very, very close in terms of their track positioning. And again, this sort of stage, your race leaders are breaking away. It's early doors in the race. What's going through a driver's mind right now? What do you think they're thinking? Is it, right, do I try to attack to try and lead this group, or do we try to continue in this sort of trend and see if we can try and push together? Because if they start battling, they definitely will lose touch of the race leaders. One of those catch-22s, isn't it?
It is, and the wise driver is probably going to be the competitor who's going to be thinking about tyre management at this point, because you've obviously got to try and keep these tyres going all the way through the race weekend in the Academy Trophy as well. You've got to keep them going all the way to the finish, and that's the key factor here of trying to get the tyres to work from qualifying all the way through the 3 qualifying heats. before you get your fresh set for the final. So it's very tricky.
We've had another
there's been a little
driver
bit of contact, and there was another driver off in the background. I think you're right. Yes, Georgi Samalishvili. So the Georgian driver, Georgi Samalishvili, has ended up out of the race. But there was a little bit of contact there between, I think that was Radek Vavra and Kimi Ray Fritriancia. And everybody just referring to him as Kimi Ray, which is what he's absolutely up for in terms of a nickname. It's certainly a lot easier to roll off the tongue, isn't it?
I had a good chat with him the other day, and he said, "Yeah, you can call me. Yeah, you can call me that. That's nice
Kimi
that he's yeah, Kimi Ray." Thank you.
Not bad at all. Right, obviously, and that's the thing, you know, these drivers are starting to form their international identities coming out into Europe for the first time. Marius Barryberg just extending, 54.1 for him as he gets the fastest lap on the board. And we are currently watching Wojciech Woda, the young talented Polish driver, one of the friendliest kids you're ever going to meet in the FIA karting paddock. He'll more than happily come up, tap you on the shoulder and say, "Hello, just wanted to introduce myself, just wanted to see how you're doing. And I'm really enjoying myself, and I'm just soaking it all up." He's a lovely kind of kid, the one who just decides to come to play and goes, "Do you know what? I'm here. I'm going to take every single second in. I'm not going to sit, skulk around and be shy. I'm going to go straight in, throw myself in, and give myself the best possible experience." And what a brilliant attitude that is.
I think that's a great attitude to come into a sort of a championship like this, because yes, driving and being quick is one thing. You've got to have the personality behind you as well. It's two of those things that make a great racing driver, and that's what's brilliant. I mean, I think my favorite example of that is probably Kimi Räikkönen. He doesn't say much, but it's fantastic. It's just one of those personalities that he's got. Everyone loves it, isn't it? And he's a big fan favorite.
It's unique.
It is.
And that's the thing, you know, you have to have your own style, your own flair. Marius Barryberg, Hugo Marti, and Marcus Schilkunas, your top three. Fastest of all in Sector 1, though, Hugo Marti, trying to step up the attack a little bit, just to try and stay with the Norwegian up front. And Marius Barryberg, who is one of a very decent karting dynasty in Scandinavia. His sister Marie is also a very talented racing driver. So Marius pushing on very hard here, looking good in the Academy Trophy in the first weekend of the season. It's Barryberg in front of Marti, Schilkunas, Woda, Sakai, Stout, Maya, Campos, the Angolan, doing a very good job in the top 10. Zena Hilmossany has worked up forward, up into 9th place now as well. And then in 10th place, it is the Dutchman Rocco Coronel.
So, nice little shake-up there of the field. So far, biggest mover, Jan Philipp, I would say, for Mexico with the biggest move. Here's a replay of Kimi Ray getting into trouble. It looks like he was able to just hold on to that one at the end of it.
There was a little bit of the tap between Jan-Philippe Krul and Radek Vavra, I think. Vavra has really struggled to make up progress since that little tap. And it's been a bit of an interesting one as far as he's concerned. So managing to dodge it, but certainly compromising. Now this young man with the pink helmet, that is Yataro Sakai, the Japanese driver, who's again come into this with a very positive attitude. He's quite quiet, quite calm, but he's incredibly analytical, and that's what's really bode him quite well so far this weekend. You can already tell with some of these personalities just how insightful they are being in terms of how they are learning about what the kart can do. You've got to remember that most of these drivers, not quite all of them, but most of these drivers have only raced in their native land prior to this with karts that are push-start button, and you've obviously learned how to do that as you've grown up through the ranks. The OK engines are so different by comparison, and that is Gracie Grantham, I do believe.
No,
oh, no, that's Jeva Ivanu still watching from lap 1.
Yeah.
But two retirements, Jeva Ivanu and Georgi Samalishvili, having had his problem as well. The Georgian driver also out of the race, I'm afraid. Gracie Grantham is still circulating, but she has fallen a little way back from Christian Tonolini and Kyle Mikalev, still making as steady progress as she can make. And it's obviously very important to remember that everybody learns at a different pace, and they all come from very different environments. I mean, a lot of the European drivers are towards the front end, and also Yataro Sakai, largely due to the fact that these are the kind of conditions they relish. This is what they're used to growing up in.
Yeah, exactly. You know, the temperature out there, relatively cool. I mean, it says the air temp's 14 degrees. It certainly wasn't this morning. I was outside walking around. I could see my breath.
Yes,
so I suspect it was a little bit colder than that. But as they go through, the humidity is going up as well. That's the biggest question, which brings in that question mark about what's going to happen later. I saw on the forecast that we could have some thunder. That might be interesting.
Indeed it could. There's Hugo Marti, the Spanish driver, running in second position, hoping to follow along in the footsteps of many of his counterparts. The last Spanish driver to win the Academy Trophy, of course, was Mari Boya, who then, of course, went on to compete in Formula Regional, and now he is stepping up to Formula 3 in the Grand Prix paddock. So, obviously, some great legacies built from the Academy Trophy. And the previous Spanish champion prior to that was Marta Garcia, who has gone into international competition as well. So great to see that Spain still producing some great talents in the world of karting. But so is Norway. Marius Barryberg looking very strong at the moment and continuing to make big steps forward and big gains as he settles himself into a neat rhythm here in the Academy Trophy. He's not really looked out of sorts at any point during this qualifying heat. He hasn't lost the lead at any point. He's just kept it nice and tidy, not overstretching himself, not pushing too hard. And again, it's going to be a very neat and composed victory for Marius Barryberg. He comes off the final turn, takes the checkered flag, and that'll be job done for him in the first Academy Trophy heat of his weekend. They get 3 each prior to the final tomorrow. So a fabulous run from Marius Barryberg, and a nice congratulation there from Hugo Marti. Thumbs up. It's great to see. There's a lot of respect between the individuals in the Academy Trophy here as well.
Yeah, respect from the outside, I suspect from the inside, probably a little bit annoyed still, because it'd be like, how on earth can you keep driving like that? I can't keep up. So,
but he's still showing the sportsmanship.
Exactly, and that's what we love to see. We love to see it in the FIA karting world. But Marius Barryberg then, after 10 laps, does take the race win from Hugo Marti. Shilkunas rounds out the top 3 from Wojciech Woda. Sakai finishes in P5 from Stout, Meyer, Campos, Coronel, and Elmasani, who finishes in the top 10. A solid performance. 6 seconds separates the top 10. 2 retirements from that race. Big shame to see. But, like I say, nice little start of the weekend for the FIA Karting Academy group.
Yeah, it's been a very solid opening pair of races there. Sometimes we get to see a little bit of lackadaisical problems as Yeva Ivanu is being recovered. Unfortunately, she couldn't push start herself because of the downside. She can get assistance from the marshals to get her recovered now, though. Marius Barryberg taking the win from Hugo Marti and Marcus Shilkunas, then Wojciech Woda and Ryotaro Sakai. Carol Stout and Simon Meyer from Lorenzo Campos of Angola, Rocco Coronel of the Netherlands, and Zain El Hamossani of the United Arab Emirates. Victor Alexanderat and Kimi Ray from Apo Timonen and Loda Bubanova. Then Roland Spruder in front of Radek Vavra, who had his problems in the race. So did the Mexican Jan-Philippe Krul. And then Alexis Constant, the Belgian driver, who is actually being masterminded by Adrien Renaudin this weekend. Then Christian Tonalini, Kyle Mekulev, and Gracie Grantham, who is under the tutelage of Sophie Lansing. Georgi Tomasvili and Yeva Ivanu, the 2 drivers, unfortunately unable to get the victory on this occasion because they were not able to complete the full distance. 1.223 kilometers of race action around the Steel Ring International Circuit, and the drivers are certainly getting used to it here in the Czech Republic. A very new race circuit for everybody, not just for the Academy Trophy drivers, but for the FIA OK and OK Junior drivers as well. A look back over the best bits of this first Academy Trophy race, which I have to say, they kept very calm. There was only one real drama point when it came to a crunch. Look at this, when you got so many drivers into one smaller space, and poor Yeva Ivanu had absolutely no chance to get out of that.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. The start's busy, it's technical, lots happen, and yeah, you can't get away with it all the time. That was a very testing moment there for Jan-Philippe, who nearly got squeezed onto that grass there. A little bit of contact between the 2 of them, but they got away with it. But the checker flag, once again, would go out to Marius Barryberg, who gets away with an advantage of half a second from Hugo Marti. And again, Norway being represented, and so far, it's looking good.
Certainly is. It's a cracking start. And speaking of cracking starts, we now get the first televised race at the Steel Ring for the OK Junior category. It's been a very exciting build-up to this so far, and everybody's obviously trying to get an understanding of how things are going to be. They learnt a lot in the warm-up race a couple of weeks ago, but here in the European Championship itself, this is where things are going to start to get very interesting indeed. Ross Upton there, who is the pit lane monitor, just trying to make sure that everybody knows what the correct procedure is off the start. They are just beyond the start-finish line here, off to the side on the dummy grid. And they don't have a massive run out to get onto the circuit, but then you don't need one when you're going just to the formation lap. So there is your man on the right side of your screen there, Lewis Werrell, the man who got himself into pole position in time qualifying, not only in group, but overall as well for the Forza Racing team. Anthony caught up with him after his pole position dash.
Qualifying practice series 2 for the OK Junior category for the second round of the FIA European Championships. Lewis Werrell, you topped the timing table and you beat your teammate to the top spot as well. There is one more qualifying group to go. Do you feel like you've done enough?
The lap was quite good. I think I could have knocked a 10th off, but I'm happy I beat my teammate this time, and I hope I can go pole overall.
Well, let's hope so. Like we were saying, one more session to go. The sun is shining now. We were talking about weather in the previous session. Rain forecasted for this weekend. Is that going to throw a spanner in the works, or are you still feeling confident?
It doesn't really matter what the condition is, just push as hard as you can, and wherever you finish, you finish.
One of those things, isn't it? But the team seems to have done another brilliant job with the setup. Like you say, yourself and your teammate currently 1-2 in the fastest sessions. And do you reckon it's going to be another dominant performance from your team?
I hope so. Just this time, me and Drees have swapped positions for a minute.
Yeah, that's the biggest change that we've got this weekend so far. Well, congratulations, fast in session, and we'll see you later on this weekend. Well done.
Thank you.
A genuinely philosophical approach from Lewis Werrell in regards to weather there was quite interesting to note, especially considering that 2 weeks ago it was the weather that caught him out in the final when he was leading it. He ended up making a very rare mistake for Lewis Werrell, actually, and just ended up in the barriers, and that was game over for him while leading. But I love his philosophical attitude, kind of, well, it doesn't really matter what the rain does. I mean, you push as hard as you can, and wherever you finish, you finish. He clearly hasn't let it get to him, which is a very important psychological upper hand to have on his opposition.
Yes, indeed. There is Sélectionner, who starts alongside Lewis Werrell on the front row, the driver from the Czech Republic. And again, really good qualifying from the Sélectionner coming into this one. Solid drive, one to keep an eye on over this weekend, running on the Esprit chassis. So, again, the Esprits feeling comfortable here, aren't they?
Well, he certainly had flashes of brilliance 2 weeks ago in the warm-up event, so I think they've kind of used that as a bit of a stoke in the fire, if you like. There's Scott Lindblom, who had a very difficult time a couple of weeks ago, but they've looked at all the data, they've analysed everything, and this time Lindblom has been able to use it to good effect in qualifying and has got himself into a much better position. He ended up spending most of 2 weeks ago as cannon fodder for other incidents, which is very unfortunate for him. And it didn't really give him the chance to showcase what he can do. But now he's in an opportunity to change his stars a bit.
Yeah, indeed. And again, it's nice that you have the kind of warm-up round, isn't it, a couple of weeks beforehand. You get a lot of practice in. You get to know what it's like to actually race on the circuit, moments like that. And I think a lot of drivers have put that into play this weekend with how they can position the car, where they can attack, where they can defend from, everything like that. There's Christian Castoya, the Spanish driver on the parallel chassis. He starts on the second row in P3, and again, he'll have that inside row going in towards turn one, and probably will get away with coming out second going into the start of this race.
Do you know what? Based on what we saw a couple of weeks ago, that grandstand that you see there, that's going to be packed tomorrow for finals day. And I have to say, the impression that I have got from being here a couple of weeks ago and then being here again for the European Championship is that the Czech Republic as a nation who loves its motorsport anyway. They are big, passionate fans of racing, and it's been quite a long time since Thomas Enger was the first Czech driver to race in Formula One. But they have a massive drifting community over here. They have a massive rallying community over here. And thanks to the steel ring, they have a growing karting community over here. There's some great talents that have come through. Don't forget, it was only 5 years ago that the Czech Republic gave us the first ever karting world champion from the nation, Patrik Hayek, in the gearbox. He won it in 2018 in Genk. So this is a nation that's really starting to wake up to international karting. And the passion for it, the enthusiasm for the event has been massive since we arrived here. And I have a feeling that tomorrow there's not going to be an empty seat on that grandstand for finals day.
Like I say, what country doesn't like motorsport? But don't answer that one because we might have one in mind. But anyway, there's Nigel Edwards, like you say, Deputy Race Director for this one, just checking out the last few parts of the track to make sure we are all good to go for this race. And this is going to be an exciting one. We saw Lewis had a good day yesterday, came away with a race win. So again, a driver, the team, fabulous setup, dominant performance so far. And yeah, I mean, who do you put it on in this one again? Because so many drivers are quick. They get fired up. They get going. We'll find out.
We certainly will. There's plenty of candidates to try and come up for the victory in this first qualifying heat of the day in the OK Junior category. Groups A versus E. That's going to put the Brit and the Czech on the front row of the grid. Lewis Werrell and Tobias Cisenyi on the front row of the grid. Then Christian Costoya and Scott Lindblom, Salam Hanna and David Kozma, Guy Albag and Gabriel Kunekan from Joel Pocchiala and Oliver Kinmark, then Henry Domain and Alexander Chartier, Augustus Toniolo and Tame Soleil, Noah Wolf and Davide Bottaro, Louis Cochet and Jason Bralich, Thomas Vanchik and Tobias Pascoe, then Jensen Burnett and Morgan Knudsen, Oscar Humil and Adam Sidor, then Arjen Kreling and Sebastian Kalpeng, 2 drivers who really didn't get anything out of qualifying at all, and we'll have to start from the back of the grid. After the qualifying heats that we had earlier on from the OK Junior category yesterday, the interim classification is Alexander Bondarev leading the way after his 2 victories yesterday. He has 100 points, the maximum that you can get from 2 race wins. 50 points for the win, 44 for second, 41 for third, and so on. Dries van Langendonk has 91, Timo Ramekes has 88, Jack Eiliff has 85, Drummond has 84, Martinez has 82, and Monza has 76. It's going to be interesting to see where Werrell, Cisenyi, Costoya and Lindblom will then slot in once they have done their second qualifying heats. Because obviously this race, once it's completed, is essentially going to get us back onto the interim. It's going to get us back into the even keel of things. So we'll get a much better handle on where the drivers stack up. So could be a very interesting one as the contenders get ready to challenge once again. But obviously we're in for a very intriguing challenge out there on the course. That is for certain. And now we're going to get to see how things will play out. But Lewis Werrell and Tobias Cisenyi obviously wanting to add more points to their tally. And obviously through the course of the race, we'll be able to keep you up to date with how that is working out. But Lewis Werrell, very much a man with something to prove here this weekend from the pole position. He knows he had the speed to win 2 weeks ago. Didn't quite have the luck with the rain, but he's hoping that that is not going to be too much of a difficulty this time around. The 2 tram lines preparing and getting ready. Tobias Cisenyi not particularly happy with the way they are getting close to him on the straight. Are we going to go for another lap? No, we're not. We're going racing straight away. And Tobias Cisenyi lines up straight in behind Lewis Werrell. He doesn't want to lose any positions, and that was very smart indeed from the young Czech as he lined up right in behind Lewis Werrell, didn't lose a position, and Christian Costoya is thwarted in his tracks in 3rd position. He remains where he was. The rest of the field tries to work their way through without too much incident. Has everybody got through? Yes, just about. So Werrell, Cisenyi, Costoya, Lindblom, everybody else just trying to get through these first couple of corners without too many difficulties. Everybody just about picking through in the midfield, but Costoya is already threatening Tobias Cisenyi.
Yeah, right on that rear bumper. It was a great start, like you said, from the entire field. Scott Lindblom just at the back there, now under pressure. I think there was another Forza just coming through the shot there. I think that's Guy Albag, who's up several positions already at this race. So fabulous start for Guy. So as the race goes on, little twitch there from Cisenyi, who looks like the back end of the kart just wobbled there out of the exit of the penultimate corner. But amazingly holds on to the position. So Werrell leads from Cisenyi, Costoya, Lindblom, Albag, Kozma, Hanna, Chartier, Kunekan and Pocchiala, the top 10. The start so far has been okay.
Certainly has. I tell you what, Guy Albag has definitely been to the Ariel Elkin School of Driving, hasn't he? Another fellow Israeli who's been very strong in karting over the years. And now Guy Albag is absolutely making it a legacy, never mind a one-off. So this is going to be very exciting stuff. Investigation is coming already for the 254. That's Jensen Burnett, the Canadian. So problems there for him on the Ricky Flynn Motorsport Lando Norris chassis. There is Costoya trying to challenge Cisenyi as they go down the drop through the right. Just keep it nice and tidy. There is the confirmation of Jensen Burnett under investigation, we think, for an incident at the start, but we can't confirm that. But look at Lewis Werrell. He has absolutely dropped this, as Oscar Schmel is also under investigation. But Cisenyi is 9/10 of a second off Werrell at the end of lap 2.
Well, he had a nice confidence boosted Werrell from yesterday, came away with a race win. Another one so far looking good. He now would top the timing screen. Pole in the qualifying would mean he would top everything in terms of the interim. So, you know, solid performance so far. Just kind of carbon copy of what we saw 2 weeks ago. Just trying to hold on to it.
Beautiful from Tame Soleil. Dived in up the inside of Alex Chartier and was able to make a nice overtaking move in the hairpin there. Costoya in front of Cisenyi. So the Spanish driver has got through in a second place. Cisenyi trying to fight back. And now Scott Lindblom trying to seek his own opportunity. Guy Albag is waiting in the wings for his own opportunity to go for the move.
Yeah, indeed, Lindblom, you can just see there the wider line just to come in. Try to get the switch back as they come back up the hill here. Not able to get it done. Now they'll go back down the hill. Again, we say watch out for the slipstream, but it doesn't kick in just in time. It kicks in as you turn in for the apex, so then you can't really make it work. Guy Albach, though, has had a fabulous lap on that last one, and he has come right in behind.
Oh, beautiful there from David Kozma.
Yeah.
Really sliced in there on the inside of Guy Albag. I don't think Guy even saw that one coming.
No, I don't think he did either. So, you know, he looked like he was going to go for the move as well, and I think he just compromised himself a little bit. And, yeah, like you say, Kozma just came in and, yeah, very nice little move there.
Well, now it's time to see what Scott Lindblom can do about Tobias Cisenyi. He's now looking for his own opportunity, and there is the move.
Oh.
The Swedish driver slices through, gets the gap exactly the way he wanted to find it, and is now able to cut his way through on the inside there at the hairpin. Very nicely handled indeed. And now it's time for David Kozma to try a repeat of that same maneuver. Tobias Cisenyi working his way forward to try and get that same sort of momentum as they come across the line this time by. You can see there, David Kozma just making the slight adjustment there on the radiator, just trying to get the engine covered a little there, up towards the move. And you can see Lindblom just slicing his way through. Let's have a look at that again. This is Castoya's move from quite a way back, actually.
That was a good move, wasn't it? It was off camera originally, so we didn't see the actual. So that was actually really, really nice move there. Well timed, well calculated, just absolute full send down the inside. Nice commitment.
Great execution and perfect run off the throttle on the way out. David Kozma trying to get the same move done on Cisenyi. Waits in the first hairpin, doesn't get his shot in the second because Cisenyi has protected that very nicely indeed. So it's Cisenyi, Kozma, Albag, Hanna, and Thames Soleil is not far away from them now. If they keep holding each other up, the German is going to catch them with Gabriel Koenikan on the CRG in tow. So as they come down the main straight, it is going to be Werrell, Castoya and Lindblom. They've got away with a little bit of a gap, but Cisenyi is still trying to defend his position as David Kozma and Guy Albag seek their own opportunity to snake by. Lot of curb from Tobias Cisenyi, and that has really unsettled the expert through that very fast sweeper. That could be enough for Kozma just to get himself a little bit closer to the radius.
There he
Dialing
goes.
up the inside, there's the opportunity. Kozma dives in. Albag seeks the same opportunity. So nearly in the barriers for Cisenyi. There was millimeters between his right wheel and the barrier.
It's amazing how close these drivers can get to each other without making contact. And there, back down the inside, Sulemana gets the move done as well. So the 207 moving up. So Cisenyi really struggling in this middle section of the race, but how close to those barriers did he get?
I mean, that was all started from taking that curb on the flat-out trajectory through the right-hand kink with a little bit too much curb. It just unsettled the rhythm, and that's all it takes. You just get 3 or 4 karts hungry to go for the move, and they will just assassinate the opportunity on the inside line. Nicely handled. Castoya, now to second position, is going to match Ramakas for interim points, by the way. 88 points likely for him, but Werrell and Bondarev are both going to have 2 wins apiece if it stays like this. Werrell, of course, 2 seconds now up the road from Christian Castoya. Scott Lindblom there in third position from Kozma and Albag. Hanna is there in the mix as well still, and it looks to me as though Thames Soleil trying to gain a little bit more time on Tobias Cisenyi. He might just have an opportunity there from 8th position to dive himself up the inside line of the expert. He has an opportunity as he works his way forward, so there's still a good chance of it. He just comes down the drop of the hill, making his way through those S's, trying to gain a little bit more momentum. I've got a feeling turn 4 is where he's going to get his first real shot, but Thames Soleil doesn't want to spend too long trying to get past Cisenyi because Gabriel Koenikan is waiting in the wings.
Exactly, you've got to be very careful and you've got to time it just right as they come back up the hill now, very fast through here. And Koenikan, right on the back of Soleil there, had a much better exit through that first turn, could carry way more speed. Now, I don't know if the slipstream would work as they go up the hill, as again, now there goes Thames Soleil down the inside, and it was tried to defend from Cisenyi there. Koenikan gets the move done as well. So, at the moment, it's just going backwards here for Cisenyi, which is a real shame.
Yeah, he's done a great job over the weekend, certainly in time qualifying to give himself the best chance of progression, but it just hasn't worked over the course of the rest of this heat. He's just been trying desperately to get his rhythm together, and that's the thing. Once you're unsettled, you've basically got to try and get yourself balanced in again, and it's like resetting. But when you've got drivers all around you, it's very hard to do that because you essentially become more vulnerable. Right, 4th position. This is a good little battle cooking up. Romania versus Israel. David Kozma versus Guy Albag, and Guy Albag really seems to have taken it to task this weekend. He had a very nice dinner last night with his teammate Lewis Werrell, and they've been talking tactics all the way through the weekend. I think Guy really wants to get as close to Lewis as possible, and Lewis is doing everything he can to help him out. Arjen Kreling with the warning flag there for an incident earlier on. And look at that guy Albag now looking very hungry. This is only his 3rd season of karting, full stop. Can we just point that out for a moment? And he is here fighting in the top 5 of the European Championship in juniors. That is a phenomenal talent.
That is quite an achievement, isn't it? And right now, he's making it look somewhat a little bit easy here as he's all over the back here of Cosma as they battle their way through the final sort of section. Now back onto that start-finish straight again. Slipstream will kick in, he'll tuck in. Checks over his shoulder, does Albag. Can see that there is a gap forming. Salim Hana is still there, and I would say as soon as Guy Albag goes for a move, Hana will be right on the case of these two battling away. So he's got to be careful. That thought will be in the back of his mind if he tries to go for the move. And right now, he just isn't close enough to get that move done. But, like you say, so far as we go on to the final lap, Lewis Werrell, what can you say? Stop and drive.
2.2 seconds clear. That's a real confidence booster for the Englishman. Doing a fantastic job out front as Guy Albag continues to try and find that move on David Cosma, running out of corners to go for it. But the checkered flag is almost in the air. In fact, it is now in the air as Lewis Werrell is going to come through to get the job done by 2 seconds on Christian Castoya. He is absolutely romping away here at the steel ring. He was quick 2 weeks ago. This time, he's even quicker.
Yes, indeed. What a race then. And Lewis Werrell will take the race win from Christian Castoya. 1.9 seconds is the gap from Scott Lindblom. Again, Scott having a pretty decent race, gaining 1 position so far as the race ends. Louis Cochet seeing a warning flag as the race ends, so not the nicest way to end the race. You want to see the checker flag, not a warning flag. But yes, Lindblom there finishing in P3 from David Cosma, who does round out the top 4 from Guy Albag, Salim Hana, Tame Soleil, Gabriel Kernican, Tobias Chaine does maintain a top 10 finishing in P9 from Alexander Chartier, who gained 2 to finish in the top 10. But your man there on screen, Lewis Werrell from the Forza Racing team, 1.9 seconds, dominant performance.
I don't know where he gets his confidence from. He just seems to have this authority, knowing that he can come in, he knows the kart, he knows himself, he just seems to find this inner resurgence from somewhere. It's wonderful to witness, and the youngster really managing to take everybody to task in his first qualifying heat of the day. Lewis Werrell, nearly 2 seconds clear of Christian Castoya. He backed off big time in the final lap. Scott Lindblom in 3rd from David Cosma and Guy Albag, Salim Hana and Tame Soleil, who made up 7 places in that one. Then Gabriel Kernican from Tobias Cisenyi, Alex Chartier in 10th in front of Oliver Kinmark and Joel Pocchiala, Henry Domain and Noah Wolf in front of Augustus Toniolo, Davide Battaro in 16th position in front of the resurgent Sebastian Kalpeng, who managed to fight his way to 17th place, having started from the back of the grid. Morgan Knudsen in front of Jensen Burnett, then Thomas Vanchik and Adam Shidor. Jason Bralic ahead of Louis Cochet, Tobias Pascoe, Arjen Kleding and Oscar Schmel. Every single driver that started the race was able to bring it home for the finish. A very exciting prospect for Junior in 2023, as all of these contenders are still giving as good as they've got and making sure they can reach the finish.
Yes, indeed. Always good to see that those drivers can finish the race. Here's a look then at some of the highlights from that race and the start. Again, brilliant from Werrell, was able to get the jump and slot into that one. It was a good start as well for Cisenyi as well. You know, he got away, he held on to 2nd place as well. That's where it all started to kick off though, because then this man here came through, Christian Castoya, really late lunch. He was off camera, we didn't see it originally. Then Lindblom went for the move as well, and then the kind of train just started to form here. David Cosma coming through, Guy Albag, Salim Hana, Tame Soleil. That moment there, though, whoa, that was a heart-in-the-mouth moment, wasn't it?
So close to hitting the barriers, and that thing is, when you're at speed and you clip those barriers, you feel it. It really does sting a bit. Even though if it doesn't do too much damage to yourself or the car, you really feel the sort of the weight transfer of hitting that stationary barrier. Lewis Werrell, though, just kicking away from the rest of the field and not really having too much of a pressure. But that's the difference, really. We talked about Tobias Cisenyi, you know, started well, qualified well, but that's the difference between a circuit specialist and an OK Junior specialist. It's a very different kart to learn from the ones he will have been used to on this very circuit. How about this boy, though? We turn our attentions to the OK Senior category, and there is the Brazilian star, Gabriel Gomes. He races under an Italian license here in Europe, but Gabriel Gomes, the former 2-time winner of the Trofeo Ayrton Senna back home, is carrying the colours of Brazil and flying them high here at the steel ring. And after qualifying yesterday, where he was the ipso facto pole position sitter yet again, he is on a real crest of a wave.
Qualifying practice Series 2 is done for the OK category for round 2 of the FIA European Karting Championships. Gabriel Gomez, fastest in session and fastest overall so far. Solid time, and what a result for you.
Well, I'm completely impressive after the quali because I don't do any lap in the completely dry track in the practice because I broke in some practice and then I don't do not at least one lap. No, I don't do nothing and go only for the quali. I was so nervous before to the quali, but all the chassis and the engine was so impressive. The performance is incredible. Only need to say thanks for all my team, the CRG and the engine tuner BM, because the package is so nice. Only need to say thanks for that. I'm so happy.
It's a solid result and a long weekend yet to go, but congratulations, well done on the time.
Thank you.
Do you know what? If there's any one driver in this paddock that drives with their heart rather than their head, it's absolutely Gabriel Gomez, isn't it? He's such an exciting driver to watch. He's such a passionate competitor, passionate personality, and he really does feel the vibe in this paddock. He's a great character, and I love having him in the FIA Karting Championships. It wouldn't be the same without him. There's Tomas Stoltemanis, the Latvian. He seems to have grown in stature and confidence, even in the last couple of weekends. I saw him at the beginning of the weekend and said, "You're going to be stronger than you were 2 weeks ago." He said, "For sure, we know exactly what went wrong last time. We're going to be winning this time.
Yeah.
Expect me to be on the podium on Sunday on the top step." He is that confident.
Yeah, we did think that yesterday as well, saying that the Energy Course chassis looking so much stronger than what it did 2 weeks ago. There's a look at the rest of the schedule for Saturday, the morning section. But yes, indeed. It's a 7-minute delay, apparently, for the next race. So we'll have to fill for a bit of time on that one. But
it's a 7-minute delay in the schedule overall in the graphics. It's not actually a delay in the race battles itself. Don't worry, everybody. You don't
we're
have
on
to worry.
time.
We don't have to worry too much about
we're ahead.
The structure. But that gives you a sort of an idea. It's OK and juniors essentially sharing the bill until the lunch break. Then we will have that break, and then the academies will come out once again for another exciting tussle out on the circuit, their second qualifying heat of the weekend, all the way till we get to the end of the day's activities when Groups B versus C will finish us off in the junior and the OK categories. This afternoon, we'll obviously have some interviews with our race victors and our various competitors who have done a great job. Anthony will have his running shoes on.
Oh, indeed.
They're certainly looking a lot tidier and more stable than my running shoes.
Well, no, these are quite old shoes on my one. I would usually have my nice white paddock shoes, but I forgot them.
It's probably the best with the weather that we've potentially got coming.
I think I did it deliberately on that one a little bit, but yeah.
Nicely done. Nice foresight.
Yeah, exactly.
So it is going to be an interesting one for Gabriel Gomez, though, from the front end of the grid with Tomas Stoltemanis alongside him. If you ever wanted a firecracker alongside you on the front row of the starting grid, Tomas Stoltemanis is about as feisty as it gets on the run to the first corner. But this man's been very impressive in qualifying. Lucas Samalisto, he has his moments, doesn't he? He has a sort of an hit, miss, or maybe weekend more often than not. Sometimes he'll have an absolute disaster, and then he'll just be in the war zone for the rest of the weekend. But then occasionally, when it all goes right on Friday, Samalisto becomes a dark horse. Do not be too shocked if he goes for a run of the podium this weekend.
Like you say, and the Cup Republic chassis as well has been one that has been pretty dominant as well, of course, across this weekend. So keep an eye on that one. And he starts on that inside row, on the second row of the grid. So, again, nice, favourable starting position. We always see that line work well. And can he hold on to it? That will be the main question. Looking forward to this one. He's got Miguel Costa alongside. There he is on your screen. Lovely helmet design on that one. I'm a fan.
Yeah, it's very much in tribute to his boyhood hero, as I'm sure many people will have guessed, being Brazilian and being a motor racing fan. It's obviously sort of a tribute to Ayrton Senna with very much his own sort of spin on it. Those marshals deserve a little bit of a breather. I mean, I know we've picked them out at a rather unfortunate moment, but I do want to make a point here that the marshals here have been absolutely phenomenal. They really have. We've had a couple of moments yesterday, had a couple of difficulties across the race weekend 2 weeks ago. But I tell you what, these marshals, whatever they're having for breakfast, I want to crate full of it, because these guys have got so much energy in an incident. They know exactly what to do, when to do it, how to get it done quickly. And I have to say, the efficiency and the speed and the reactions of these marshals to keep the races flowing and keep everybody safe, a lot of circuits could learn from them.
I actually know what they had for breakfast this morning.
really?
Yeah, 2 massive full trays of freshly baked croissants
Well,
came
that'll
through.
do. That'll do perfectly. But no, a massive thank you and a massive well done to the marshals here. They are sensational. And I have to say, here at the steel ring, these guys are setting a standard for the rest of the world to follow. Good for you guys. Keep it up. We are very grateful. So, on to the starting grid. The drivers have gone. Around they go for their formation laps. Gabriel Gomez and Thomas Stolchemanis, Lucas Samalisto and Miguel Costa, Jimmy Helias and Arthur Poulain, Adrian Ferrer and Mathieu Kolnagi, Shimo Zhang and Gustav Wisniewski from Kasper Henriksen and Liverway Sam Budler, Marcus Seiter and Emanuele Olivieri, then Oliver Kobileya, Len Neisch from Matti Rittunen, Emily Koivisto, Wojciech Waruszka, Andrea Dupe, Petro Babachkova, Jan Koller, Matthias Belata, Max Korhan, Ludwig Franzen, Leon Hedfors and Matilda Pats. Having had problems in qualifying, she didn't get a lap in, unfortunately, after tangling with Mark Kastelich on circuit. So she's now got to try and fight her way through for the DPK Racing team. Gomez versus Stolchemanis down to turn 1. Who's going to be brave? Who's going to assert themselves into turn 1? Because these are 2 very passionate individuals, Gomez and Stolchemanis.
Honestly, I have no idea.
It's a harsh one to call, isn't it?
It is. I mean, both of them are going to be tooth and nail to try and go for that move straight away. But I'm going to go with the inside line on this one. With the gut feeling of how the circuit goes, I'm going to say Gomez will get the jump here.
I've got a feeling Gomez will lead into turn 1, but Stolchemanis might lead at the end of the first lap, knowing him.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. Lots can happen. You never know how these race starts will go. And like you say, going into turn 1, it is so fast, it is so undulating as well that amazingly they can get through side by side. That is the brilliant thing about it. When I first saw the track and I first arrived there, I'd be like, oh, turn 1, that looks fast, and it is.
Well, from the 5 OK races that we had yesterday, we actually ended up with 5 completely different race winners.
We did.
So the only way that anyone's going to get any domination out of the OK senior category is if Gomez converts this into another win, because then he'll be on 100 points with Lammers and Walter both on 94, and Alex Powell and Ian Eichmann's both on 85. But the only way to do that is to hold off the challenge of Thomas Stolchemanis. Look at the nudging. There is such eagerness to get this race underway as they come along the straight. Are we going to go racing first time? We are. And it's a good start from Gomez. Stolchemanis trying to get level, and a very good one from Samalisto. He's managed to edge his way forward in a second. A little bit of curb from Stolchemanis to try and get back on track. Ooh. But as a result, there's nudging further back. They almost skated off the road in tow. I think there was 2 or 3 drivers there, potentially Poulain and I think Kolnagi just got a little bit close to each other. They managed to avoid the contract, and that very nearly ended up in a big shunt. But everybody has just about got away with that. There is one kart, however, off the road in the background. That is Leon Hedfors.
Oh, what a disaster for him. That kart damaged, and he'll retire from this race straight away. And what a disaster for him. And I think the marshal there just saying you've got to keep your helmet on while you're out here. So,
yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Stolchemanis, meanwhile, has managed to get back through Samalisto. It took him half a lap, but he has managed to get through into second place once more. And now lining him up is going to be the Brazilian Miguel Costa. He tries to go for Samalisto, but as a result of being held up by Samalisto for half a lap, look at the gap, 0.8 of a second. Gomez is ahead of Stolchemanis, and now the Latvian has got to go gung-ho to try and catch up to the Brazilian once more.
And again, that is most definitely probably going to happen. I mean, both the drivers very, very quick. The last lap, Gomez was purple Sector 1 and Sector 2. Who's purple in Sector 1 this time around? It's Stolchemanis. He's right there in second place. They're now kicking off behind, as well as Poulain, Costa, Samalisto fighting for position. And I think they have managed to spin it around, because it is the Cup Republic driver of Samalisto still there, actually in third place.
Poulain tries his luck on Costa. He's not going to be able to get through as a result of that. He has to back down a little bit as there's more pressure from further back. A lot of drivers going for that first opportunity. Costa has to hang back in 4th position. Poulain not able to get up the inside line, and as a result, Adrian Ferrer is now closing in. That's
a sizable dent Poulain's got in that front nose cone there. I think that potentially with the start, we were saying that they were all bunched up and pushing each other along. So, yeah, I'll have to be careful with that one. And it was actually Poulain at the start of the race that was the driver that went very twitchy going into the first hairpin. You saw it there, nearly darted off the circuit. I'm not sure how that happened.
Yeah, he's trying his best. Now dives up the inside. That's full chat from Arthur Poulain. Epic overtake there on Costa. Very nicely handled. That was always going to be a very tricky one to finish off. But I tell you what, he was not going to wait around any longer. He knew it's either do or die or get stuck here in fifth position for quite a while. So he decided, I've just got to go for it. And that was very nicely handled in the end. Now, it's got a big gap, a big deficit to Lucas Samalisto, who's already a second up the road. And further back, we've got Kolnagi and Helias, who are starting up the CRG train to try and close up on their teammate out in front.
Yes, indeed. You just saw there on your screen the battle for 7th place. Kolnagi, Helias and Vinevski, who were line astern as they go through the top section of the circuit. Back here a little further up the order, and you can still see there the drivers very, very close. Look at the different driving styles there from the two CRGs. Kolnagi and Helias. Helias really leaning into the corner. Kolnagi bolt upright. Oh, and a big contact in the background there. Several cuts off.
Yeah, that's 3 of them that have gone. The 416 Olivier Cobiella got away from the scene, but that is the Lando Norris chassis of Matthias Milata. And who is the other one? It's one of the DPKs. I think it might be Matilda Pats, who's also come off the road.
I think you could be right. Matilda Pats not having a good weekend. Had that collision yesterday as well, one of the races. And actually, it was qualifying, I think, that collision happened. So not a disaster. Well, the 411's got going again. Very lucky, so all is well. But a bit of a disaster there in the background of the shot. So hopefully the drivers are okay. Looks like they are. And the marshals, once again, fabulous job of clearing the circuit in very quick time. Polaine, though, fastest lap of the race, 52.523, is closing in, is there in P4. Samalisto is the target in P3. But keep an eye all the way throughout this race as once again Gomez, purple in sector 1. He's trying his best to pull away. The gap between himself and Stolchimanis up another 10th. It's 0.6 of a second now.
Arthur Polaine now sets the fastest lap of the race. Andrea Dupe is under investigation. Not entirely sure what that is, but I have a feeling he was at about that point on the circuit around
right.
Matthias Milata and Matilda Pats. Olivia Cobiella had to take avoiding action as well, so I have a feeling that Super Dupe is under investigation for something to do potentially connected with that accident. The 142 is there currently under investigation. So, Gomez, Stolchimanis, Samalisto, Polaine, Costa, Ferra, Kolnagi, Wisniewski, Helias and Seita. That's your top 10 for the moment. But Arthur Polaine trying his best to close up on Samalisto. Stolchimanis is just chipping away at Gomez's advantage. But every time Stolchimanis closes in, Gomez has a little bit of pace to respond with.
Yes, indeed. And unfortunately, Matilda Pats has retired from the race as well, so that is a shame. Here we go then. There you can see the crowds on the grandstand on the other side of the circuit, and they have filled that out quite nicely as the sunshine is starting to come out here, and the temperature is actually rising here, which is very nice to see.
Series 2 is...
as there's Gabriel Gomez on your screen. So... it's about half-race distance at the moment.
Right, let's see what happened here with Polaine.
Yes.
He's gone side by side with Kolnagi. He's actually hit the curb. That's what happened. It dislodged the car, and it got him slightly sideways. And obviously, when you've got a driver to your left and your right, that's when you get unsettled. So Polaine taking a little bit of a moment. In the background, you can see what happened to the Falcon. So a couple of moments. Now we're going to see, I think, what happened to the Falcon. Yep, there is the retirement there from Leon Hietfors. Back with live pictures. Thomas Stolchimanis trying to close up on Gabriel Gomez. 0.8 of a second the deficit. And Gomez just seems to have enough under his right foot to keep Stolchimanis at bay.
Yeah, the gap is opening, but it's not opening at a quick rate here, is it? It's like it's a 10th a lap, really. I wouldn't even say it was even that. So, you know, Stolchimanis still doing a brilliant job there in P2, but like you say, just not able to close it up. Lucas Samalisto as well is just leading the train behind of Polaine, Costa, Ferrier, Kolnagi, Vinevski, Helias, Zhang, the top 10 at the moment. Matilda Pats, though, also under investigation.
I have to say, the driver that's impressing me the most through all of this is actually Lucas Samalisto. We're finally really getting to see what the Finn can do when he's not in cannon fodder territory. You know, he's not in the wars with other people. He's not stuck in the midfield. He's actually able to run as close to the leaders as anyone else can attain. You know, that shows you the pace of Gomez and Stolchimanis, that they've been able to stretch out 2.3 seconds clear of Samalisto as a unit. But Samalisto has actually been able to get a second ahead of Arthur Polaine, who is not a slow driver on his own. So Samalisto here really starting to give us a little bit of a semblance of what he can actually do. There he is, the 1-2-3, making it look as easy as at the moment. And the Kart Republic driver from Finland This is very much starting to look like Juho Valtonen territory, that just smooth rhythm, that precise line that he can slot himself into. So we're going to have a look back. This is the move from Poulain. How brave is that from so far back to go for Costa?
That was a solid dive, wasn't it? And again, we always see it at that first real proper hairpin on the circuit. Get a nice little lunge and a good exit out of the downhill section. And you can line that one up perfectly.
The thing is, from so far back, that's maximum risk factor.
It is. It is. It is a big risk, but like you say, in the early doors, it's where you're close enough. It's where you can get it done. It worked out. He's there in P4. The gap between them, though, is about a second from Poulain and Samalisto. So, like you say, they're all in a bit of a lull at the moment, aren't they?
Off the final turn, still got these long trains where drivers are essentially trying to figure out, do we look after tyres? Do we go for an overtaking move or two? How much do we risk at this point in the weekend? Samalisto just able to run a nice rhythmic race at the moment in third position. He's keeping himself nice and tidy in front of Poulain, Costa and Ferrer. But Gomez and Stoichmanis, it's stalemate very much between them, per sector, per lap. Look at the pace between them. Gomez in the first sector, 15.214. Stoichmanis, 15.229. There's nothing in it, really, between the two of them in terms of their raw one-lap pace. And you're looking at hundredths of a second difference between them rather than tenths of a second difference. So Gomez and Stoichmanis, you know, Gomez very much helped out by the fact that Samalisto was able to get such a good start, because Stoichmanis' progress very much impeded by that. And look, he's dropped 1.1 seconds back. He had a bit of a slower second sector and third sector that time by, so the gap has opened up to over a second for the first time in this race.
It has indeed, so keep an eye on that one. Right then, only a couple of laps to go. Gomez, so far, looking comfortable. We were talking about him at the start, who would get the jump. Gomez got the jump. We were thinking that Stoichmanis would have the advantage to go for it, but he dropped back to about, what was it, third place, I think, at the start of that one. So he had that little bit of drama to deal with. And again, I feel like we're not seeing the full potential of these drivers just yet. You know, as the weekend goes on, they learn the circuit just that little bit more. They learn the little bits here and there. I reckon we're going to see the best, maybe a little bit later on in the day.
So Gomez, 1.1 seconds in front of Thomas Stoichmanis. This is a little further back. This is Adrian Ferrer under some pressure from Gustav Wisniewski of the Forza Racing team and Mattia Kolnagi on the CRG. He's managed to pull away from his teammate Jimmy Helias a little bit more. Jimmy Helias obviously moving to the CRG squad in 2023, hoping for a little bit more. Wasn't quite able to fit the culture at Ward Racing, so switched across to CRG and has definitely started to make progress back to the front, but he's lost a position there to Shimo Zhang in the DPK machine. Back to Gomez. Such a good run for the Brazilian. He really has come into this 2023 season knowing that in previous years he's had his moments, he's had his ability to come forward and really take a start. 2023 seems to be the season for this young Brazilian star that he can really make an impact.
Yeah, he really can. Final lap time, and the board is out. 1.1 seconds separates Gomez from Stoichmanis. Samalisto still there in third place from Poulain, Costa, Ferrer, Wisniewski. A little look back at what happened earlier on with Samalisto, and that little move there, and wow, very late lunge. That's the sort of moves where it doesn't work out well. You can run out wide, you hold on to the position, and that's where you get it back. So Miguel Costa tried his best there, didn't work out too well.
Emilio Koivisto picking up a warning flag in the closing stages. But yes, Samalisto managing to get that move retaliated on Miguel Costa.
Yes.
Very much the way he managed to sustain third position. I think he would have lost out to that had he not decided to go for that move. But here's Gomez out of the final turn on the home straight. Perfect start for Gabriel Gomez. 2 wins out of 2. And it's very much a message to the rest of the paddock. Catch me if you can.
Yes, indeed. Nice little shot there of the checkered flag and the run. And that shot there, you can really see the undulation through turn 1 there. Nice little shot there. Gabriel Gomez, though, what a performance. Again, 1.3 seconds. The gap after 13 laps of racing. He wins for CRG at the end of his qualifying heat there, Group A and E. They'll make their way back into Parc Fermé, and he will lead the intermediate classifications with 2 race wins so far. 100 points to his name for Gabriel Gomez. A great start to the weekend.
And the 1.3 second gap between Gomez and Stoichmanis, that shows you how even they are. After 13 laps, Gomez was only able to gain 1/10 of a second per lap, essentially. So that's really very even pace between the two of them. So a really interesting situation. I mean, it's interesting, our esteemed colleague and friend Vera Virtanen points out to me that Lucas Samalisto even missed the race warming up for this 2 weeks ago and is still that strong. So very impressive indeed. Gabriel Gomez and Thomas Stolchmanis first and second here. Samalisto in third place in front of Arthur Poulain and Miguel Costa. Adrien Ferrer in P6 from Gustav Wisniewski, and then Mathieu Kolnagi from Shimo Zhang and Jimmy Helias. Len Nige in 11th position in front of Marcus Seita. Then Emanuele Olivieri, Liverway, Sam Budler and Emili Koivisto. 16th place for Kasper Henriksen of Norway, then Wojciech Farushka and Max Korhan. Ludwig Fransen in 19th position in front of Matti Rittunen. Andrea Dupe in front of Jan Koller. Petro Babachkova in front of Olivier Kobiela. And then Matthias Milata, the last driver home. Matilda Pats out of the race, so too on the opening lap was Leon Hedfors of Sweden. So, a very tricky race then for anybody not called Gabriel or Thomas, because it was very tricky to keep up with them, but certainly right from the start, look at that, Samalisto asserting himself with elbows out, considering he didn't have anywhere near the same level of experience as everybody else in this field coming into this one. He missed the warm-up race 2 weeks ago. Samalisto very much showing his stripes.
Yes, indeed, and showing that, you know, just the morning warm-ups and the warm-ups before the weekend can get yourself away. That was where we saw the Falcon going off. So, yeah, not the best start of the race for the IPK official racing team. Driver Leon Hedfors, who unfortunately retired from the race. Matilda Pats also retiring from the race as well, as we saw lunges galore, as Arthur Lane getting that move done early doors. Again, risky move, but it pays off, and he gets away with it. But Gomez gets away with the win for CRG, winning by 1.3 seconds from Thomas Stolchmanis, who ends that one in second place. We move back to the OK Junior category. Qualifying Heat B and F is coming up, and yesterday, your man on screen right there had a brilliant run in qualifying. Dries van Langendonk, I caught up with him yesterday.
Here for the FIA European Karting Championship at TRINEC. Dries van Langendonk, fastest in group. Congratulations once again, repeating from 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I got the lap in. I'm really happy with the results. We still have the speed from last race, so yeah, I'm really happy.
The team and you have done a fabulous job to make sure everything's ready through free practice, and so far it's all worked out well, and again, the new team suiting you well.
Yeah, I'm really happy with my decision, and we'll keep working forward.
Differences in the strategy, I'm guessing, for this weekend, as you've only got the less tyres to run with, and of course it's going to be a challenge for you?
Yeah, yeah, it will be tricky with the tyres, but we just got to keep saving them as much as we can.
Well, congratulations, very quick time. Hopefully we'll see you out there on the front row later on this weekend. Well done.
Thank you very much.
And to prove the point, there he is on the front row of the grid. Dries van Langendonk, very talented Belgian. He only really joined the FIA karting fraternity midway through last season and has already showcased his ultimate flair. There is Zach Drummond, the Scottish talent, who started getting pole positions and podium finishes last year for the Paralympic Motorsport squad, and now he is very much a regular contender up at the front end of the field. Definitely one to watch out for in this qualifying heat and the subsequent ones that follow it, as he's definitely one of the drivers who always seems to find himself in the right place at the right time.
He does indeed, and like you say, he starts that one on the front row alongside Dries van Langendonk. There is Maria Neto, who finished yesterday P3. Solid result there. Great drive.
Yeah, this is a very long journey for Maria Neto. She's there as part of the Tony Kart Factory team, having won that role in the FIA Girls on Track Scholarship a couple of seasons ago, and they've kept her on. You know, it's been... There's always been this opportunity, you know, of a racing driver. It's like, well, yeah, she's got that because of a scholarship opportunity. And yet, is there longevity for a second season? But Maria Neto did so much hard work last year that the Tony Kart Factory team were convinced, you know what, we need to give her a second go here. We need to give her a second season to really showcase that. And you know what? She is top 5 this year in terms of raw one-lap pace. So it's clearly been a decent decision. And when you see so many of these opportunities given to young female talents for 1 year at the most, you know, you've got to think back to Bajtska. She was part of the Red Bull Junior Academy for 1 year, and they didn't really give her the right equipment to really push for that, in my opinion. And that obviously meant that they dropped her after a year, and we never really got to see the full potential of what Bajtska could really have done under Red Bull colours. It's amazing that Tony Card have looked at it and gone, no, there is untapped potential in Marianito. She has shown flashes of brilliance. She can get the work done. So let's give her a second chance in 2023. And they are absolutely right. They validated that by giving her the tools to do the job, and she's doing it. Dries van Langendonk, Zach Drummond, Marianito and Elliot Kaczynski. Then Jacopo Martinez and Nicolas Schaufler from Matt Corby and Mies Huben. Alfie Slater and Jindra Peschel from Lev Krutelov and Jared Clark. Then Meryl Beldes and Luna Flusha from Vivek Kanthan and Murado Roca. Kosei Aguma and Victor Smith from Luca Horton and Kilian Josserin. Martin Toth and Dominic Javodny. Then Max Rafalik and David Gocica.
Solid grid of drivers in this one, 25 in total. And like we say, Dries van Langendonk, the Forza team on the Esprit chassis, again showing true potential here this weekend. Can he maintain that victory? Zach Drummond again. Elliot Kaczynski, a driver yesterday, really good at overtaking around here. He had some fabulous overtakes and really shot up the field a little bit. I was very surprised by Kaczynski, actually.
Yeah, he's got some good confidence, but he's also really good at being adaptable. You know, when there's a difficult situation, he kind of digs deep and figures out, what do I need to do to find the maximum from my material? He always seems to find another level of pure confidence. How about that? Look at the sun coming out now.
It looks lovely, doesn't it?
I haven't seen the Czech Republic like this before.
No, neither have I. It's always been a bit cloudy and everything like that.
I mean, I've only got 2 weeks to base it on, of course,
Yes.
but it's nice to see that after the difficult weather we had 2 weeks ago, and now here we are with the sunshine coming out. I don't see any storm clouds now.
I don't, but the weather still says it, so I'm not going to hold my hope for some sunshine staying out for too long. It's just maybe a break in the clouds.
Enjoy it while it's here, Anthony.
Exactly.
Enjoy it while it's here.
We're stuck in a commentary box.
We've got a bit of an issue. It's Zach Drummond. He's out of position, so he wants a race restarted, and he's got it. So he requested it, put his hand in the air. He's out of position, and so he's been able to call a false start there because he obviously didn't get out of the blocks as fast as he wanted to. Has only been able to make his way back through half the field, put his hand in the air, and it's a false start. So he now has the opportunity to get back to the front row of the grid once more.
Yeah, and I think, yeah, you want to be starting on the front row, I think, as much as you possibly can. If you've qualified there, qualified there, I'd like to start there, please. So, yeah, he was very lucky to get away with that one. So as the drivers make their way back around again, he'll try and find his way through and just looking out.
I think he's already done it.
Has he done it already? Oh, yeah, he's already there. I can see him.
Well, the key factor in the regulation is if you do miss the start, when everybody is coming out, as long as you can get out onto the circuit before the last kart has left the pit lane,
yes,
you can take your original position. The problem is that it's so narrow and so tight here that he wasn't quite able to do that.
Yeah.
So he's perfectly within his rights to put his hand in the air and say, look, I'm not where I'm supposed to be. We need a false start here. And so that's why the race director, Pasquale Lupoli, saw it and went, nope, you're absolutely right, so we'll call it again. Now we get it to the proper positions. Dries van Langendonk, Zach Drummond, Marianito and Elliot Kaczynski. Here we go, and it's a great start from the front row of the grid. No problems for Dries or for Zach to get their way through on the first lap. As they climb up the hill once again, looks pretty good from my point of view. Dries van Langendonk and Zach Drummond going well. Kaczynski's made the best start behind them, up to third position, making a very good impression, the Swede, as drivers working their way through. A little bit of a trip up there from one of the VDKs. I think that was Kilian Josserin, just going over the curbs, a little bit too feisty. And now that the sun has come out, drivers are starting to make a little bit more of an impression. They're trying to get a little bit more eager. And Jindra Peschel, who has the experience around here, he makes a very solid opening couple of moves there on the opening lap.
Yeah, air temp outside around 17 degrees. The track temp will be increasing as well, so that will really put the wear on the tyres.
It's another move from Peschel.
Yeah, gets it done.
And is that at the expense of Kaczynski? I think Kaczynski's ended up actually losing ground there. Oh, no, it's his teammate.
No, it's not
Mies Huben. Mies Huben.
Yeah. So Kaczynski's still in a good position here. So Van Langendonk leads the way from Drummond, Kaczynski, Lennon, Martinez from Schaufler, Peschel, Corby, Neto, and Huben, the top 10. Biggest movers so far on the first lap. Peschel with 4 positions gained, Martin Todt, and also David Gociczka, who's up into 21st place.
Oh, a very long time move there, battling away as we've got Jacopo Martinez threatening to go for Ethan Lennon, and it's going to take him about 3 corners to finish off the move. Down the compression.
Whoa.
Lennon will not let him have it. Oh, that is the latest I've ever seen anyone having to bail out of a corner in that particular chicane. Lennon fighting as good as he can get here against Martinez. That was so close to a big accident.
If that was ever a moment to breathe in and hope that you'll squeeze through, it was very much that there. So Martinez holds on to the position amazingly. Wow, what commitment through that corner there. I've never actually seen that so far.
Fearless. Both drivers absolutely fearless. We are going to see what happens here, and we're just going to hang on to it and hope that we both get through. That was so brave on the second lap of a qualifying heat.
Brilliant to see. Kaczynski's still there in 3rd place. Has actually latched onto the back of Zach Drummond here as they go through. Warning flag has come out to the 225. That is Les Krutulov, who's in 11th place at the moment. So Lev will have to look out for that one as the race goes on. And so far, nice breakaway for the top 5. Peschel still leads the rest of the field as they go through. Big movers so far all the way throughout the field as well. Schaufler not had a good lap on that last lap. He actually dropped 2 places. He lost out to Corby and Peschel, who both managed to get past him. So big changes still.
I really want to see that dice between Martinez and Lennon again in subsequent laps.
It was.
It really was so tight, and that could have been a monstrous accident if you just get it slightly wrong by a millimetre. So great to see the two of them having full confidence. Max Rafalik has got an investigation flag under his name now, as Drummond trying desperately to get away from Elliot Kaczynski, trying to get back on terms with Dries van Langendonk. But this is where the Forza expert pace really kicks in good rhythm, in good style. He just has so much flair, doesn't he, Dries van Langendonk? There's Mies Huben getting his move on the inside of Alfie Slater, I think that is, as they duel away for position. Great to see some great battles wherever you look around the course. It's not just at the front end, it's in the midfield as well. And Drummond, Kaczynski, Martinez and Lennon all still trying to give chase to Dries van Langendonk. The best of the rest behind the top 5. Jindro Peschel, who really has got the experience around this place. He knows exactly where to place the Formula K chassis. He's doing a great job of keeping that brand name flying high in junior, isn't he?
Yeah, he is indeed, and doing a sterling job there. As we near half race distance, how close there is Kaczynski to the back of Drummond. Very, very close. Van Langendonk again, fastest lap of the race. Kaczynski, though, not going for the move straight away. You would think he was close enough to go for the dive here on Drummond, but Drummond's not going defensive. He's not really pulling a defensive line either. He's just staying where he needs to go. Kaczynski just following here. Do you reckon this is thinking, can we catch up to Van Langendonk with this? What, 2 against 1?
I think Drummond's just got more pace, essentially. He just seems to have a little bit more edge to him on the straight lines in particular. In the corners, they're fairly even, but in a straight line, Drummond just seems to have a little bit more grunt. And that's why Kaczynski, as close as he can get to him in the corners, he just can't quite nail him into the heavy braking zones on the slower apexes. Now let's have a look again.
Oh.
Now this is what we saw between Martinez and Lennon. Look, this started quite a long way back. They were side by side 2 corners prior, then into the right-hander. And watch, Martinez is going to go for the stereotypical slingshot. Now watch, they're just going to keep it going, keep it going. We're going to come back to it from a different angle. Martinez gets his slingshot move. Let's keep this going if we can. Neither driver bails out. Neither driver, they just keep going and keep going and keep going, and then eventually Lennon has no choice. That was so close.
Usually it's at the first apex at the top of the hill. That's where the people back out, but it didn't happen there, and they were fully committed all the way through the corner, and I've got to say...
They both deserve a pat on the back for bravery.
They do, yes, yeah. They might get a word from the race director saying, that was very brave, very silly as well.
Try not to do that too often, because you're really going to run the risk of a big incident. Keep doing that, and that's really going to flirt with disaster. Anyway, up the hill, Matt Corby, the VDK driver, right up in the top 10. Great to see him coming of age there in junior as well. Matt Corby, having watched him come through the IAMI categories and doing a great job as a mini, now working his craft in the FIA Karting Championships with the VDK racing team, a team that has so much great reputation and so many great accolades over the past. And he is flying high here in the top 10 in front of Marianito. Nito trying to come back at it. An investigation into the young American talent, Vivek Kanthan. There goes Marianito, though. Dives in at the inside of Matt Corby. That's where experience really counted in her favour.
Yeah, it really did. Nicely timed move there. I didn't think the move was on, but Marianito found the gap there. Solid little drive there as they come through. And you saw instantly, as soon as the move was done, straight away saying, right, okay, let's go. Follow me.
So Drummond, Kaczynski, Martinez and Lennon. The investigation notice comes up on the digiboard for Vivek Kanthan, the American, who has been training all of his Paralympic Motorsport teammates in how to play American football. He would know. Oh. So he's kept them very nice and tidy. Great stuff as we continue to watch the battle up front for Dries van Langendonk. He's pulled well clear, hasn't he, of Drummond and Kaczynski. 1.4 seconds is the gap. There's not a lot that Drummond can do except just watch the exhaust in front of him get smaller and smaller in the distance. Yeah, it's never a nice feeling, that, is it? You know, when you see that happening, you think, I'm doing everything I can and I'm just not able to keep up. It's never a nice feeling, but so far he is holding on to his position. He's still there in P2, but we are nearing the last couple of laps. This is where it starts to get interesting. This is where we'll start to see Kaczynski thinking, what can I do here? He's not close enough right now, but what can Martinez do? Because he has closed right in now on Kaczynski for the Ward Racing team. So now we might see a move into the hairpin here, because look at how close he's got now. Martinez will look to the inside here. No, he doesn't. He stays behind, thinks against it, maybe waiting for the last lap to go for the move. Stays behind as they negotiate their way back up the hill again, down the compression curve. And again, nice close formation between these top four drivers. And Martinez not able to get a jump on it. Look at the different racing line that they had there. Was that Kaczynski holding a tighter line to defend? Well, potentially, yeah, because there is a bit of a difference in strategies and tactics between the two of them this close to the end of the race. Drummond is still keeping an eye over his shoulder to see where Kaczynski is going to threaten. As they go into the last lap, Martinez, I think, is just trying to experiment a little bit, see if he can get something out of this final couple of corners, because he's definitely made up ground on Elliot Kaczynski. He's definitely found something over the Swede. So can he now make a bid? Kaczynski having to go a little bit more defensive. Martinez is threatening, and Kaczynski knows he's there. Stop looking over your shoulder, Elliot. Just try and be a little bit more protective of the lines. If you spend too long looking behind you, that's when Jacopo knows you're vulnerable. You've just got to try and stay firm. Try not to pay attention to what's going on behind. Just keep the cart a little bit more to the middle of the circuit rather than to hug the inside line. You get a better purchase off the cart. You thwart your driver. That's more like it. He's not worrying too much about where Jacopo is at the end of the race there. Much stronger from Elliot this time, as through comes your leader. Dries van Langendonk takes the victory for the second time this weekend. Drummond in second. Kaczynski hangs on in third for Martinez and Lennon. And it's just that slight adjustment of attitude. If you spend too long looking behind you, you invite the driver to have a go, because you know, right, he's panicking. He's looking over your shoulder. I can get him. I can make this happen. If you focus a little bit too much about where you're going and where you're placing your cart, that's when you can hold on to it. Yeah, exactly that. So after 10 laps of racing, Dries van Langendonk takes the race win for the Forza Racing team at round 2 of the OK Junior FIA European Karting Championships here at the Steel Ring in TRINEC. And he'll make his way back to Parc Fermé, winning the race by 1.4 seconds from Britain's Zach Drummond, from Elliot Kaczynski, Jacopo Martinez and Ethan Lennon. Indra Peschel rounds out the top 6 from Marianito, Matt Corby, Les Krutelov, and Alfie Slater rounding out the top 10 there, staying in that original starting spot. And they'll make their way back into Parc Fermé now. And again, nice solid performance. And once again, we're seeing the Forza Racing team maintaining that dominant performance. Yeah, Jamie Croxford and the crew have definitely found something magical, haven't they? Dries van Langendonk taking the win from Zach Drummond and Elliot Kaczynski, from Jacopo Martinez and Ethan Lennon, another Forza in the top 5. Indra Peschel and Mario Giamanito from Matt Corby and Lev Krutelov, then Alfie Slater in front of Nicolas Schaufler, Mies Huben in front of Jarrett Clark, Murilo Roca in 14th place in front of Vivek Kanthan. Then it is Max Rafalik, who made up 8 places through the course of the race. It's certainly the hardest charger in that particular heat. Luna Flusha in front of Merel Beldes, and then Dominic Javodny, Luca Horton, Jose Aguma, David Gortsitsa, Martin Toth, Victor Smith, and Kilian Josserand. All 25 drivers that started the race were able to come home for the finish as well. 19 seconds separating them. And at this point in the proceedings, Dries van Langendonk has got himself onto 141 points accumulated from Zach Drummond on 128. And Jacopo Martinez on 120. Still plenty to do, though, in the OK Juniors here at the Steel Ring International Circuit in TRINEC in the Czech Republic. Let's have a look at the start again. There's Zach Drummond calling for the false start. and he got it. So he was obviously able to maximise his opportunity. There off the start. And look how quickly Drummond got himself into position. And look at Nito, unsettled in the first corner. That's where she lost a lot of her ground, because Kaczynski, Lennon and Martinez all made quick work of her on the way to the first corner. That's where a little bit of that momentum fell apart. Jocelyn trying to rewrite the circuit a little bit, deciding obviously it wasn't quite going to work out. He ended up dropping to the back. Now here's that terrific battle between Martinez and Lennon. It starts here and it continues down the drop of the compression. Martinez just lets him go, then tucks back in, goes for the move himself. But this is where one of the bravest things you're ever going to see between these two kids. Here they come, off the turn, wheel to wheel, side by side. One of you's going to back down, one of you's going to back down. No, we're not. And they just go so far into the compression complex before finally Lennon says, yeah, I don't want to get hurt.
Yeah, no, I think I'll back out of that one. There was still more moves later on in the race as well. But, like I say, dominant performance again. Doris van Langendonk, 1.4 seconds clear, would take the win at the end of qualifying Heat B versus F. 10 laps and a brilliant win. The crowds and the grandstands continue to fill up as the sun continues to shine down. It's looking like summer out there. I think we're still late spring, I would say. So, you know, summertime in the UK, it's only about one afternoon.
It is. I missed it last year.
Yeah,
I was in the bathroom.
I missed it last year. I was in the toilet.
Exactly. René Lammers gearing himself up ready for the action in the Paralympic Motorsport awning. And the Dutchman has been fantastic so far this season. A real impressive work in qualifying. We caught up with him after he topped his group.
Qualifying practice series 3 is done for the OK category, and René Lammers tops the timing group in the session. René, solid time. How was the track feeling for you out there?
Track felt very good. I think the track is good, and I think we have the pace.
It's a long weekend, plenty of sessions to go. Not the outright fastest time, but very good on the pace nonetheless. What's the strategy going to be then going in for the rest of the weekend?
Yeah, of course we're going to try to finish as high as possible. We have to manage the tires, we have to see what's best with the chassis, with engine, everything. So we're going to try to get the maximum out of the situation.
Race starts are quite tricky here as well, so you know you've got the front row advantage really going into the sessions. Is it going to be a case of just holding on to that one and see what you can do?
Yeah, for the ones that I'm starting up for, I'm just going to try to hold on to the lead for the race. And then when I'm starting second against Gomez, I believe I'm going to try my best to challenge him in that heat.
Well, a solid result. Congratulations. We'll see you out there for the heat races.
Thank you.
Now, crucial there, he was talking about keeping it in front of Gomez. This time around, he's got to try and keep it in front of who? Alex Powell, who starts alongside on the front row of this one. It's Group B versus F, so we've got some of the quickest drivers out there as well. There is Alex Powell on the Kart Republic chassis for the Prema Racing team. And I've got to say, Prema have really come into karting with a strong performance, haven't they?
Yeah, they had one objective, which is to look after the youngsters with Formula One support and backing, and to give them a strong satellite awning to play with so that they can basically just focus on their own objectives. And Alex Powell, the young man from Miami, who has Jamaican roots and is very proud to carry the Jamaican colours on his suit and his kart, but very much grown up in the beautiful Florida city of Miami, and doing a grand job here at the front of the grid, as he usually does. Here's Ian Eichmans, the Belgian. Now, at least things are going better for him this time than they were 2 weeks ago. He didn't really have a qualifying performance 2 weeks ago. He never really got the chance to show us what he could do, and he spent the entire weekend fighting back, trying to make overtaking moves, and unfortunately coming a cropper of front fairing penalties for most of the weekend. But now they finally got it together. They've got him into the right position he deserves to be, and he is able to fight for the victory on his own merit and under his own steam, which is a much better situation for him to find himself in, a much more natural situation. How many superlatives can you use about this young lad over the last couple of seasons? Nathan Tye, fresh as a daisy out of the world of the Billard UK and Daniel Ricciardo series over the years, then switched to European competition in the IAME Euro category, and has steadily worked his way forward. Sodi Kart saw something in this boy and went, you know what, there's something special here. He had a torrid time in 2021, but they decided, you know what, let's just wait this out. They went to visit the Sodi Kart factory in France and said, let's go and have a look at this in a little bit more detail. The way they were treated by the staff, you know, he was treated like a rock star when he walked through the gates at Sodi Kart. And they said, you know what, there's a lot riding on this. Yeah. This is not just me, this is a whole team. We've got to do this together. And ever since then, he's been mighty. Thomas Strauven, the Belgian talent in the Kart Republic chassis, he's really made such an impression since coming into the senior category. He had his moments in junior, but it never really clicked. In senior, he seems to have made a massive step forward in development.
He really has indeed, and I think it's a solid performance. You know, he's got the inside line as well, and again, we've seen a lot of drivers who can make that inside line work. Keep an eye on him. Definitely a dominant performance. Yesterday was actually doing really well. We saw some great overtakes from him, really committed lines as well. So again, a driver to really watch out for it. There's the grandstands once again on the other side of the circuit. So much space there. You could probably fit 1,000 people over there, and I suspect at the end of the weekend, it might be full.
I wouldn't be surprised at all. The local community really seems to have taken this weekend very seriously indeed. And I think once everybody is off work tomorrow, there's going to be quite a few who will see the European Karting Championship for the first time on Czech soil. René Lammers and Alex Powell from Ian Eichmans and Nathan Ty, Thomas Strauven and Sebastiano Pavan, Jan Petrovsky and Alexander Bogunovic from Martin Molnar and Guillaume Bouzard, Chu-Yan Pu and Joe Turney from Joel Bergström and Zoe Florescu, Luigi Coluccio and Maxime Verbruge, Kiana Blum and Arne Turpinen, Jiri Pachitschka and Marek Skriven from Enea Frey and Jens Trua, Ronnie Stefani and Jakob Rashki, Alex Soya, Gilles Caranta and Maxim Harutunian. So there's a few names to pick out here that are struggling a little bit and others that are making massive gains and progress. So let's sort of unpick it a little bit. Martin Molnar and Guillaume Bouzard, close to that top 6, not quite there yet, but they definitely had pace yesterday in their qualifying heats, so they have a good chance for resurgence. Joe Turney, we always come back to Joe Turney. He hasn't had the best of qualifying performances again. For some reason, he has a miserable Friday and then a spectacular Sunday to make it all better.
Yes.
But as a result of that, he ends up losing championship points through the qualifying heats procedure. So he's got this weird situation. If he comes through to win the final, he's probably not going to be higher than about 3rd or 4th in the points rankings because of the way the championship points standings are situated. Another couple of drivers worth mentioning, ahead of Luigi Coluccio on the starting grid, Joel Bergström, who had a nightmare 2 weeks ago and manages now for the Billard team to actually pick himself up and get himself into a much more competitive and much more reasonable position. And I'll tell you another driver who's worth picking out, Zoe Florescu. All of a sudden, in the last couple of weeks, it seems to have clicked. She had a nightmare in the junior category. It never quite clicked for her. But I tell you what, since moving to the Tony Kart Factory team, again, they have worked really hard with her as they have with Marianito. And it's just in these last couple of weeks, it's finally worked. It's finally clicked. It's a false start because none of the grid seems to be well formed.
Yeah, we weren't really there at all.
We weren't on that occasion. So it does give us a little bit more of a chance to pick up this story. But yeah, with Zoe Florescu, there was always a reasonable opportunity for her in Billard. It never quite got together, but it's been a mammoth task to get up to speed with the Tony Kart Factory team. She had a little bit of support from Michelle Gatting a couple of weeks ago. I'm not sure if she's still here in the paddock with her, but I think it's really given her that little sense of, do you know what? You can't win this all at once. You can't be in the top 3 straight away. You have to do this in stages. And she's really starting now to soak up that information. You have to just ingest it one day at a time. And it's finally starting to click. And it's always really satisfying when a driver you know has the potential to make big waves finally figures out how to get her paddle upstream.
Yeah, indeed. Well, hopefully this race will get underway this time around. Not sure why the grid was so spread out that first time around. It was very, very strange. Drivers thinking, I want an extra lap to get everything up to temperature, maybe. Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, it was an interesting one. So now they come off the turn. It's going to be Lammers to the inside of the first kink, Alex Powell to the inside for the second. So if he can just stay level with him, then he's got a chance to jump in. But this is going to be interesting. Here they go, down the straight. Are we going to go racing? Yes, we are. It's a good start from Lammers and Powell. Lammers has to move across to keep Powell back. And Powell just about hangs on the inside of Ian Eichmans. Eichmans is going to get a run, though, off the turn. Can he dive in for the inside? No, he's not close enough. So Powell is going to have another opportunity here on René Lammers as they go down the hill. Everybody trying to keep it nice and tidy. Try not to hop over each other too much, boys and girls. Keep it nice and smooth. And as they go through into the second sector, Guillaume Bouzard trying to get his move up at the inside of one of the Pragas. I think that was Marek Skriven. So Bouzard has not had a great start here, unfortunately. And there's been problems. 2 karts off the road in the second sector. I'm afraid it's one of the Falcons. In fact, it might even be 2 of the Falcons that have come off there.
It's the 146 is off, and that is Alex Soya.
It is, and I think it's his teammate, Maxim Harutunian, that went off with him.
Yeah.
So Harutunian has not actually taken up the restart either. So that's the Vietnamese driver, Alex Soya. And if you look there is his teammate, Max Harutunian.
Dear.
He tried to restart it. And unfortunately, the Falcon race team, once the Cardinal Cinnamotor Racing, don't take each other out. And unfortunately, that's exactly what's happened.
That's rule number 1 in the book of racing drivers, isn't it? But never mind, the racing goes on. Lammers leads the way, and Ekmans, you can see there, not putting on the pressure on Powell. Instead, it's the other way. Nathan Ty is piling on the pressure on Ian Ekmans, who that gap has come down to really nothing now as they go on to lap number 2. There they are down the compression curve. Powell so far, it was a good start from Powell. Really rare to see that outside line working well. He managed to hold on to P2 before they even got to turn 2.
He did indeed. 3 drivers really struggling off the start. Guillaume Bouzard dropping 6 places. Arda Turpinen dropping 3. Zodi Fluescu, unfortunately, dropping 8. So a very tricky opening lap. There was a lot of compression in that middle sector of the first lap. So a lot of drivers getting caught out by that. Joe Turney is on the move. He's managed to move himself up into 11th place past Martin Molnar. Coluccio's up 2, Keanu Bloom is up 3, Gina Pachichko is up 4, and so is Anea Frey in the Beyond Racing team outfit. Poor Maxim Haratunian. He doesn't feel particularly happy with the way things have gone here, nor does his teammate Alex Sawyer, I'm sure. So 2 drivers sat in the marshal posts, just wondering what on earth their race could have looked like. Now Nathan Ty has got through on Ian Ekmans for 3rd position. So the British drivers got past the Belgian. These 2 quite used to racing wheel to wheel with each other now. And I have a feeling that they're going to play the long game now and set off after Alex Powell. He's not that fast. We can get him.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do. There's not much time. Well, the early doors in the race as well, so plenty of time to get that move done. So Ty now up into P3 on the chase. What's the gap between the 2 of them? It's 0.5 of a second between Ty and Powell. We'll keep an eye on that one as Ronnie Stefani with an investigation flag at the moment, so I'll have to keep an eye on that one. Where is Stefani out on track at the moment? He is a little further down the grid,
he's
25th place.
Yeah, he's down at the back. I think that last incident has really hampered him. He's up the inside, a bit of a lunge from Bogunovic to try and take on Joel Bergström in the Birrelart. And now he's having to hold back from Joe Turney. Joe Turney's going to try and slingshot past him, which he has done just off camera. So Ty, 3rd position in front of Ekmans, Pavan, Chu, Stralven, Petrovsky, Bergström, and then we've got Ty in front of Bogunovic. So a very interesting challenge now as Joe Turney gets himself into the top 10. But they are slowly chipping away at Alex Powell's advantage. They are gaining a little bit of ground, but Alex Powell is still 0.9 of a second adrift. Now it's a second adrift of the Dutchman, René Lammers, who is continuing the family legacy very nicely indeed. Jan Lammers, of course, former driver in Formula 1, Le Mans, and the British Touring Car Championship, all starring roles. And René Lammers is very much hoping to continue the family legacy and dynasty in motorsport. Alex Powell, though, continuing his own very unique legacy of carrying the Jamaican flag through the international motorsport route in 2nd place. Born and based as he is in Miami in Florida, very proud of his heritage. Ty, Ekmans, Pavan, and Chu Yanpu, a much stronger run from the Chinese driver in 6th position.
Yeah, he's having a good little run here as well. And actually, we were saying his name quite a lot yesterday also. Really pushing through the field, actually. So 5 places gained so far. Bergström, 4 places gained. He's in the top 10. He's managed to get past a couple of positions. Let's have a look who's managed to get an overtake in this lap. The top 10 is 1. Joe Turney moving up into 9th at the expense of Bergström. Moves further down as well. Bouzard's got past Molnar. That was the 14th place. Really bad lap from Anea Frey on that lap, dropping down to 20th place. Lost out from Trier, Scriven and Verbruge in that lap.
So now the battle is going to continue between Powell, Ty and Ekmans. Ty definitely looks like he's getting under the skin of Alex Powell a bit more now, as he pushes that Sodi kart just a little bit further into the radius of the chicane. Ty looks strong, doesn't he? The Sodi kart looks like it's found a little bit more pace this week. So I have a feeling that Nathan Ty is going to be hungry for a moment. Now, again, he's got to try and time this right. Does he go for an overtake on Alex Powell, or does he try and work with him to get some of that deficit to René Lammers down?
I'm looking at the sector times here from Ty versus Powell, and Ty is consistently faster in all 3 sectors. I suspect if he catches up to the back of him, he'll go for the move straight away and try and see if he can latch on to the back of Lammers. Lammers on that last lap, purple, sector 2 and 3, set the fastest lap of the race, 52.573 for René Lammers. So his pace is secure, and I reckon his position is secure. The battle is going to be for 2nd place here. Powell versus Ty. But we know Powell, he can defend when he needs to defend, but when he doesn't think that there's no point defending, he's very good at just letting a driver, okay, you made the move, congratulations, now I'll just follow you.
So really interesting situation for the contenders as they continue to battle away. Powell, Ty, Eichmanns, Pavan and Shu all giving chase to René Lammers up front, but Alex Powell looks like he's really going to struggle to hold Nathan Ty to ransom here. Ty is definitely giving him plenty to think about. The Sodi Kart factory outfit driver from Great Britain really doing a great job of intimidating Alex Powell. It's amazing what you can do when you put your mind to it. And Nathan Ty, fabulous youngster. He's not one of the more wealthy of the drivers in the paddock. Certainly doesn't have the same sort of backing and support of the Formula One teams like Alex Powell does. But you know what? He is an absolute Goliath. He always digs deep and finds that little bit of extra special strength. And what he can do, it really is majestic at times.
It really is, isn't it? And you can see here both the drivers' styles there. I would say Powell not hugging that inside corner through the top section of the track as tight as what Nathan Ty was doing. Not sure if there's a benefit or not to that one as they go back onto the start-finish straight again. And Powell here increasingly becoming under pressure, but he's not focusing on what's going on behind him. He's just focusing on what's happening in front. He's focusing on his race. He's not probably aware that Nathan Ty is closing in. He'll start to hear the engine, I'll probably think, but at the moment not go for the move. And there's the dive from Nathan Ty.
Lovely.
Very late dive there, but crucially, Powell not being startled by it, maintains his position, and it's a good overtake.
Watch as they come through the compression this time. It'll be interesting to see. I think we've got a camera down there at the moment. It'll be fascinating to watch the karts as they come through the compression complex. Look at that. Yeah, it just shows you the physicality and the speed of these karts as they come through. Fabulous shots there trackside here at TRINEC. But Nathan Ty, full of determination and full of absolute guile to get through past Alex Powell. I've got an opportunity, I've got a gap, I'm going for it. Why would I wait around?
Well, no, exactly, and that's what I was saying earlier. You know, the pace that he's got compared to Powell, it was consistently faster through all three sectors, so I suspect that move was very much going to happen. Pavan has closed in on Eichmanns as well. That gap's closed down, and Pavan's actually going to go for the move straight away through the first of the hairpins. Nicely timed, and Pavan, before we even thought about it, has managed to get past Ian Eichmanns, and Eichmanns now down into P5 now as they go through the compression curve, back up the hill. Pavan's on the hunt now for Powell as well.
This is really good work from Sebastiano Pavan, who's been steadily getting quicker and quicker in that Tony kart over the weeks. And there is René Lammers, looking so strong. It's a very passionate man, is René Lammers, behind the wheel. He certainly drives with his heart as much as he does with his head. And he carries the Racing Team Nederland colours that were made famous by his father at the Le Mans 24 Hours in the early 2000s. Looks like a very cool interpretation of the Paralympic Motorsport livery. I love the way they've kind of fused the two livery concepts together, and it looks quite natural. Sebastiano Pavan trying now to step up the attack and go for Alex Powell. That'll put a real feather in the cap of the Italian in fourth place.
It really will, won't it? We're nearing the end of the race. There is your race leader, René Lammers. Gap 2.4 seconds. Our race leaders so far today, they've been so dominant, haven't they? Just been able to pull those gaps and just drive away from the rest of the field. So, you know, it's always been a challenge. There's a little look further back. That's Joe Turney, who's still there in P9. He's gained 3 positions. He's not been making moves as fast as what he did 2 weeks ago, was it? Is that because everyone else has learnt the circuit a little bit more, or is it the conditions?
You know what, Joe? I think you need a rain dance tomorrow, don't you? That's exactly what he managed to get through. He managed to charge his way through the pack in the final on Sunday 2 weeks ago, but it's going to be much harder for him to do so if the weather stays bright and clear. But certainly Sebastiano Pavan still thinks there's a chance here on Alex Powell. He still thinks that an overtaking move might be on. It's got to come from a fair way back, but Alex Powell, the radius of the corner, just a little bit more spread. Look at this. There is another clear indication just how physical it gets when you are flat on the throttle through that compression complex. It really gives you a proper kick as you land on the way down that drop. And drivers have been telling me, you know, it's a bit like a roller coaster when you come down through there.
Yeah, it really is. And there you just saw the camera pan round, seeing the two Energy Course drivers, Martin Molnar and Jules Caranta, making moves. Molnar has not had the best race. He's dropped 9 places. Caranta, on the other hand, has had a fabulous race. He's up 7 places. So real change in terms of the team. Drivers, even in the same chassis, are finding their own strengths and weaknesses. The battle rages on, though. Pavan has closed up onto Pal, but we are on the final lap, and I don't think he's close enough to make a move here.
No, indeed. René Lammers is going to make it 2 wins out of 3 up front, but Ty has managed to get a second clear of Alex Powell. So it's very good work indeed from Nathan Ty in second position on the Sodi. René Lammers looking good in the parallel up front. No major stresses, no major issues to really contend with. He's kept it to what he can manage. Looking authoritative out there.
Very much so, yeah, that was a very nice drive, and Lammers would lead the intermediate classifications at the end of that one with 144 points from Pal, Ty, Eichmanns, Pavan and Straven. Of course, when the next OK group comes out, the senior category, that will of course all change as the interim sorts itself back out again. But after 13 laps of racing, René Lammers, solid performance, wins by 2 seconds out there. I've got to say, Ty did take 4/10 out of Lammers' lead. So Ty definitely on the charge. We need to keep an eye on him as this weekend goes on, because Nathan Ty looking like he could be a threat out there. They make their way back in towards Parc Fermé. Everything gets sorted out. Of course, all the results that we go through are the intermediate, or say the post-race, I think. So it's not official yet.
René Lammers gets the victory in front of Nathan Ty and Alex Powell. From Sebastiano Pavan, Ian Eichmanns and Chu-Yan Pu. Thomas Straven in 7th in front of Jan Petrovski. Joe Turney, long faces at the moment there. Luigi Coluccio making up 5 places to come back to P10 though. And then Joel Bergström in front of Alexander Bogunovic. Guillaume Bouzard in 13th in front of Kiana Blum and Jiri Becichka, the leading wildcard. Marek Skriven in 16th position ahead of Jens Truer. Jules Caranta made up 8 places in the end there to come back to 18th in front of Martin Molnar, who really struggled. And Frey in front of Maxime Verbruge, Zoe Florescu and Arda Turpinen. 3 drivers there who lost out over the course of the race. Jakub Radaszki in 25th in front of Ronnie Stefani. And just the 2 retirements from the race, the 2 teammates at Falcon, Alex Sawyer and Maxim Haraturian. That's going to be an interesting conversation post-race when they get back to the awning. Try not to look each other in the eye, gents. You might need to give yourself a little bit of a wide berth.
Yeah, I think they will. So hopefully all is well between those 2 teammates. And hopefully the karts aren't too damaged as well. I think, yeah, not a nice thing to happen. Here's a look then at the replay of the start and some of the highlights. And it was a good start from Lammers. Great start from Powell, who did manage to hold on to that outside line and just squeeze past Eichmanns to hold on to that position. They went up the hill and it was a nice little getaway from the rest of the field. We saw the accident happen further back. Ty with the brilliant move down the inside to get into 2nd place later on in the race. That Sodi cut looking very quick. Then Pavan making the move in exactly the same place a few laps later on Eichmanns to get that position done. But René Lammers, 2 seconds clear from the rest of the field. A nice little drive for the Paralympic Motorsport team.
Yeah, very steady performance from René Lammers over the course of this weekend. He's been looking very comfortable throughout. Attention turns back to the junior category. A couple of weeks ago, in the event that preceded this one, there was a nice little fairy tale in the paddock as the resurgent Kart Republic star from Ukraine, Alexander Bondarev, was able to drive through for the victory ever since this 2023 season campaign when he switched to the Kart Republic factory team. He has just been on such a comeback drive after his injuries at Zuera last year. My goodness, has Alexander Bondarev been an absolute tiger behind the wheel, and he is very, very difficult to stop. As he continues his progress here this weekend, he managed to get pole position in his time qualifying group.
Qualifying practice series 3 is done for OK Junior, and Alexander Bondarev tops the timing tables in the group. Not able to beat the Forza drivers, but a solid time nonetheless. Talk us about the track conditions. How's it feeling out there?
It felt like the track was worse compared to the practice this morning, but still happy to get P1 in the group. This will put me at the front starting for the heats. And yeah, quite happy with the result qualifying.
Like you're talking about track conditions, it's going to change wildly over the course of the weekend. So again, is that kind of a problem that you're struggling with the team with track conditions?
No, it's no problem because as the track goes on, it'll be the same conditions for both groups in the heats, which will mean that everyone in the same heat will have the same track condition, which means that we're going to have a great chance.
Second in the championship at the moment so far. You're battling Thibaut Ramikas. Do you reckon this weekend you can come out on top?
We'll keep working to do that. Of course, Thibaut has a lot of pace also as the Forza driver, so we will try to beat everyone tactically.
Well, congratulations, fastest in group, Alexander Bondarev. Well done.
Thank you.
The kind of character that everybody can get behind. Alexander Bondarev, a real fan favourite, and he's definitely going to be one to watch out for. But Tobias Cisenyi is going to start alongside him on the front row of the starting grid, and obviously the local fans here in the Czech Republic really want to see him do well as the Hageman Racing team, who are supported and aided by the former world champion, Patrick Hayek, who is here in the paddock this weekend. It's great to see Tobias Cisenyi right up there in the higher echelons of qualifying, and they're very proud of what he's been able to achieve so far this weekend. Can he keep himself in the hunt? That's going to be the main factor. And can Bondarev make it 3 wins out of 3? He's there on the pole position alongside Tobias Cisenyi, then Jack Iliff and Scott Lindblom from Mateus Orjuela and David Kozma, Roman Kamiab and Gabriel Kunekan from Filippo Sala and Oliver Kinmark, Andy Consani, Alex Chartier, Sebastian Letimaki and Tame Saleh from Kimitani and Davide Bottaro, Al Paksoy and Jason Bralic from Alfons Miettinen and Tobias Pashko, Lucas Zabruchnik and Morgan Knudsen from Jan Stenschel and Adam Sidor, Mattes Reiber and Sebastian Kolpeng are the ones that finish off the starting grid here. But Alexander Bondarev versus Tobias Cisenyi, that's going to be a really interesting charge down to the first corner, as several contenders are going to be trying their luck into turn 1.
Yes, indeed, and we saw Cisenyi out earlier on in the weekend, and you know, really struggled a little bit, fell down the order as well, so hopefully this time around he can have a better start to this race. But Bondarev, Iliff as well, Jack Iliff, fresh from his injury, of course, with his hurt arm, he's coming back fighting fit now and has actually been putting in some decent races and some decent performances out there. Oh dear, that's a car that stopped. It's the is that the 281? It is.
That's Roman Kamiab.
Oh no.
Roman Kamiab, who's been having his best weekend in the FIA karting so far in terms of his qualifying pace. He was due to start this race from 7th on the grid.
What a disaster. And that, oh, you know, it's such a horrible feeling. And when you're watching them as well, you feel so helpless as well, don't you?
Well, absolutely. I mean, I haven't done much racing, but I have done a couple of outings in the Stocks Kart Championship back in the UK. And on the formation lap of one of those races, I broke down before the race even got underway. So I know the frustration, the pain and the anxiousness of, you know, I didn't even get the chance to show what I can do. Are we going to go racing again, or are we going to be a false start?
Round,
we are.
yeah.
So that was called quite early on. I think everybody was aware of the fact, you know what? We've had that breakdown, we need to go around again. But yeah, you really feel for Roman Kamiab there, because you're sat there in the car for a brief moment and you think, you know, I just need a break. I just need to have a chance to show what I can do. You can't kick me off this early on, and you just feel so bitter. You feel so annoyed with the situation. You don't know who to blame. You don't know what to do in this situation. You don't know whether to throw your toys out the pram or just walk away dejected. It's such a frustrating situation. There's nothing worse, I think, for a racing driver than to go out on the formation lap before you've even had a chance to prove what you can do.
Yeah, nothing worse, is there? Nothing worse. Well, the drivers will make their way around the track and will get themselves formed up once again. The start last time called off. Grid very spread out, I think. Everyone eager to get going. So hopefully this time around the group will be bunched up and will be ready to get going racing this time around. Remember, Bondarev starting on the outside, Cisenyi on the inside line there. Let's see what happens as they go into the tram lines, and the lights do go out. It's a great start from Bondarev, who gets down in towards turn 1 first, and the same as the rest of them. Iliff goes through, Orjuela goes through as well. Cisenyi caught sleeping there, drops down the field. So good start then from that inside row as Bondarev leads the way, and it's comfortable with the start. The rest of the pack just in the background trying to squeeze their way through. Everyone gets through nice and cleanly. 3 wide in the background, but a good start nonetheless, as everyone, again, just finding their piece of track. Cisenyi under pressure here. He's really dropping down the field. That's David Kozma who's battling with way down in the order. Lindblom's got through as well. So, big shake-ups in the field.
Yeah, sadly, Cesegni all the way down to 7th position on the first lap. Not the best of starts, unfortunately. We'll have to pick up on that one a little bit later on again. But 10 laps completed at the end of the OK Junior qualifying heats. So it's obviously going to be a tricky one to now stretch away. But Bondarev has got Jack Iliff in behind him. Matthias Orjuela into 3rd position off the start. Sala with a good launch in 4th from Consani, Lindblom, Cesegni, Cosma, Koenikan, Tani and Letimaki. So everybody on the even side of the grid really lost out there by Cesegni not quite getting the launch he wanted, and it's very much helped out everybody on the odd side of the grid as the battle continues on its way. But Bondarev running well in front of Jack Iliff and Matthias Orjuela for the second.
Indeed. So 10 laps these races, and already your top 3 with a nice little breakaway there. Iliff, Iliff going in very hot there. I don't know if he missed the braking zone slightly, but he did look like he made the apex later on, but very quick into the corner there. Matthias Orjuela not able to capitalize on that moment there. Stays behind in P3. Crucially, I want to see how Filippo Sala's doing there in the Sodi kart just behind. Looking at the gap, 7/10 of a second between himself and Orjuela, as 2 drivers under investigation, the 217 and the 230 out on track. Now, where are they? Well, Filippo Sala's one of them under investigation, and Sebastian Letimaki also under investigation. Now, what has caused that? Was it the start? Because we're only early doors here, but Filippo Sala, who you can see on your screen in the Sodi kart, the gold helmet design going down compression, under investigation.
Yeah, it's not a great start for the German, is it? You don't want to be running that gauntlet this early on in the race. 2:08 with a warning flag, I think, as well. I don't know whether we... Oh, the 2:30 under investigation, I should say, sorry.
Yeah, that's Filippo Sala.
It is Filippo Sala, yeah, so we did point that one out. So, yeah, the top 5, all from the odd side of the grid, and able to run relatively close to Bondarev, but Bondarev just seems to have good rhythm. The top 3 have got well clear. Filippo Sala has got Andy Consani and Scott Lindblom coming with him for good measure. Tobias Cesegni, unfortunately, has now fallen away to 10th place. He's got Cosma got through, Koenikan got through, and Kimi Tani, who's made up 6 places, along with Andy Consani, who's also done the same thing. He's got through as well. So Cesegni, unfortunately, down to 10th position. Let's look at Cesegni. Look, he's on the far side. You're right, he just got caught sleeping, and Lindblom was trying to get him to go a little bit quicker. It's like, come on, we're losing traction here, we're losing ground. There's not really a lot that can be done. You need to get that fraction of a second faster throttle application off the final turn, and it just all fell away. Look how congested it got in the mid-pack on that opening lap. Everybody just about staying away from danger. But certainly for Tobias Cesegni, very frustrating knowing that you're battling away with people who essentially have managed to get the jump on you.
Yeah, indeed. Not a nice thing to see. Oliver Kinmark picks himself up a warning flag, the 255 out there, currently in 17th place. Race control keeping a close eye on him down there. Filippo Sala not closing in on the group in front. He's actually got Consani all over his rear bumper as Lindblom dives down the inside of Consani. So that now gives a bit of breathing space for Filippo Sala, who now tries to break away. Cosma's still there, Koenikan's still there. Tani as well. So Cheney's dropped down to P10 now. He's behind this big group that you can see on your screens. So Lindblom now with the chance to go after Filippo Sala. The gap between this battle that we're seeing here and the battle further up is about 1.3 seconds. So there is a big chunk of real estate between this group and the trio up in front.
It certainly is. Bondarev, Iliff, Orjuela, Sala, and now Lindblom having got through on Consani. So Andy Consani on the Paralin, trying to continue his efforts here in front of David Cosma. Andy Consani making good steps after 2 weeks ago, really struggling. He's definitely trying to follow in his father Robert's footsteps. Robert was a winner in sports cars at Monza a few weeks ago, and now he's hoping that Andy can pick up the pace and go for the moves himself. Cosma, big launch on the inside of Consani. Consani run out of road as through comes Koenikan in the same breath. That was very daring, and Koenikan goes again. Brilliant reactions from the Brazilian, Gabriel Koenikan, really starting to pick out those moments. And that is a very audacious set of overtakes from Koenikan, one after the other after the other.
Well, you take advantage of the situation that's been unfolded in front of you. The gap was there, it presented itself, and I think, you've got to go for it, especially when you're so close and packed up like that. So I think good driving there from Koenikan, the Brazilian. moves up into P6 now behind these two who are still battling, Lindblom and Sala. Sala under pressure, was looking quick in the early stages, seems to have dropped off the pace a little bit there as Bondarev sets the fastest lap of the race. We might see a move here as straight away there. Yeah, Sala starting to defend early doors here and is right onto the back bumper, and Lindblom's just saying, what are you doing? You're backing us up. We need to try and close up to the group in front.
This is a very defensive stance from Filippo Sala, but Lindblom doesn't want to sit here any longer than he has to. Is he going to make the overtaking move? No, he can't.
No.
Because Sala is just keeping that road firmly blocked. He can't make a move. Filippo Sala clearly of the opinion, I can't get much more out of this than 4th position. This is my limit. But Scott Lindblom trying to get through. And what's going to happen now is you're going to have Lindblom caught by Koenikan, Koenikan caught by Cosmo, Cosmo caught by Tani. One of them is going to get impatient and say, come on, get past Filippo Sala, get on with it. And that's when, depending on who decides to go for the move nice and early, they're essentially going to create a chain reaction around them. So it just depends on who's got the shortest fuse.
Well, I mean, Koenikan, we've seen him go for those moves left, right and centre if he's got them available. And again, you saw there, Lindblom really tried to hold that inside line there to get down the inside. But Sala just managing to hold on to it. Down compression they go. And I think we have seen the moves into this corner. Not this time, as this group of 5 karts very, very close as they go back up the hill now. Not real many opportunities to overtake through this final sector. We have seen overtakes in this final sector, but in this sort of situation, I feel like they might just stay behind. And they do as they make their way back onto the start-finish straight. So Filippo Sala holds on for another lap out there. Can he do it 2 more times to maintain that 4th place finish?
Lindblom is really under pressure now. Koenikan is all over the back of him. Come on, will you overtake that Sodi kart before I overtake you? As they come through down the drop. This is now on Lindblom to make the bid. But again, Sala defends valiantly. Watch for Cosmo. He's now going to try and get his move on Koenikan. 2 laps to go. You better move, because there's a whole train forming behind. Tame Soleil, Tobias Cisenyi and Adi Consani have all joined the cavalry. This is going to be a tricky one. Someone's got to go for it. Cosmo trying to force the issue on Koenikan. Will you get a move on?
I mean, this is an interesting drive from the entire field here. Sala doing a brilliant job of just holding that track position. And again, like you say, it's very tricky to overtake around this circuit, but it can be done. We've seen it done. There's the first 3 going through. Wait for it. Here comes the rest of the field. Wow, look at this as we go on to the final lap. Look how many karts Sala is holding up here.
But that's how much time they're losing. They're losing a second a lap minimum to the karts in front. Koenikan again sliding in on Lindblom. Lindblom is doing everything he can to get through, but Sala is placing the Sodi kart in exactly the right place. He's like a wasp at a picnic. He's everywhere you don't want him to be, hugging that inside line again. Tries one more time, Lindblom, can't get through, so one of the drivers in the back of the queue is now going to try and have a look at it. Cisenyi makes a move, stick on the inside of Tame Soleil as they go through the compression. Soleil gets back in front. No, you don't. It's not going to happen. And Sala somehow is keeping this Sodi kart parked to the inside. He's got a warning flag for it. Luke, you are blocking everybody. Now the opportunity is going to come in from Consani to get through as he makes the overtake. And across the line, it is Bondarev that gets the win up front from Eilif and Orjuela. And then quite a few seconds back now, Filippo Sala is going to come through. He's been given a warning flag for it. You can't defend, you can't block like that too religiously with that many laps to go. But Filippo Sala has converted it into a 4th place with a massive amount of frustration from Lindblom, Koenikan, Cosmo, Tani, Sally, Cisenyi and Chartier. They are all fuming at him.
You could say the rest of the grid, really.
You really could, couldn't you?
But what a drive that was. I mean, well, Bondarev did exactly what he needed to do. Won that one by 1.3 seconds from Jack Eilif and Mateus Orjuela, who I don't think had any idea what was going on behind them. And Filippo Sala, I am amazed he was able to hold that position for so long.
Same, yeah, absolutely same. If you looked at his sector times by comparison to Bondarev on the last lap, Bondarev did a 15.3, Sala did a 15.6. In the second split, Bondarev got the fastest sector of the race in sector 2, 18.6, compared to Sala on a 19.2. Oh, poor Roman Kamyab, so destitute after dropping out of the race before it even got going. Yeah, let's help me get it back to the pit. He's just lost all interest now, unfortunately. It's so demoralizing. And then Bondarev's final 3rd sector was a 19.6 compared to Filippo Sala on a 19.9. So he was just hemorrhaging time. Bondarev, Eilif, Orjuela, that's your top 3. Filippo Sala somehow hangs on to 4th place in front of Scott Lindblom, Gabriel Koenikan, David Cosmo, Kimi Tani, Tame Soleil, Tobias Cisenyi, Alex Chartier, and Alphonse Miettinen. who were the closest to him. Andy Consani, Sebastian Letimaki and Davide Batara were not far away by the end of the race either. Alpaksoy, a very frustrating weekend so far from the young Turkish driver for Tony Kart. Sebastian Köping recovering to 17th in front of Lukas Obrutschnik, Oliver Kinmark and Matt Schreiber. Adam Sidor in front of Morgan Knudsen, Jan Stenschel, Tobias Pascoe in front of Jason Bralic. The one driver that retired from the race was the man who didn't start it, and that is Roman Kamyab. But yeah, Filippo Sala somehow managing to hold on to fourth. Here's the start again. Look at Cesegni to the left of your picture. He's already lost the momentum, and that's the problem. You've got 5 karts to the right side, to the left side of you, sorry. He's on the curb. He's lost a little bit of traction. And unfortunately, any chance of the win by now for Cesegni has already evaporated.
Yeah, again, it's not the best way to start the race, is it? Being swamped by the pack. Then it was a bit congested in the background, and we started to see little overtakes here and there as everyone just trying to squeeze their way through, and Cesegni, again, just getting pipped to the apexes in most of the positions. Lindblom making moves further back. He managed to get up into that top sort of section behind Filippo Sala for P5. And then, well, really, this is where it all started. It was Filippo Sala who was leading the essentially the rest of the grid, and yeah, he managed to just hold on to it all the way back. And you can see the frustration there from Lindblom, just saying, "Come on, go, go, go! What are you doing?"
Shaking his fist in the air. It's like, why are we even racing if you're just going to park it on the inside line and not let anybody go for it? But the frustration bubbling over for Scott Lindblom, for Filippo Sala in 4th position. That's the limit he could have got from that race as far as he's concerned, so that's why he is there. Poor Roman Kamyab. 7th position on the grid, didn't even get the chance to show it. But Alexander Bondarev, 3 wins out of 3. So he is doing a beautiful job, the young man from Ukraine. That's exactly where he needs to be. The only thing we need to see now is Lewis Werrell matching that with his 3rd win in a row. There is Simone Perego, who is the championship manager for FIA Karting, the man who oversees all of the sporting side of the paddock, and he's got such a passion for it. He's a racer himself. He loves the sport. He loves it right down to his bone marrow, and he still regularly gets the opportunity to get behind the wheel and compete when he gets the opportunity. He was actually out at Zuera at the end of the race weekend in the rental cars because he wanted to learn a bit more about the circuit. It was fascinating to watch as he went out and had a play with, I think he was out there with Pasquale Lupoli, actually, the race director. They just wanted to get a little bit more of an understanding of the circuit, and what better way to do it. How about this boy, though? The Danish driver, David Walter. He only had a half event last time we came to the steel ring, but what he's done last time, he's more than made up for this time with pace in qualifying and good authority on track. It'll be interesting to see how he can convert his pole run in his time group into more great success.
Qualifying practice Group 1 is done for the OK category in the 2nd round of the OK category for the FIA European Championships. David Walter puts it fastest in group. David, well, congratulations. Were you surprised by that? Because apparently you weren't going even 100%.
Yeah, I definitely feel that I could have maybe took one more tenth out of it, but yeah, I gave me 100. I gave me a lot, like what I could, but yeah, it was okay.
Well, I mean, if you feel like you've got more tenths in it, does that mean tomorrow you could go even faster in the heat races?
Definitely, I think. If I just get everything right, I just keep calm, I can definitely do faster than this, I think.
Have you learned much over the course of the weekend so far about the circuit? Have you evolved in your style of strategy out there?
Yeah, I think I have learned some difference in the corners, in the small corners. I definitely learned a lot there between the trainings here and yesterday.
It's a long weekend, and weather is going to be a factor, as well, of course, the tyre strategy. How are you feeling going into it? Are we still confident? Do we feel like the team have got a good strategy ahead of this one?
Yeah, definitely. Even if it's going to rain or whatever, I'm going to give me 100% and see what happens.
Well, best of luck this weekend, and congratulations.
Thank you.
A very ominous threat to his rivals out there, David Walter. We can go faster than this. And he was already pole position in the time group, so that's ominous, isn't it, for the Koski crew?
It very much is, yeah. You know, he was feeling very confident 2 weeks ago. Of course, he had to leave the weekend. He came back a little bit later as well. But he said there that we are comfortable with our pace. We know how quick we are around here. And that was 2 weeks ago. This time around, that clearly wasn't a lie. It's really showing what he's got out there. Starting a little further back as well in this one, it's, well, the rest of the field sorting themselves out and getting themselves ready. But, you know, this is going to be a challenge for a lot of these drivers. Stolchemanis again starting on that outside row in second. What can he do from there again? We saw what he did earlier on. He could get into second place, but he couldn't latch on to first. Is that going to be the case of what we're going to see on this one? This driver, though, Finn McLaughlin, in the 180, had a very interesting day yesterday. A wheel came off, obviously, in his first heat. Came back strong in the second, taking the win. The VDK Racing driver, still one to keep an eye on, had some serious pace. And, of course, his tyres are one session less used than the rest of the fields, which gives him that little bit of a bonus, I would say.
Yeah, it's all about, you know, trying to figure out where you can make the best of it, isn't it? You have to be very focused. You have to be very careful about how you maximize these things. And obviously, from that front row of the starting grid with Walter and Stolchemanis being very hungry into the first quarter, the onus is essentially on McLaughlin, Nakamura, Berta, Costa, Poulain to wake up and pay attention on the run to the first corner, because if there's even the slightest of slip-ups from Walter and Stolchemanis, that's their moment. That's their opportunity. They have to take it on the run up the hill, because if Walter and Stolchemanis get into the lead, they already know that they've got the pace to disappear out in front. Walter and Stolchemanis have the same amount of points, 94 apiece from their opening two races. So that's obviously a win and a second each. So they've obviously got to really now figure out how they're going to maximize that. So David Walter and Thomas Stolchemanis, front row of the grid. It'll be the first big rivalry battle between the two of them. Finn McLaughlin and Miguel Costa, Kia Nakamura, Berta Renato Poulain from Francisco Macedo and Matteo Colnaghi, Simone Bianco and Gustav Wisniewski from Alva Simasvara and Liverway Sam Budler, Vaclav Prochaska and Emanuele Olivieri, Dante Vinci and Len Nijs from Ivo Basterra and Emilio Koivisto, Nasha Tunion and Andrea Dube from Teresa Babachkova, Jan Koller, Alan Truxa, Max Kohan, Piotr Boracek and Leon Hedfjords, who are together at the back end of the field. And at the intermediate, Rennie Lammers on 144, Alex Powell on 126 from Nathan Ty on 123, and Ian Eitmans on 121. There is the Deputy Race Director, Nigel Edwards, who's gearing himself up ready for the start. Slightly different role that he plays there on the circuit itself, certainly at the start of the race, but he obviously also gets to inform Pasquale Lupoli of certain incidents that he's seeing out on the circuit as well. You need eyes like hawks to pick up everything around the circuit here. It's the perfect proving ground for every form of motorsport, because everything happens here so quickly and so much like lightning that you need to have eyes on stalks to follow it all.
Well, yeah, you really do. And the guys here running the cameras, I think there are 30 or more than 30 sort of track cameras out there to keep an eye on the racing, plus our broadcast cameras that are giving you these pictures that you can see. So the track is well covered, plus they've got 3 race directors really sprued across the circuit to keep an eye on everything, which is very nice to see. But this time around, looking like we're good to go for a start as everyone gets themselves bunched up.
Yes, indeed. A busy race every single time for Pasquale Lupoli, Nigel Edwards and Gonzalo Planta on track, and then in race control for Chris Lambrecht, Joanna Falsao and David Manchester. Going to be very interesting battles all the way through the weekend as they come up down the straight now, and we wait for the lights to go out. They don't on this occasion. To the intensity of Walter versus Stolchemanis to the first corner. Going to do it all again, go round one more time. One driver that's worth just picking up on at the moment, Kia Nakamura Berta. We haven't really seen the Kia Nakamura Berta that we know yet.
No, I mean, where is he starting in this one? He's starting in P5. He's on the 3rd row in the 101.
He was kind of under the radar yesterday.
He was there, but he wasn't. Very strange, very strange. Hopefully this time around it's all good. There you can see Gonzalo Plata there just stopping the front 2 there. Just keep nice and steady, nice and slow. This is looking good.
Yeah, that's more like it. We wait for the lights to come out. Now they do, and we are up to the first corner. Walter trying to squeeze. Stolchemanis, who almost goes on a curb, and he's already lost ground to Finn McLaughlin. Nakamura Berta trying to come around the outside of the Latvian, and there's a little bit of contact between the two CRGs. One of them ends up going sideways. I think that was Mattia Kolnagi, or is it Simone Bianco? There's more problems as they go around. Somehow they are just about avoiding a big shunt, but there was a lot of contact in the middle of the field. They just about get away with it though. Up at the front, it is Volta from McLaughlin and Stolchemanis, and the three of them have already driven clear of the rest of the field. That is a big gap that has already opened up between the top three and the fourth place man, Nakamura Berta. He just doesn't seem to have pace.
We said it earlier on, McLaughlin's got the advantage here as the fresher set of tyres after his retirement earlier on in the weekend. And Stolchemanis there just in third place, not able to get the move done on the first lap. He'll have to wait maybe till later on if he can make the move indeed. Down they go in towards turn at number 1, and Volta leads from McLaughlin. Stolchemanis from Nakamura Berta, who holds on to P4 from Miguel Costa. Pulane's there in 6th place from Kulnagi, Vinevski, and Bianco. Simasvara rounds out the top 10. Biggest mover so far, probably, I'd say, Emili Koivisto in P15, 3 positions gained.
Yeah, Emili Koivisto definitely making headway. So too is Len Nige, the Belgian, who has made up the same amount. Up the inside, Gustav Wisniewski takes on Mattia Kolnagi. Simone Bianco was the one who got squeezed at the start. Now they work their way through the compression in the hope that everybody's going to get through without too much drama. And it looks to me as though they are managing to do so. A bit of wheel-to-wheel argy-bargy between, I think that is one of the, I think that's Alva Simasvara, one of the Ward Racing carts going wheel-to-wheel there with Simone Bianco off the hairpin. And I'm not sure which one actually made it through in front. But Volta, McLaughlin, Stolchemanis, Nakamura Berta, 1.2 seconds back. He needs to really find something here to challenge the guys up front. Costa, Pulane, Wisniewski, Kolnagi, Bianco, Simasvara, Prochaska, Sambudla, and Len Nige following behind.
Yes, indeed. So here we go then, as they make their way through the S's section. No moves this time around for the top 3. McLaughlin certainly looking the quicker out of the 3 of them, I would say, as they go through down the compression curve. And again, McLaughlin just all over that rear bumper of Volta. Volta certainly got the pace here for the Koski Motorsport team, holding on to that lead, but the trio certainly breaking away. And I've got to say, Nakamura Berta, I reckon he's found something here, because I reckon he's closing in on those top 3.
He certainly found a lot of pace in the first sector. Now we're starting to get to see the key in Nakamura Berta that we know. He's going to have a little bit of work cut out to try and close up on the 0.6 of a second deficit he's got to Stolchemanis. But how about McLaughlin? McLaughlin really trying to get back on terms, having won yesterday's second heat. And his first heat, of course, he took the lead on the opening lap, and then the wheel fell off on that second lap, so he could have won both of them. So Finn McLaughlin is definitely one to watch for. The Irishman really starting to get hungry in the VDK Car Republic chassis. He has a great chance, and he knows it. Fastest lap, 52.9 for Finn McLaughlin. Going to try and take on the Dane, David Walter, once again, as he drops up through the hairpins on the far side. Now, this is essentially a bit of justice that Finn McLaughlin is chasing here. Having retired from that first race, he really wants to showcase, I could have won it all, and I could be the man to beat this weekend. As across the line, we've had a warning flag go out for the wildcard Alan Truksha. So Alan Truksha, unfortunately, now down at the back of the field and picking up a warning flag for whatever it is that he's transgressed. So Walter, McLaughlin, Stolchemanis, Kia Nakamura Berta, unable to get near them at the moment. He's 0.8 of a second back. He's not gaining the sort of time we were expecting him to do, and that's one of the tougher corners there on the hairpin. These 2 hairpins are really interesting because it's uphill gradient as you go through the radius. So you drop down through the compress here. Now watch again, it's a climb up as you go through the hairpin. The television doesn't really give you a decent impression of that, but for both of those very tight left-hand hairpins, you're actually going uphill, up the gradient as you go through, and that really puts pressure on the tyres.
Look how close there McLaughlin got. Very committed to trying a look down the inside at any one of these corners. And I've got to say, I think they're dropping Stolchemanis now. It was a replay at the back of the grid. Oh dear, that was a very big moment there for Truska, who again, just the wildcards there at the back of the grid, just squeezing each other. They know the circuit well, but I suspect the sandwich effect kicked in just that little bit there between the back of them. So far back at the front. Volta, though, still maintains the race lead from McLaughlin, who's not managed to find his way past just yet.
So Walter still trying to hang on here in front of McLaughlin. McLaughlin looking for that overtaking move. You really do get the sense that it is going to be a question of when he goes for the move rather than if he gets close enough to. But will the move be successful? That's going to be the interesting factor again as David Walter runs down the drop. Walter looking strong, so too is Finn McLaughlin though. Third place for Thomas Stolchamanis. And then Nakamura Berta ahead of Poulain, Costa, Wisniewski, Kolnagi, Bianco, Simasvara and Prochaska. The leading wildcard in 11th position of Vaclav Prochaska. Now look at McLaughlin, closer than he's ever been to the back of David Walter's bumper. This might be when he gets his chance. He's got to be so smooth on the apexes into the left-hand hairpin. Not going to happen there. Had to think about it into the right. I know for a fact that he would have seen that as a golden opportunity to move forward down the compression complex again. Macedo, fastest lap of the race. It's going to be one of those races, isn't it, where the leading driver on the track is actually doing more work looking behind him than he is going forward.
Well, like I say, we saw it earlier on with Filippo Sala as well, but like you say, this time around, not as bad, and he keeps doing what he needs to do. Navarrete still holding on to the lead. Looking back further in the grid, nice up 4 positions up into P12 now as well. Alvaro Simasvara has managed to get up into the top 10. They're now in 10th place after gaining 1 position. Babičkova, Teresa now up into P15 as Lovelace and Budler not had the greatest start to this one, has just lost out 3 positions on that last lap alone. Here was a replay further down the order as Jens Chur and Alex Truska also going for moves further down. And there you go, it just shows battles are happening all the way throughout the field, aren't they?
They certainly are. McLaughlin still trying to get underneath the inside apex of David Walter's car. He wants to get as far enough alongside, or at least close enough to him in the braking zone to really slingshot and overtake. But Finn McLaughlin is definitely making it a good race here in behind David Walter. Walter trying everything he can to just try and accelerate. He was faster in Sector 1 and Sector 2 by a couple of hundredths of a second, but he wasn't quicker in the third. Finn McLaughlin is back on terms with him. The Irishman doing a terrific job, Finn McLaughlin. It's great to see that that's all been resolved as well. He used to have to race under the UK flag for many years, but now he's finally been able to wear the flag of Ireland, which he's very proud of. Here comes the opportunity when he come from a long way back on David Walter. See, the thing is, it's a big risk.
It is such a big risk. You know, he's there in 2nd place. He's had a good weekend so far, kind of ish. You know, the wheel off. But yeah, he's had a race win, and this time around, he's looking for another one here. And I think if he's going to do it, he's going to wait to the last moment. I think he doesn't want to do it too early on in the race. You know, you risk yourself losing positions, having the rest of the field close up. If you can just work with Walter, push him along, I think you should be okay and be able to get away with it. I'm just looking out the commentary box window, and the battle at the back of the grid is very much heating up. Hedfors, Collier and Boracek, who are all battling away. I just saw it out the corner of my eye out the window as we maintain this watch on the race lead. McLaughlin just holding on to that position, but Walter's doing a fabulous job in the race lead so far. Nothing really you can say about him.
Certainly is. He's been keeping it nice and quiet despite how tricky it's been to get to that stage. He really has had to be very calm and very composed all the way through. Check out that shot as they fly through the compression complex. You really get the semblance of the elevation change, of the speed, of the raw physicality of these cars. It is such an incredible situation. But wow, a really tough situation for all of the drivers as Walter is just keeping it as tight and tidy as possible in front of Finn McLaughlin. McLaughlin gets his run on Walter, then Walter and Lammers are finally separated on points, but Walter will do everything he possibly can, the Danish driver, on the Koski chassis to keep it together. But how about this? The first 2 karts in the running are satellite outfits. David Walter in the Koski Motorsport, the Tony Kart chassis, and obviously Finn McLaughlin in the VDK with their interpretation on the Kart Republic chassis. And then you have Thomas Stolchamanis in the energy course. You've got to go all the way back to 5th position for the next manufacturer team up in the top 5.
Francisco said another fastest lap of the race, currently sitting in P12. It didn't have the best start. He is down 5 positions at the moment, so he was one of the more front runners, but it's been consistently setting fastest lap of the fastest lap.
Yeah, the Portuguese driver is a bit of a mid-race fastest lap specialist. He always seems to find some pace from somewhere that the others have hitherto not been able to explore. Unfortunately, by the time he gets himself into a rhythm to really utilize that, he often finds himself far too far back to make an impression, which is unfortunate. But Francisco Macedo, he does have this kind of tenacity to find raw one-lap pace in the middle of an encounter. So is there going to be Finn McLaughlin getting this big move? He's on lap 12 of 13, so 2 to go. If you're going to make a bid to go up into the lead, this is about the right time to do it. But can he get close enough? That's the thing. I don't think he's going to on this lap. He does get very close there to Walter, though. So he's just sizing him up. He's only going to have one more lap to have a crack at it. But he wants to make sure that he doesn't really lose ground at the latter stages of this race. So it's all going to come down to whether Finn McLaughlin can get one over on David Walter. The last lap begins as they go through. McLaughlin does have relatively strong pace behind Walter. He's not quite as loose as well. That's not going to hurt the tyres too much.
No, it won't. He's been okay here and has done what he needed to do. He's not gone defensive in any way. He's just been holding his racing line, and yeah, he's been having a pretty decent race. McLaughlin has done the same. He's not attacked, he's not defended, anything like that. So both of them, I think, will have got away with not scrubbing their tyres, like you say, too much.
It's a long weekend. You don't want to spend too long battling away just for the sake of battling. A first position, a second position is very valuable. So David Walter is going to come through for the win here. Finn McLaughlin deciding to be sensible and banking a second place finish. That's 44 points on the board for him to get himself back into contention. David Walter is going to take the checkered flag here in the Koski, through the left, through the right, down the home straight. A very good run indeed from the Koski driver, David Walter, in front of Finn McLaughlin, who I would love to hear from at the end of that particular race. Thomas Stolchemanis in third position. And then Kian Nakamura-Berta from Arthur Poulain, Miguel Costa, Gustav Wisniewski, and Alva Simasvara. And great tribute paid there by the marshals to all of the drivers. They've done that at the end of every single race. The marshals really are so passionate about this sport here in the Czech Republic. It's great that the European Championships have been able to come here for the first time. And there is a flavour of feel-good. At the end of every year, the FIA Karting Championships, at the gala, they give away a prize for the event of the year. I'm not kidding. This is starting to look like a serious candidate for that. David Walter in front of Finn McLaughlin and Thomas Stolchemanis. Nakamura-Berta fourth from Poulain, Costa, Wisniewski, Simasvara, Bianco and Kalnagi. A very interesting top 10 finish there. So David Walter managing to sustain his position, keeping it nice and tidy, not overworking himself or the kart, and getting exactly what he needed from this race. 50 points on the board for David Walter in front of Finn McLaughlin and Thomas Stolchemanis. Then Kian Nakamura-Berta in front of Arthur Poulain, Miguel Costa, Gustav Wisniewski and Alva Simasvara. Then Simone Bianco in front of Mattia Kolnagi, Francisco Macedo ahead of Vaclav Prochaska. Len Nyes ahead of Emili Koivisto. Teresa Babičková fighting her way forward to get to 15th in the end for the Forza Racing team. That's an improvement of 6 positions. Nasha Tunion in front of Emanuele Olivieri and Andrea Dube. And then Ivo Besterda ahead of the Australian Dante Vinci. Alan Truksha ending up in 21st position in front of Max Korhan. And then Liverway Sam Budler in front of Piotr Boracek, Leon Hedfjords and Jan Koller. Yet again, a race where every driver that came to the circuit is ending up finishing it. And despite all that bumping and boring on the opening lap, 24.5 seconds covering everybody. Very impressive pace and speed, and shows you just how competitive it is in the European Championships at this level. After 13 laps, the field has only spread out to the tune of 24.5 seconds around the course. You can see that the stands are starting to fill up now as the Saturday morning turns to the afternoon and the sunshine is well and truly out in force here at the Steel Ring. Through they come on the highlights. You can see just how perfect that start was from David Walter, and a very opportunistic one from Finn McLaughlin. We nearly had a couple of scares on that first lap, didn't we? A few drivers bouncing around. Alan Truksha finding out the hard way how physical this circuit can be. Big slide at the inside there from Gustav Wisniewski to get his move on the 173, the CRG of Mattia Kolnagi. But there were some big dives all over the field, weren't there? Some good overtaking battles and some good wheel-to-wheel action. Captured brilliantly by our broadcast team. But the checkered flag for David Walter in front of Finn McLaughlin. It may not have been laugh a minute, but certainly in terms of the significance of the battle for the race victory this weekend, a good one for David Walter. And full credit to the marshals who do such a fantastic job here around the course, and they are lightning on their feet. So down in the pits, or down in the holding area, I should say, after the race, Anthony Jordan is down there to meet with the first of our personalities this afternoon. Well, we're going to hopefully get ourselves into position, ready to hear from Finn McLaughlin in fantastic fashion, having had a brilliant run in second position to battle alongside David Walter. Hopefully, we're going to hear from the Irishman very soon indeed. The junior race is just being prepared. Let's see if we can try again with Finn McLaughlin down there with Anthony Jordan.
Thank you, Jake. Hopefully we're all working now. Yes, down in Parc Fermé, and well, what a race that was. I mean, tricky conditions that you had out there, dealing with, well, your driver in front. But I mean, what can you tell us about that race? It looked like a challenge.
Yeah, it was definitely a good race. When I was behind David, it's very hard to stay behind in such a small, tight track. The turbulence air is very hard, so I tried my best to get past him, but just couldn't get close enough to the corners where you could pass.
Yesterday it was an up and down day. You dropped a wheel in one of the races, but then took a race win in the second. Has that affected you, or are you still feeling confident for this one?
No, I felt confident. My first heat was just not in my hands. I feel confident this week, so hopefully it stays that way.
Hopefully so. Well, the sun is shining for you now. Hopefully it stays out for the rest of the weekend. Best of luck for the rest of it. Well done. Well, like we were saying, the sun is shining. All is looking well. Back to you, Jake.
Certainly is. Thanks, Anthony. And very good point there made from Finn McLaughlin. There's no reason to not be confident after the difficulties of the first heat yesterday when he lost the victory with a wheel falling off when taking the lead because it was out of his hands. It wasn't anything he did wrong. It wasn't anything the team did wrong. It was just one of those things. So qualifying heat A versus D continues in OK Junior. It's going to be Lewis Werrell and Tibor Ramakers, two big rivals in the OK Junior battle, who will now go wheel to the first corner. Christian Castoya and Tiziano Monza just behind, then Salim Hanna and Scott Marsh, Guy Albag and Noah Montero, Joel Bocchiola and Kian Fardin from Henry Domain and Lewis Francis, Augustus Toniolo and Kit Belowski from Noah Wolf and Boris Lazen, Louis Cochet and Ludovico Busso from Thomas Vanchik and Michael Lavacek, Jensen Burnett and Dominic Schimek from Oscar Chmel, Louis Castellini, Arjen Kraling and Enzo Ruggiero. Now, looks as though we've had a bit of a non-start or a slow start at the very least for Dominic Schimek. Not entirely sure what's happened to Dominic Schimek, but it looks as though he may have had some kind of issue on the start. He certainly hasn't come around this time by, and he's not out there on the course. So I'm not sure what's happened to Dominic Schimek, but he certainly isn't behind the wheel on this first formation lap, and I don't think he'll be out there for the second one either. One driver I want to pick up on a little bit that we haven't really mentioned so far too much this season, never mind this weekend, and that is Scott Marsh. The Sodi driver finds himself right up there in the sharp end and is looking very confident here. Scott Marsh up in the top 6, 272 for him, doing a fantastic situation, and we are actually being told why Dominic Schimek is not out on the circuit, and that's a very unfortunate one, but I'm afraid it's very much an incident of the driver's own making. Dominic Schimek has been excluded from the competition for adjusting his own front fairing. Now, that is obviously very much illegal activity. You're not allowed to reset the position of your own front fairing, and any driver that is caught doing so, we've had it big names try it in the past and obviously not get away with it. When you've got 30 cameras around the circuit, you're not going to get away with that one. So I'm afraid Dominic Schimek has been removed from the competition for adjusting the position of his own front fairing. And that's Noah Montero. Noah Montero with mechanical problems on the start. Oh, disastrous for Noah Montero. The race is going to get underway regardless. The lights have gone out, so we're racing. Lewis Werrell gets the jump ahead of Christian Castoya and Tibor Ramakers. So problems, I'm afraid, for the Portuguese driver Noah Montero, who goes nowhere, but the race gets underway without him. Castoya in second position, making the jump on Tibor Ramakers, and I don't think he's going to be the only one to challenge the Belgian, because I think his teammate is going to have a good go at it as well. Tiziano Monza in the parallel, trying to work his way forward. So a very dramatic start to proceedings. Poor Noah Montero is out of the race, but out in front, Werrell leads from Castoya, Ramakers and Monza.
Yeah, nice start then from Werrell, already opening up a gap. Trio behind as well, still working well together. No one really going for any full lunges as of yet. And the rest of the field still looking very, very strong. It's a good first lap then from the drivers who did start the race. Obviously, several dramas so far. But Werrell leads them from Tiziano Monza. Ramakers Castoya is actually in 4th place. So it's Monza who's there in 2nd, who's gained 2 positions. From Marsh, Fardin, Hanna, Albag, Francis and Belowski up into the top 10. 4 places gained for Kit.
Very good start from the young British driver. He seems to have clicked with it. It didn't quite go well in Valencia. Now there's the move from first Ramekers and then from Fardin. Very close indeed further back. Kian Fardin making up the bid to get past Scott Marsh. And it looked as though Hanna and Albag were going wheel to wheel as well. Salim Hanna, the Colombian, who is masterminded by Juan Pablo Montoya, who is here this weekend to support him. Doing a great job so far as they continue to duel away for position. Werrell in front of Ramekers, then Monza, Costoya, Fardin, Marsh, Hanna, Albag, Belovski and Francis, the Australian, doing a great job in his Car Republic chassis as they come onto the main straight once again. Ramekers having worked his way to second position. Look at the bumps as they come through. You can see the front fairing is wobbling. That doesn't look loose to me, but it just shows you how much energy travels through the cart as it comes off the final turn.
Yeah, we say it all the time. It's a very physical, demanding circuit these drivers have to go through. You know, it's such a challenge for them and a real shake-up in the season. So drivers really having to work hard all the way around these laps. And at the moment, while we continue to watch this one, Tiziano Monza and Christian Costoya still line astern and not able to catch up to Ramekers. But is Ramekers able to catch up to Werrell? Looking at the sector times, Werrell was actually purple in sector 1, so much quicker than Ramekers. Sector 2, fractionally faster was Ramekers. So again, kind of a stalemate as Kit Belovski picks up a warning flag.
He does indeed. 9th position for him at the moment, having made up 5 places. Let's have a look at the move from Ramekers, diving through on the inside of Tiziano Monza, I think it is. Getting through. Oh no, that's the retaliation on Costoya, isn't it? So, Monza was trying to get through, and he missed out on it. So Ramekers went for the bid on Costoya and got through into second position. But again, it seems a bit stalemate-ish now because Timo Ramekers, having got through to second, he's got 1.2 seconds to make up on Lewis Werrell, and that's a big deficit. He can't quite make up to him at the moment. But Monza has got through on Costoya as well. So Tiziano Monza in the Shamek Europe satellite parallel outfit has actually got past Christian Costoya for the Works team.
Yes, indeed. So changes there. Looks further back in the field as the race goes up. Arjen Kraling moving up 5 positions so far in this one. He's up into P20, so good to start there. Rest of the field as well. Boris Lysin also 4 positions gained for the Koski Motorsport team, up into P12. Lewis Francis did not have a good lap that last one, lost 3 positions.
He certainly did. He's a lovable chap, is Lewis Francis. He and Alexander Bondarev have become firm friends since they became teammates at Kart Republic at the beginning of the year. Lewis Werrell still stretching out the advantage up front. No major concerns there as we look at Kian Fardin, who is currently running in 5th position in front of Scott Marsh in the Sodi kart. I wanted to pick up on that before we had that drama before the start, and that's a driver that we haven't mentioned much over the course of the season, Scott Marsh of the Sodi kart team. He really has put on a good show and a good display so far this season, considering that he is very new to the FIA karting. Well, that's a very late manoeuvre from Guy Albag, but he makes it stick beautifully on the inside of Salim Hanna. And who's joining him? That's Kit Belovski.
Yeah, Kit Belovski, like I say, he's taking full advantage of the situation here. Something's gone like light bulb off in the head here for Belovski, and he's really starting to come out of his shell here at the Steel Ring circuit. And like you say, Guy Albag there, solid little overtake as well. That, like you say, came from such a long way back.
Certainly did. But picking up on Kit Belovski, you know, having worked his way and worked his craft in Miami, he was invincible in the mini leagues of cadet racing, both in the UK and in Europe. He was absolutely dominant. Coming into OK Junior, it's such a different car. Everything is different about it. There is no similarity, really, other than the shape of the machine. Everything else couldn't be more different. So he's had to really spend the first 4 months of his 2023 season learning all over again. And now it's finally starting to click here at the Steel Ring. And if it just keeps going from this, by the end of the season, you could see Kit Belovski challenging for win after win after win.
Very much so. That would be a sight to behold, wouldn't it? So, half race distance complete, and we're watching there. I think that's Marsh in the background.
It is.
Yeah. No, and actually, no, that's Henry Domain, sorry, in the background behind Kit Belovski. So, Henry Domain also another one of the Sodi kart drivers out there. He's got Joel Pocola just behind as well. They are 10th and 11th out on circuit. And you can see how quickly he's closing in on Salim Hanna as they try to battle their way through the field. And so far, no positions gained or lost. And there's the move there from Domain. Gets it done. I didn't think he was close enough for it. He thought he was, and gets it done. Gets past Salim Hanna and will gain that extra little position. He'll be happy with that little move. as he goes on the charge for the rest of the field.
This is the DNA of all of the hard work that's been done by Nathan Tye for the Sony Kart team over the last couple of years, isn't it? Because now you've got such a great team of drivers starting to work their way forward. You've got Marsh, you've got Domain, you've got Bocula, you've got Filippo Sala. They're really starting to bring this Sony Kart formation forward in junior. It's not just a flash at the pan. It's not just Nathan Tye riding the coattails. He's actually really starting to embed that DNA throughout the whole operation now, and that's where they're going to get that longevity. That's why he's such a valuable commodity to the Sony Kart operation as a whole, because now he's actually assisting the juniors to keep that same sort of mentality. Here's Lewis Werrell up at the front end of the field. He has the Midas touch in 2023, doesn't he? Everything he touches turns to gold. Look at that move again from Albag. That came from nowhere.
Yeah, it was a nice little move there, and Kit Bolowski also getting the move done as well. So Slimhana not caught sleeping, I'd say, but literally left that little bit of a gap, and I was amazed that Albag managed to squeeze that kart through.
A lot of the mechanics and other drivers watching along. David Cosma knows that his next race is going to be a few minutes down the line, so he obviously wants to get a front row seat for how it unfolds. But Lewis Werrell 2 seconds clear of Thibaut Ramicus. Remember back in Valencia when Ramicus was driving away from the rest of the field and everyone was so demoralized? How on earth are we going to catch up to him? Where is he getting this pace from? They're now having to say exactly the same thing about Lewis Werrell. How has he got this much pace? It's amazing, isn't it, the swings and roundabouts from one race weekend to another.
It really is, and again, it just shows that you can take data from other championships, you know, bring it across, it all works out, it's the same karts, really nothing really changes, it's just a different name. So, you know, really showing what the team has got to offer, and I think that's why a lot of drivers are looking at the Forza team, you know, they're starting to really show what they've got themselves made of.
Well, they have such a reputation, the Forza Racing team, at this level, so it was always pretty bound to come back to them over the time. As we go into the last lap, Lewis Werrell just doing a fabulous job up front. There's a replay. What are we seeing a replay of here?
I think it was a big moment there.
Look at that from Bolowski. That was frightening.
Yeah.
Goodness me. He held on to it incredibly well, I have to say. And that was purely on instinct there. The kart could easily have thrown him into the barriers without even having a second thought of it. So very tricky, and certainly a bit of a moment. But they're managing to get away with that one without too much disaster. But certainly an exciting battle as Lewis Werrell continues his dominant run this week. It's been absolutely amazing from qualifying through to Heat 1, Heat 2, and now Heat 3. It's 150 out of 150. Lewis Werrell dominant in his run with 3 wins out of 3 so far. An excellent performance from the British driver for the Forza Racing camp. Thibaut Ramicus 2 seconds adrift and not really able to do much with it as he continues on his charge forward. Tiziano Monza in 3rd position in front of Christian Costoya, and then Kian Fardin ahead of Scott Marsh, Guy Albag, Kit Bolowski, Henry Domain and Salim Hannah. But certainly for the Englishman Lewis Werrell, this has just been an exemplary performance so far. Every time, get into the first corner first, drive away in the first couple of laps, consolidate, tyre manage, look after the engine. And what a fantastic result this weekend is turning into for Lewis Werrell, the British driver matching Alexander Bondarev heat for heat. The British driver and the Ukrainian absolutely inseparable at the moment in OK Junior. 3 wins out of 3 each. When they first meet later this afternoon, that's going to be a very compelling race, I have to say. So Lewis Werrell for the Forza Racing team, keeping the fire burning bright for the British contingent here at the Steel Ring in the Czech Republic. Lewis Werrell makes it 3 wins out of 3 for Thibaut Ramicus in 2nd, Tiziano Monza in 3rd, Christian Costoya in 4th, then Kian Fardin, Scott Marsh, Guy Albag, Kit Bolowski, Henry Domain and Salim Hannah in the top 10. Noah Wolf in front of Joel Bocula, Boris Leisen in front of Augustus Toniolo, Lewis Francis making ever more progress. And then it is Ludovico Busso in front of Louis Cochet, and then Arjen Kreiling in 18th position in front of Michael Lavacek, Jensen Burnett in 20th position in front of Oscar Schmel, and then Enzo Ruggiero in front of Louis Castellini and Thomas Vanchik. There was one non-starter, Noah Montero, the Portuguese driver, unfortunately not getting a chance to show what he could do. And there is one disqualification from the competition that was meant to start this race, and that is Dominik Šimek, having had his problems with his readjustment of the front fairing. Poor Noah Montero, you can see him on your screen there, for the Kart Republic factory team. This isn't exactly what he had in mind at all. And a real disaster as far as the Portuguese driver is concerned. He had a chance here this weekend to take full advantage of the situations around him. He was looking a little bit quicker. Here's the replay of what happened to him. He's just pulled straight off. He knows he's got a mechanical issue. And very disappointing indeed for Noah Montero. And the pure dejection, the frustration, bubbles over. So Thibaut Ramaker's trying his best to get one over on Lewis Werrell as we watch the highlights back of the race. But Christian Castoya actually got a better start than him. And it took a bit of time for Thibaut Ramaker to get back on terms with him. Then came the move, the big dive up the inside. He managed to get into second position, and it wasn't then too long before Tiziano Monza decided to go for the same move on Christian Castoya. Some great battles through the field there. Scott Marsh and Henry Domain, the British drivers on the Sodi karts, able to make some good impressions. Lovely move that from Guy Albag on Salim Hanna, and that opened the door for Kit Bolowski to repeat the feat. So great racing there, all the way through at the top end of the course. And really nice to see drivers really going for it. Watch again, you know, another beautiful Sodi move there. And that's just behind Kit Bolowski. That was Henry Domain getting his charge. Bolowski actually surviving a big run through the compression complex. But Lewis Werrell, exemplary. 3 wins from 3, and it just keeps getting better for him as the day continues to progress. So there is still more to do and still more excitement to come. But obviously, Lewis Werrell is making this day very much his own. I wonder who we're going to hear from down in pit lane. We're about to find out because Anthony Jordan is there.
Thank you very much, Jake. Yes, down here in Parc Fermé, we've got our driver who finished in 3rd place, Tiziano Monza. Tiziano, a solid race for you, solid performance, and talk us through what's going through your mind, because, you know, you're seeing drivers coming away maximum points, but again, a solid performance, a P3 result, though.
Yeah, I have to just keep on doing consistent finishes, top 5 every race, then we're going to be good. Yeah.
How's the team feeling going into this weekend? A lot of data going through, a lot of talk with the teammates as well?
Yeah, we're having a positive weekend now, and it's going well, so we see how it goes.
Yeah. How do you think of the track? It's a technical circuit, very demanding. How have you found it?
Yeah, it's a technical circuit with a lot of, like, braking and turning, but, you know, I like it, to be honest.
Yeah. You're a fan of it?
It's a fun track, yeah.
Fun track. Definitely different to some of the other circuits that we would visit in the championship. Rest of the weekend, how are we feeling? What's the plan?
Well, we're really positive. So we just keep on hoping for consistent finishes, and then we see how it goes in the final.
See how it goes. Well done. Congratulations on P3, though. Tiziano Monza.
See you. Bye.
Excellent. Thank you very much there. More races to go. Jake, back over to you.
Thanks, Anthony. Yep, a very impressive race to come from the qualifying heat drivers for Groups A versus D. It's going to see Gabriel Gomez get back on the front row of the starting grid once again. The very popular Brazilian who races under an Italian license as his beloved CRG factory outfit is, of course, Italian as well. A real team spirit and a real team game here at CRG to continue to bring the chassis further and further forward up the field. And there's a real passion, there's a real sense of excitement in the CRG outfit to continue battling away. It's really exciting to see how things continue to progress at this point of proceedings. And just how far can Gomez continue to push this? Because he has a great Friday, he has a pretty solid Saturday, but it's Sunday. That's the key factor. That's when things really start to fall away. And he managed to get a great podium the last time they came to the steel ring, but there was that sense of, we could have won this. We could have and probably should have won this. So I wonder what they can really fix and adjust to finally get the job done in earnest on Sunday tomorrow. It really has a good opportunity for CRG to come through for the victory. This is the problem. There are so many great characters in the sport. You want them all to win. You want them all to stand on the top step of the podium, and you're always really excited and really enthusiastic when a particular driver comes through to take the victory, because you know they've earned it. When you win at this level, it's very, very hard to begrudge them the effort and the determination of getting those moves done. It really is incredibly exciting when the drivers are battling that closely for that sort of semblance of the battle. So we should see some really exciting chops forward for the battles up front. Gabriel Gomez sensing an opportunity here to move his way further forward, starting this race as he is alongside Mark Dubnitsky, who has been kind of on low on the radar himself over the course of this weekend, but getting on with it. There is Pasquale Lupoli, our race director, keeping himself very much in the prime position there on the starting gantry, and looking forward to seeing what occurs for the remainder of today. We now come to the afternoon sessions very soon indeed. It's not going to be too long before our lunch break is called. And of course, that's going to take us into a very exciting afternoon. We still have 3 races to go, including this one, before we hit our late lunch. Because obviously we have a very long schedule here with the 3 different categories, the junior, the senior, and the academy. I have to say, though, putting the academy on this race weekend, we'll talk about it in a bit more detail later, but I do approve of it, even though it makes the schedule quite long. I think the positives definitely outweigh the negatives on that one, and we'll talk about that at great length, I'm sure, once the academy drivers come out again this afternoon, and the reasons why I obviously feel that way. It's a quiet Saturday on the grandstands, but obviously, once we get to finals day tomorrow, there's not going to be a seat in the house free.
Indeed. Luckily, these 2 seats in the commentary box will be free.
Yeah, we're not giving those up. Sorry.
No.
Even though we're not using them, actually.
No,
we're stood up
We're both standing up at the moment.
You get to that point of the day where it gets more exciting and you go, right, I don't need a seat anymore.
No. There we go. This one, though, I'm looking forward to this one. Gabriel Gomez again starting it on the front row, but Dubnitsky alongside. I'm curious to see what's going to happen here because, you know, Gomez got the jump earlier on in the day. But Dubnitsky alongside now, I'm thinking question marks over it. What's going to happen?
Well, they're teammates, so obviously Dubnitsky's going to have his own agenda going into the first corner. Gomez has got his own. The potential for rubbing each other the wrong way is quite high. And you've got to remember as well that Mark Dubnitsky, he's going to get a chance to start from pole position later on this afternoon as well. So he wants to get himself in the best possible situation to do that, but he doesn't want to ruffle any feathers at CRG either. He's very grateful for the chance to be racing with his team, and he's clicked with them quite well. So do you just hang back, or do you go aggressive? Interesting. Gabriel Gomez and Mark Dubnitsky. Lucas Samalisto and Jakob Kamenik from Jimmy Helias and Matthias Mogato. Adrian Feller and Gazi Motlakar from Shima Zhang and Enzo Tarvanichkul. Kasper Hendriksen and Xavier Euramides from Marcus Seita and Olin Gali. Olivier Kobiela and Leo Nilsson from Matti Rittonen and Lucas Flusha. Wojciech Waruszka and Ryan Vincent from Petro Babachkova and Louis Leveau. Matthias Milata and Matt De Prus from Ludwig Franzen, Mark Kastelich, and at the back of the grid it is Matilda Patz of Germany. But Mark Dubnitsky, the Estonian driver, a great talent, lots of motivation. He could do with a win, and he certainly wants to go for it. If he gets a chance on Gabriel Gomez, well, you might just catch the Brazilian driver sleeping.
You're right, indeed. I've got to say, I'm a big fan of some of those Marshall's hats out there. I'm kind of jealous. I want one myself. I wonder how much they are, or see if I can sneak one out the Marshall's cloakroom downstairs.
What is the check for? Yes, please.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've eyed them up. I mean, you'll find over the course of the year, Anthony, that you do collect a very nice assortment of various garments from various different places. When we go to Kristianstad for the FIA karting, you usually get a nice novelty T-shirt that comes with you. And even a baseball cap if you're lucky. You get the same when you go to a couple of the Italian circuits as well. They never cease to come away with great artifacts and various different things. Pride of possession in my office back home is a nice shirt from the World Championship in 2021, which was signed by every single driver in the KZ category in the final, as well as Felipe Massa, our former president. That's pride of place in the office. You do collect a nice little assortment of paraphernalia from your karting journey, and obviously with this being year 1 for you, you've got quite a nice collection to build, I'm sure.
We'll see what I can gather across the years, but
it won't take long.
No, I'm sure it won't. Here we go, though, into the final corner. Looking like a good start here.
Gomez and Dubnitsky on the front row of the grid, the 2 CRGs. You've got to have a plan. You've got to have a tactic coming into this one. Otherwise, it could get messy. And Dubnitsky is level with Gomez, but can he slot into second position? No, he can't. He's desperately tried to, but he's going to lose ground to Samalisto. And as a result, there is a little bit of a chain reaction and a conflagration that goes all the way down to the back of the grid. A couple of drivers going off the road. He manages to keep it going, whichever kart republic that was, dropping off the road. It was Adrian Ferrer who had a problem of his own there. I'm not sure Adrian Ferrer's made it round, you know. So he's managed to get going at the back of the field, Adrian Ferrer. He drifted off the road and has now recovered, as that is the world champion, Matthias Mogato, knitting his way through up the inside of Jakob Kamenik.
Yep, nice little move there. Timed it well. Early stages of this race. Get used to it, folks. The top 3, though, look at the breakaway that they've got. Gomez, Dubnitsky and Samalisto. you know, they're not close to each other, but they've really stretched out a lead at the front there. This is quite good.
That's what happened when Dubnitsky just rubbed the curb and he just ended up dropping a little way back from the rest of the field. And that was a concertina effect that just sent a ripple all the way through the entirety of this field. And it was felt right the way down to the back of the field when Anthony and Fella drifted off the road and recovered in 23rd place. So Gomez, Samalisto, Dubnitsky, Morgato, Kamenik, Modlikar, way up in 6th position for him. Good start from the Mozambican, but he's just lost out to Enzo Tarmanichkul, who's made the bid on the inside line, and the Red Bull Young Gun has now made his way to P6.
Yeah, he's looking a little bit quicker here, is Tarmanichkul. That kart working well this time around as the sun shines continues. Out of the top section they go, and again, just keeping an eye on any other further battles who moved up as well. Adrian Ferrer, not the best starts, as well as Marty Rittinen as well, I think was a diamond driver who also went off the circuit at the start of that race, both of them dropping down several positions at the start of this one. Biggest mover so far, probably Matas Milta, who's gone up several positions, but he's actually, as I say that, he just drops down. Commentator's curse is a real thing, folks. I'll knock on wood for the rest of the race. But, you know, this one, teammates looking well there, and a big look over the shot. It looks like he's looking in the other direction there for our driver there in the CRG. Not sure what Jimmy Helios was looking at.
Now, that's an interesting one because I've seen that from a few drivers in the past before, and it's to do with the transfer and the shift of body weight. The way that you sort of approach a corner, you kind of have a sort of a slight opposite stance to the way you're turning in, and I've known a few drivers do this in the past. Kaz Havercourt used to be a staunch defender of this. You kind of position yourself and looking through in a different direction just to hold the kart in position. Other drivers, you find they do that just because of the sheer G-force of going through particular corners. It throws your head in a certain direction and you just kind of have to hang on to it. But yeah, Jimmy Helias, it was quite visible, wasn't it? The kind of steering left and looking right.
Yeah, it looked like he was more looking at the cafe more than anything that was going through the corner. Gomez now with the fastest lap of the race, 52.970, is increasing that lead. It's up to 0.6 of a second, now up to 0.7 as they break the next timing beam. Visibly out of the commentary box window as well, it is looking very large indeed as they go through. There is Tarvanichkul just in front of Jakub Kamenik, and Morgato's the next one on the pecking order. Bit of a gap, though, between the two of them. Do you reckon he's got the pace?
He definitely seems to have the semblance of it. Let's have a replay of Tarvanichkul getting the move there on Gazi Motlikar and then sliding in on Kamenik. That was a really bold lunge. Twice in as many laps, essentially, there for the young man from Thailand, who is the reigning junior world champion, having stepped up to senior this year with Red Bull backing and in the Prema Racing awning. So he's definitely got some good racing to come over the course of this year. As we watch again, the drivers battling away for position. Tarvanichkul trying to close up on last year's world champion Matis Morgato. It's the first time they've really met each other on the same bit of racetrack, but they were the two kings of Sarno last year. So through down the drop at the compression complex, we're watching Shimo Zhang trying to get his move there on the CRG. Lovely job there from Shimo Zhang.
Looking very quick this weekend, is Shimo. He's had some good moves, good pace, and yeah, be very curious to see what he can do in the latter half of this weekend. But there on your screen, nice little show he's bringing us.
Yeah, he got the move there on Olin Gallia, who is a driver who is rather unfortunate in this sport in that he's quite limited on his testing and race opportunities. He can only really commit to the FIA karting events, which always sort of hampers him when he can't always do some of the preparation races or whatever. And it always kind of impedes him a little bit, but he's always somehow able to bring that kart into the top 10. His experience really counts for a lot. And the fellow Brazilian, alongside Gabriel Gomez, Olin Galli, not really able to defend quite to the extent he would have liked to on that occasion. As unfortunately, there's not a lot he can do except let Shimo Zhang go into 10th position. But it's Gomez, Samalisto, Dubnitsky, Morgato and Tarvanichkul. Tarvanichkul now the fastest driver in Sector 1. Gomez still the fastest driver in Sector 2. And as he comes through the end of Sector 3, Kasper Henriksen is now under investigation. We reached the halfway point in this qualifying heat. And Gomez still has just over a second on Samalisto.
Yes, he does. So here we go then. We're about half race distance here. There's your race leader, Gabriel Gomez, on screen. Gap now over a second. Say that, he lost a 10th to Samalisto there. So Samalisto may be showing what he's got. keeping an eye on the Tarvanechko-Morgato battle, and Tarvanechko has closed in. That gap is less than a few tenths of a second. So Tarvanechko, for the Premier Racing team, has latched onto the back and actually went purple in Sector 1. So Tarvanechko certainly showing he's got some waft out there and is closed in on the Billard Racing driver. So as they make their way out of the final corner, once again, the gap's ever changing. There are Tarvanechko and Morgato. And Tarvanechko that time around, very nice little lap time, was quicker than Morgato. And he's gained 5 places so far. He started this one P10. He's taken out half of the competition in front of him. So certainly looking like he's making some moves here.
So Gomez still stretching out that gap over Samalisto. Let's look again. This is the move from Leon Nilsson with Lucas Flusha diving in on the inside to get the overtake. So the Spanish driver takes on the Swede nicely there for the Kart Republic chassis, obviously in the DBK colours. And there's Shimo Zhang having another go. He's now trying to chase after the Norwegian Markus Sæther. Norway having quite a decent weekend so far, what with Marius Barryberg doing as well as he's doing in the Academy Trophy, and Markus Sæther very much in the top 10 in the senior category. But who's this joining the fray? That is the very talented youngster on the back of the pair of them, and that is Kasper Henriksen, I think, trying to make his bid to come forward. So Kasper Henriksen looking for... No, sorry, that's Olivier Kobiela, isn't it? That's Kasper Henriksen, then Avramidis, and then it is Olivier Kobiela. So an interesting little challenge between these 3 drivers. Henriksen, Avramidis, Kobiela, and then you've got Flusha in front of Mark Kastelich, who's definitely not had the weekend he would have liked. Tarvanechko there trying to get away from Kamenik and Motlakar. Elias, Sæther, Zhang and Gali. Still some good battles in the offing as Gomez 1.2 ahead of Samalisto.
Here we go then, on to lap 8 of 13 so far. Time running out. Any overtakes on that last lap? We did. Kastelik managed to get past Leon Nilsson, moving up into P16. 10 positions gained so far. The top 10 have had a change. Shimo Zhang's moved up into P9 at the expense of Markus Sæther, who's dropped down. Adrian Ferrier got past Ryan Vincent that lap as well. Only a couple of overtakes. Wojciech Czarowska also moving up into 23rd. Then was Matej Perus also making moves. So changes still happening throughout the course of the field, as Olivier Kobiela just getting past Avramidis further down the order. That battle still raging on. But eyes on this group, and again, Shimo Zhang making more positions here, getting past, and also Elias also making the moves there. So changes happening here, and I've got to say, Shimo Zhang, that kart's looking absolutely rapid out there. So far, he's up into P8 now. Markus Sæther under pressure there. So you can see Sæther dropping down the field, and Martti Rittinen also under investigation now. So Rittinen's going to have to be careful in the latter stages of the race. And again, a big look over the shoulder there. That G-force is really kicking in down the hill for Elias. So hopefully he's all right in there. Ollie Gali just coming in behind his teammate. And again, that could get very interesting very quickly. Nice shot there as they come down compression and really showing what the drivers can do. This was the overtake then from Sæther on Jimmy Elias, and gets it done. Nice little move there down the inside. Well timed, well calculated, just to squeeze it through the inside. And again, we've said it many times, it's a challenge to overtake around this circuit. A lot of the people saying that it is the Monaco of karting. And right now, these drivers working well out on circuit. Samalisto again is taking chunks out of Gabriel Gomez. Gomez, who still leads the way by just under a second now. The gap was 1.2 earlier on. It's come down 3/10 now as the race goes on, but I still think it's a case of it's ping-ponging a little bit. It goes up and it goes back down again, and back and forth. Kronitsky's still there as well in third. The CRG team is not able to latch on to Samalisto either, so he's struggled as well, but he is holding on to third place. Morgato and Tarvanechko, however, they are still relatively close out there. As through goes Gazi Motlaka, the Czech Republic team. He is up one position in P7. He's having a fairly quiet race as we go on to the final lap of this one. And, well, Gomez, great start once again. Drove away with it, has done exactly what he has needed to do throughout the entirety of this race. And you've got to say, he's really showing a strong performance this weekend, isn't he?
Yeah, he's definitely making the CRG package look incredibly bulletproof at the moment, just keeping it nice and tidy, definitely giving us what he needs to produce at the right times. So Gomez coming through in fine style in front of Lucas Samalisto. This is a great weekend for Samalisto in second place. Across the line comes Gomez. No worries at all, 3 out of 3. Samalisto in a fabulous P2. Dubnitsky very strong in third. Morgato and Tarvanichkul in the top 5 as well. 5 great personalities putting on a great show so far. And definitely looking very comfortable at this moment in time. Jakub Kamenik in P6 from Gazi Motlaka, Zhang, Saita and Helias in the top 10. Lots of good confidence and lots of good battles out there to really showcase what these guys can do. Looking very strong and looking very confident as the battles continue out there on the course. So it's definitely looking very strong indeed from all of the contenders out there. But still the battles rage across the circuit, but nobody can really go for Gabriel Gomez in his current form. Somebody's got to try and find something to get under the skin of the CRG. But at the moment, they are just invincible. It's a very nice position to be in for Gabriel Gomez. He really wants to take his first win in the FIA karting paddock. He's at his podiums now, but he really, really needs to prove to everybody, particularly to himself, I think more than anything else, he can do this. He has got what it takes. He's not far away from it, is he? Gabriel Gomez taking the win from Lucas Samalisto and Mark Dubnitsky. Matthias Morgato and Enzo Tarvanichkul ahead of Jakub Kamenik. And then Gazi Motlaka, Shimo Zhang, Marcus Saita and Jimmy Helias in the top 10. Olin Gali in front of Kasper Henriksen, then Olivier Kobiela and Xavier Avramides. Mark Kastelich in 15th position in front of Lucas Flusha and Leo Nilsson. Adrian Ferrer, one of the 2 Spanish drivers, trying desperately to make an impression in that one. Ryan Vincent of the United States and Petra Babichkova. Matilda Pats in front of Matthias Milata. Wojciech Vorushka in front of Ludwig Franzen. And then Marty Rittinen, Louis Leveau and Mate Plus. And every single driver who started the race was able to come through for the checkered flag. All 27 entrants able to finish off in fine style. A nice, easy clean-up job for the marshals, because there is no clean-up needed. Now watch this again at the start on the replay. Dubnitsky desperately trying to hold it. And look, as a result of that run wide, look at the way the chain reaction filters down the field. It literally goes from the front to the back. You can see Ferrer dropping back there in the DPK, just to the right of your screen. A couple of other drivers dropping right the way down the order as a result. That conflagration, that chain reaction from Dubnitsky jumping off the curb, literally filtered all the way down the field, and everybody felt it. Matthias Morgato slipping through on the inside of Jakub Kamenik and getting himself up into what would eventually be 4th place. Enzo Tarvanichkul on the charge. First he made the move on Gazi Motlaka, the young man from Mozambique, and then he did the same thing on Jakub Kamenik, as you can see here, to put himself into the top 5. It was a nice, comfortable race really all round. Only a couple of drivers really trying particularly cheeky moves. Leo Nilsson got himself into a move or 2 there. Shimo Zhang putting on a good showing with Olin Gali. But out in front, nobody could really take on Gabriel Gomez. Lucas Flusha got a good run on Nilsson, and that puts him up another position. But Gabriel Gomez in the CRG, just so strong and so patient. Every single time he gets a chance, he's going to take full advantage of it. Very nicely handled. This move was a little bit of an interesting one, wasn't it? Last of the late breakers for Olivier Kobiela, getting the move there on Xavier Avramides. And Avramides clearly deciding he wasn't happy with it, wanting to come back at him and take revenge. But a fabulous bit of driving from Gabriel Gomez up front. No worries at all to come home in front of Samalisto and Dubnitsky, and certainly setting things up nicely for the CRG driver to continue this fabulous run forward as he tries his best to continue the CRG renaissance. So, down in pit lane, Anthony Jordan is there ready to get some thoughts and feedback from the previous race.
Thank you, Jake. Yes, down in Parc Ferme, and I've got our driver who finished in 5th place, Enzo Tarvanichkul. Enzo, you started the race P10, you gained 5 positions. It was a solid race. How was it from your perspective?
Yeah, it was mostly in the first laps. We we gained a lot of positions from lap 1 to lap 5, and then from then on was just managing a bit of the tyres. In front of me was Matthias. I think he had a fair few problems with the engine, I think, and then just couldn't quite catch him at the end, but overall, solid race.
Talk us about qualifying, obviously, a bit of a challenge for you. You've had a tough run this weekend. Is it the circuit itself? Is it one you've struggled with, or has it been just a learning curve, really, still?
No, I mean, the track, we have our moments of being quite fast. It's just fun, really, a good setup for myself. I mean, we see people like Alex and Kian going quite fast, and I can normally quite match them pretty much, but just struggling a bit with the speed this weekend and just having to be a bit aggressive on the to gain as many positions as possible.
What is the team planning then to go forward for the rest of this weekend? Obviously, you're making good progress with gaining those positions, but you're going to need to try and gain a few more, but we're still feeling confident, though, that the team can manage it.
Yeah, for sure. We all feel quite confident. We know the speed's there to do top 5 every heat, and we just have to do good starts, really, and then see how it all goes in the pre-final, and then from then on we look towards the final and we see where we start, and then we try to do the best result possible, like we always try.
Well, mega race still, 5 positions gained, finishing in P5. Well done, Enzo.
Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Well, good stuff there as the sun continues to shine, the temperature's going up, and Jake, we're back up to the commentary box. Over to you.
We certainly are. It's Dries van Langendonk and Tobias Czesenyi that get to share the front row of the grid for qualifying Heat B versus E this time, as we still look to see if anybody can get close to the performance of Lewis Werrell and Alexander Bondarev, who have got 3 heat wins out of 3 heat each, and who is going to move into 3rd position behind them. Well, Dries van Langendonk certainly looking to move into the lead of the standings. He has 141 out of a possible 150 points. So we're definitely looking very strong indeed from Dries van Langendonk so far. Just 9 points back from Werrell and Bondarev. This is his chance to move up into the provisional lead of the intermediate classifications. So Dries van Langendonk alongside Tobias Czesenyi on the front row of the grid, then Maria Giamananito and Scott Lindblom. Then it is Ethan Lennon and David Kozma from Nicolas Schaufler and Gabriel Koenigan. Mies Huben and Oliver Kinmark from Jindre Peschel and Alex Chartier. Jared Clark and Tame Saleh, Luna Flusha and Davide Bottaro, Murilo Rocca and Jason Bralic. Victor Smith, Tobias Pascoe, Kilian Josselin, Morgan Knudsen, Dominic Javodny, Adam Sidor, David Gorchicha and Sebastian Kalpeng. But we do have a problem. It looks as though David Kozma, the Romanian, is not going any further. He doesn't seem to be out there on the course. So David Kozma, the number 218, doesn't appear to be out there, or certainly doesn't appear to be transponding. So that is a major technical problem. Don't tell me he's had mechanical problems coming to the grid as well, because David Kozma, the Romanian driver, who should be starting this race from P6, is also missing from the fray. Now, we've already had news of one driver being excluded from the competition for correcting their own front fairing, and that is Dominic Simek. But David Kozma is missing, and he should be starting from P6 on the starting grid. Not entirely sure what has happened to the Romanian. I don't think he had an incident big enough to really warrant any major concerns. Maybe they just didn't make the gate in time for this race, and that would be a very embarrassing and very devastating way to not be able to make it for qualifying Heat B versus E. It would certainly be a bit of a slap in the face as well for David Kozma's hard work in the qualifying sessions. Well, the drivers now are getting themselves ready for their 4th qualifying heat of the weekend in the groups for B versus E. And then once we get to the afternoon session, there's going to be a run for the drivers in groups D versus F, I do believe. And then we'll have a run for the drivers in A versus C, and then we will have 3 races to go, 3 races each for the class. We do not get the start. It's a false start on this occasion. I wonder if this is to do with the absence of David Kozma.
Well, we were watching there, Scott Lindblom, and it just wasn't alongside. They weren't level going into the start-finish line. So, yeah, I think it was just everyone just out of shape. And I think you could be right there with David Kozma just missing. Drivers just struggling to get their carts in the right position, because they have to leave the gap, don't they?
They do, absolutely right. Yeah, you need to make sure that there is that little window of air left open by the kart that should be starting from P6. Sebastian Kalpeng obviously having to start the race from the back of the grid. He's really the only other major name properly out of position after qualifying, because he didn't really get a decent run in time qualifying. Although Tame Saleh didn't exactly have a good qualifying session either, so he's been having to try and charge his way back through the field. The Sauber Academy youngster trying to get himself back into position. There is Tame Saleh. And he's been doing a good job of it, but obviously the more you do it, the harder it gets. So not an easy situation, I should say, for Team Soleil. He's obviously having to try and work his way back through in as many opportunities as he can. Dries van Langendonk and Tobias Czesenyi. Oh, here we go. Good start from the front. Czesenyi trying desperately to not lose too many places. This time he's only lost one. Marianito has worked her way into second position this time. Luna Flusha trying not to lose too much ground in the middle of the field there as well, I notice. And as the field filters its way through the chicane for the first couple of times of the course, a little bit of a slide around, and there's 2-3 carts have gone. Well, that was quite easy to see how the drivers were going to run away. It's Bralic, Josserin, Knudsen and Javodny that are involved. Knudsen is the only one that's managed to get away. The other three are still there at the scene. So Bralic, Josserin and Dominic Javodny all out of the race by the look of it, unless one or two of them can get restarted again. And it looks as though Morgan Knudsen, who is part of the Forza Racing team as one of the wildcards this weekend, essentially only just able to get out of the situation. But with 3 carts out there, the marshals are having to go to work very quickly. And yet again, their speed has avoided yet another problem in terms of trying to get us under yellow flags. We're not going yellow flags yet again, as one cart has recovered, and that is the 478 of Dominic Javodny. The other 2 have been swept away from the marshals quite quickly. So it's Van Langendonk who leads from Nito, Czesenyi, Lennon, Lindblom, Koenikan, Schaufler, Peschel, Clark and Huben.
Yeah, if you're going to spin and install the engine, there's going to be the best place to do it, because restarting it's actually quite easy. You've got the downhill momentum to help you out there, and that's what we saw. The one driver getting recovered back into the race. Top 2 with the breakaway then. 3rd, 4th and 5th, very, very close on circuit. And Ethan Lennon is all over the rear bumper there as they go through, and I think he's actually got in front now, so Sélectionner. No, he's still there, it is Sélectionner. So this time, much better start then. Obviously, he dropped down earlier on to about P6, and then from there, it tumbled all the way down, wasn't he? And so this time around, holding on to P3 is going to be the biggest story here of whether or not he can hold that position, and have they done something different to the kart now?
It's certainly a much stronger start from Czesenyi. He doesn't really want to push himself too hard at this phase, because obviously now we're getting into the 4th heat for the junior competition. Everybody has done 3 heats now in junior and OK. So this is where you really start to run things ragged. And there is a very dejected and very unhappy Kilian Josserin, who knows that his race has already come to a bitter end. Only 4 corners into the race. It's nothing quite as demoralising as seeing the dejection of a very talented young racing driver like that, unable to really make an impression. Van Langendonk 0.4 of a second ahead of Marianito. Marianito is actually stepping up the attack here. This would be amazing if the one driver that can really hold a candle to Dries van Langendonk over the course of this heat is the Tony Kart lady from Portugal, Marianito. She's definitely giving everything she's got.
Is indeed. Iro Koenikan actually made a move on that last lap, got past Lindblom as well. He's Huben also getting past Schaufler, so Schaufler dropping down the order. Levedator Botaro also is up 2 positions. He managed to get up into P14 on that last lap as well, as down the inside change. Big dive there for Ethan Lennon. Gets it done on Sélectionner, and he can't fight it back. Sélectionner tries to, bit of contact between the 2 of them. Big check over the shoulder there, and Sélectionner's now going to have to defend from Koenikan, who tried to get the move done, but just pulls out as they go down the hill through compression. Gets it sorted out. Lindblom now back in the fray. You can see the mechanics there just saying, right, okay, come on, now work together. Try break away. Don't start scrapping for these positions.
It is a tricky situation, isn't it? Victor Smith for the Diamond Racing team, in the Diamond Racing colours, I should say. I'm not sure if he's actually representing the brand here this weekend, but he certainly has the sticker kit still very prominent within his chassis there. Young Victor Smith, the Danish driver, he is under the Diamond Racing team colour scheme. So there's the move on the inside. That's Scott Lindblom desperately trying to hold back Gabriel Koenikan, and the Brazilian makes the move stick there at the hairpin. Nicely done. But still, the battle's raging. There's more great duels. As up the inside, that's the Formula K of Jindra Peschel. He gets through on Scott Lindblom now.
Yeah, Peschel, good move there. Lindblom struggling here in these early stages of this race. We're near half race distance, and Lindblom again under pressure. Another one of the cuts just trying to go down the inside there. That means Huben.
Well, from this moment on, things are going to start getting a little bit tricky in terms of strategy, because don't forget, a lot of the forecasts coming into today said that we were going to get thunderstorms at noon. Well, it's
gone past noon.
It's gone past noon. It's nearly 2 o'clock, and there is no thunderstorms to be seen. So again, a lot of the strategies and a lot of the tactics may have been, well, we're going to get rain later, so you can push the tyres a bit harder than you normally would. But here we are in heat number 4, with heat number 5 still to come. And there's going to be quite a few drivers who might be having to go for that spare tyre on the front and rear a little earlier than they anticipated. Tyre degradation is going to be a lot stronger now than it's ever been. Here comes Peschel up the inside line, and there's still a gap left open by Chaine. So Scott Lindblom takes advantage as well.
Yes, indeed. Nice little chops and changes then throughout the field. And again, everyone getting it done. And again, a nice little dive down the inside there. Again, how are they finding these gaps? Mies Huben there just trying his best to get past the Chaine. Gets it done. But again, they're just finding these gaps out of nowhere, aren't they?
You really have to read the situation from one apex to the next, and it's the ebb and flow, that metronomic rhythm of the car that really can support you but can also hinder you. You've got to be very alert and quite astute to every single lap that you come through. So Van Langendonk still 0.6 of a second ahead of Nito. Nito is keeping him fairly honest. She hasn't really lost a massive amount of time over the last 4 laps or so. She's kept it as close to as possible. And then we've got a mechanical flag. It's for Adam Shador, the Polish driver. So Adam Shador, unfortunately, has got a loose bumper on the kart, and that is going to be game over for him. So Adam Shador, I'm afraid, picks up the technical flag, and he will come through. Jason Bralich, by the way, out of the race along with Kilian Josserand, but just trying to have a look and see where Adam Shador's kart is, because it's a problem with the bumper on the 482. And he's just behind Sebastian Kalpang, actually, so we'll be able to see that as Kalpang comes past our commentary box position. But Van Langendonk, then Nito, Lennon, Kunekan, Peschel, Lindblom, Huben and Chaine. And there it is. Yeah, that's a very dented rear bumper for Adam Shador in the DPK.
Yeah, indeed. It's not fallen off, but yeah, definitely not how the manufacturer intended it to look as the race goes on. And Langendonk, again, fastest lap of the race, 54.043. So far, so good, as Tame Soleil down the inside gets that one done and moves up into P12 at the expense of Derek Clark. Derek Clark, again, the British driver, doing a sterling job so far this weekend with the Sodi outfit. And again, just everyone trying to find their piece of track, really, aren't they?
And behind them, you've got Oliver Kinmark, the Danish driver for Koski Motorsport, trying to get his move on Murillo Rocca. And Murillo Rocca definitely making it very tricky to stretch away. I'm very impressed here with Maria Nito. She's only lost about 0.2 of a second to Dries Van Langendonk across the whole race so far, based on where they had the ebb and flow. There is the Portuguese driver. She's doing a great job, actually, for the Tony Kart Factory team. Great to see that she's really taking a big stance in authority. It's been a long time since we've had a lady consistently at the front in OK Junior at this sort of level, and now she is slowly starting to break that barrier down. Dries Van Langendonk doing a good job as he continues to run forward, but Maria Nito is really giving all she's got, and she is proving to be an equal in terms of raw pace. The Tony Kart team really have done an absolute service in sticking by her.
They have indeed, and like you say, that gap just staying pretty stationary right now. And we've said not many drivers have actually managed to keep up with Dries Van Langendonk across this one, and I'm actually really pleased and surprised that Maria Nito is managing to do this.
Yeah, if you look at the fastest lap times as we go into the last lap, Van Langendonk's done a 54.043, fastest lap of the race. Maria Nito, 54.052. She's not even 100th of a second slower. So very impressive stuff as, oh dear, Adam Shador has ignored the black and white, the technical flag for 3 consecutive laps. So I'm afraid Adam Shador is now going to get the black flag. That's very unfortunate. There it is. So Adam Shador is now essentially, it's not exclusion from the race, but oh, and there's problems further back as we've got 2 karts battling away there. That's one of the Energy Course karts. I think they're dueling away. I think that was Murillo Rocca getting a little bit too close to Jared Clark, and they almost took each other out of the race in the middle sector. Look at that as they fly through the compression. But Dries Van Langendonk is going to just about head home Maria Nito, who's really pushed him all the way. Dries Van Langendonk will get the victory. Nicely done. And Maria Nito, that's one of the drives of the week so far. Maria Nito getting herself into 2nd position there. Very nicely handled. And having heard from Dries Van Langendonk this weekend already, it'd be great to hear from Maria, who really has put on a great show in 2nd position there. Ethan Lennon in 3rd from Kunekan and Peschel. So great work so far in the junior category. And there is Dries Van Langendonk, who's just cruising along, waiting for his teammate to come along. That's Ethan Lennon, 1st and 3rd for the Forza Racing team in this particular heat. Jamie Croxford is probably trying his best to suppress a wry grin. The team is doing a great job. and really keeping it nice and honest at the moment as they continue to give us great result after great result after great result. And considering that groups B and E have now done their 4th heat and all the others have only done 3, Dries van Langendonk is now leading the way on 191 points, ahead of Scott Lindblom on 151, and Werrel and Bondarev, who are still unbeaten, on 150, but that is from 3 races as opposed to Van Langendonk and Lindblom, who have now completed 4. Nito doing well, though, on 145. Koenikan has the same, and Ethan Lennon has 136, ahead of Peschel on 130. So Dries van Langendonk takes the win then from Maria Jimana Nito, Ethan Lennon ahead of Gabriel Koenikan, and then Jindra Peschel from Scott Lindblom, ahead of Mies Huben, Tobias Czesenyi, Nicolas Schaufler and Alexander Chartier. Then it's Davide Battaro in front of Tame Soleil, who fights his way back to P12. Sebastian Kaupang comes up to 13th from 26th on the grid. Oliver Kinmark in front of Jarrett Clark in the Sodi kart, and then Murillo Roca, who had a bit of a scary final lap there for the Energy Course team in 16th. Luna Flusha in 17th ahead of Victor Smith and David Korsitza. And then Morgan Knudsen ahead of Tobias Pascoe and Dominic Javodny. Adam Sidor is not classified as he did not finish the penultimate lap. And then Jason Bralic and Kilian Josselin were out of the race on the first lap. And David Cosma, rather sadly, was unable to take the start. So big problems there for the Romanian, for the Kart Republic team. But we'll have to figure out exactly how that finishes up. So, Dries van Langendonk getting himself further more points and looking very strong and very comfortable as things currently progress. Let's have a look at the highlights. Sebastian Kaupang was actually quite a long way off the back of the drivers there as they tried to start the race. But Dries van Langendonk going very well in front of Maria Nito, slotting in there in front of Tobias Czesenyi. But then obviously we had that little conflagration of drivers. They worked their way through the S's together. You're about to see it as 1, 2, 3, boom, there it is. A little bit of a jostle in position, and 2 or 3 karts ending up coming a cropper. Nothing they could really do about it. And Kilian Josselin and Jason Bralic, the ones to retire. Dominic Javodny, the one to drop to the back of the grid. Then we got some big movements as drivers started to pick off one by one their opponents out there. Gabriel Koenikan, really the first one on the move. Ethan Lennon doing likewise, though, to get himself further forward. Once Lennon had the position, that was where things got a little bit scrappy in the middle of proceedings there. That was Jarrett Clark making his move on Murillo Roca in the closing stages. Tame Soleil right in the middle of all of that. But certainly a great performance and a great resurgence for the man up front, Dries van Langendonk, who was shadowed all the way by Maria Jimana Nito. 2 great drivers there really working their craft in the closing stages. And Van Langendonk able to now move to 191 points out of a possible 200 scored. Very good work indeed. So there's still great battles to come, and there's still one more race before our lunch break proceedings, which is the OK qualifying heat for B versus E. Down in pit lane is Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Jake. Yes, down in Parc Fermé here with our 2nd place finisher, Maria Nito. Amelia, what a race that was, and what a drive. You're certainly coming out of your shell this weekend.
Yeah, it was. I did a good qualifying, P3rd on the group, and all the heats I did some heats good and some heats bad because the start it was not very good. But now this last race, I did a good start, and I was always 2nd on the race. I was gaining some gap for the drivers on the back, so it was not a very difficult race.
No, solid drive, and the first round of the championship, a little bit shaky, not coming away with any points. This time around, a much stronger performance and looking like some championship points this weekend. Working with a team car, you know, how's it been with them? Has it been,
Yeah, I hope that this weekend that can be some points for the championship, but we'll see.
Let's find out. Well, congratulations, well done on P2, and we'll see you out later today.
Thank you.
Stuff there, Maria Nito, with a brilliant result, managing to keep up with the pace of the charging Forzas out there. Jake, there's only a couple more races to go before the lunch break. It's over to you again.
Thanks, DJ. In fact, there's only one, and it's the OK senior category race for the groups B versus E. The 3-minute board going up there as a testament to how tough it's going to be. For this next race, we're going to see a very strong pair of drivers on the front row of the grid. René Lammers versus Thomas Stoltjemanis. 2 drivers who are about as hungry as it's possible to get in this particular field of competitors. And then Ian Eichmans and Miguel Costa giving chase behind them on the second row of the grid. There's René Lammers coming to the grid quite late, actually, considering that the 3-minute board has just gone up. And René Lammers will want to get into the car pretty quickly and get racing. Problems, though, for Kilian Josselin. Rather dejected VDK driver down at the back of the grid, not exactly having the race weekend he was hoping for. So obviously, bit of disappointment for the Swiss driver, Kilian Josselin, hoping that there's a little bit more positivity on the horizon for him. But it's definitely going to be a little bit intriguing to see where he takes it from here on in. But definitely for Thomas Stoltjemanis, this is a chance to put another win on the board, because obviously he'll want to try and outpace René Lammers from the start. Although, interestingly, René Lammers, as you can see, has actually decided to put his kart on the inside line for number 2, for turn 2, rather than for turn 1. So it's an interesting tactical decision. The person on pole position can obviously choose which side of the grid they want to start from. They can choose whether to start from the left or they can choose to start from the right. And on this occasion, René Lammers has actually gone against convention and decided that because it's Thomas Stoltjemanis alongside him on the grid, he's going to swap sides. So René Lammers is actually to the left of your picture rather than to the right. Now, it's an interesting tactical decision for René Lammers as he gears himself up ready for the start. A very passionate young man, René Lammers. He gets himself ready for the start. But going from the inside line for turn 2 rather than for turn 1. Interesting tactic from the Dutchman.
I saw this earlier on in one of the other grids. I didn't know they could do that.
Yes, indeed. They're allowed to make the choice to go from one side of the grid to the other. Oh, it's only the front row of the grid that can do it.
Okay, right. So I did think... I said I wasn't going mad earlier, and I said pole position should be on the right side of the grid. And then I saw it and be like, why is he on the other side?
It is
am I doing something wrong?
No. It is traditional, but obviously if you're in pole position, you're allowed to choose for the qualifying heats only, I think it is. You're allowed to choose which side of the grid that you decide to go from, and it's the pole position that chooses it. They basically say, you started from the normal position, and you either say, yep, or no, I want to change.
Yeah.
So René Lammers, Thomas Stoltjemanis, Ian Eichmans and Miguel Costa. Then Thomas Straven and Arthur Poulain, Jan Pestrovsky and Mathieu Kolnagi, Martin Molnar and Gustav Wisniewski from Chuyanpu and Liverway Sam Budler, Joel Bergström and Emanuele Olivieri from Luigi Coluccio and Len Nijs, then Kiana Blum and Emilio Koivisto, Jiri Bichicka and Andrea Dube, then Enea Frey and Jan Koller, Ronnie Stefani and Max Korhan, then Alex Sawyer, Leon Hedfors and Maxim Haratunian. Now I noticed there is actually one absence from the grid, and that is Alex Sawyer. Now, he was involved in that incident earlier on with Maxim Haratunian, his teammate, and there was a little bit of discomfort when he was getting out of the kart, so I just wonder, has he damaged his wrist? Or maybe he just has to try and get the kart sorted again, ready for the last heat later today. But it certainly looks like the 4th heat for Alex Sawyer is not going to be one he's taken the start of.
No, that is a shame, but of course the only benefit, really, the silver lining of the cloud is that his tyres will be one less race used than the rest if he does manage to get going later on in the day or weekend for that matter. But we'll have to see. You can still see the crowds forming. Grandstand still relatively full out there, as well as the actual walkway to the grandstand itself is packed full of people watching. The cafe balcony also packed full of people, and we're only in the qualifying heats. It just shows you how popular the sport is here. And of course, going into tomorrow when the finals kick in, I suspect they'll be even doubling up in terms of people on top of the balcony in there. Brilliant to see, fantastic to see the crowds coming out here for this event.
Absolutely great to see a new venue for international competition at this level, and they've definitely put on a good show so far, haven't they? So we get ourselves ready for the final race before the lunch break now. And it's going to be an interesting one for René Lammers versus Thomas Stoltjemanis, with Lammers choosing to take the inside line for turn 2 rather than the inside line for turn 1. Could be very interesting to see how he manages it, but the lights go out. We are racing. Lammers chops across on Thomas Stoltjemanis. That'll be why he wanted to try and chop him across, and now he's lost ground, Stoltjemanis, losing out to Miguel Costa. A great start for the Brazilian. So Miguel Costa moves his way into second position. Stoltjemanis is held up as a result of that, and there's problems further back. Couple of drivers in trouble. We've got 2 karts off. Yep. Or it's just one, I think, actually.
The 408.
It is the Praga, I'm afraid. That is going to be Jiri Bichicka.
Well, disaster there in the early stages. He'll have one attempt to get it going, and luckily he's got the downhill momentum to help him out here.
Go on,
Gets
Jerry.
in.
Go on, go on.
Yes, I think he's got it. Yeah, sorted. No, oh, well, probably shouldn't have adjusted that. Now the camera's seen it.
Well, you can adjust the Nassau. That's slightly different because the Nassau was actually going to impede his balance of the car. So that's okay.
It's quite loose, though.
It was quite loose, but you can do that with the Nassau. You just can't do it with the front fairing. That's the big difference.
Don't touch that one.
No, indeed.
There we go. Out of the final corner, though, Lammers leads the way then from Stoltz, who gets back up into second place. Miguel Costa, who's there in third from Poulain. Ekmans, then Kolnagi, Strauven, Porowski, Sambudla, Molnar and Vinevsky, the top 11 out there. Biggest mover, I would say, is Maxim Haratunian, who's up into 21st place. 6 places gained at the start of that.
But now we're starting to see is up the inside, Poulain gets the move on Miguel Costa, and then it doesn't work. And it doesn't work because Costa was ready to get him back again. But now we see why Lammers was so keen to start on the opposite side of the grid to Stoltz. I really can't wait to see the replay of the start again because he was so aggressive to chop across on Stoltz. He didn't want the Latvian to have even the sniff of an opportunity as the two Kart Republic teammates in the midfield there battling away. That's another of the Energy Course drivers trying to come through. It's Martin Molnar trying to find his opportune line, and he can't quite make it stick there on the inside line. But the replay of the start is going to be fascinating because it's going to be Lammers, and you're going to see him do the Michael Schumacher-style slice across on Thomas Stoltz. No chance are you going to get through to the inside line. That's how he was able to sustain it. And it's also how Stoltz lost ground to Miguel Costa initially. And as a result of that, yes, Stoltz has got through. Yes, he's left Miguel Costa, but he's still a second back from Lammers. And I think Stoltz is driving angry.
Yeah, I think so as well, as we're starting to see some defensive lines here. Poulain under pressure from Ian Ekmans, and there you can see Ekmans trying to get the move done, failing to do so, and now tries to squeeze it down the inside. Very nicely done from Ekmans there, and says to Poulain, right, let's go, 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 because look at the gap that's formed in front of us now. It's quite large, so he's going to have to close that up. Miguel Costa kind of all on his own. He's got no one close in front, and this battle raging on behind.
That was an eye of the needle gap that was created there by Ian Ekmans to get on the inside of Poulain, and Poulain just not quite realizing just how aggressive on the inside line Ekmans was going to be to place his car. No contact between them at all, but could you fit your car through that narrow a gap? I certainly wouldn't try it, but then I'm not Ian Ekmans. On the inside, another chance from one of the CRGs. That's Kolnagi trying to get through on Poulain, but it was far too late, and that's going to open up the chance for Piotrowski. He gets through.
Very nicely done there as well. The Energy Course getting through also, so Martin Molnar getting the job done. Yeah, well, I said it earlier on, I thought that Nasabana was a bit loose when he pulled away. And just, seeing that technical flag, I suspect, probably for that.
Yeah, almost certainly. Unfortunately for Jiri Bicic, he's got technical. Now watch this. Ready? Lammers chops across on Stoltz. That was so close. And I think there might even have been a little bit of paint traded. And that's enough for Costa to squeeze through on the inside line. He knew that. Stoltz has got to go very deep round the outside to stop Poulain coming through. And then you can see Jiri Bicic. Oh, goodness me.
Yes.
That's the damage that's been picked up.
It was not attached anymore.
No, indeed. That's why Matej Prus and Jiri Bicic getting involved in that one on the first lap, and Jiri Bicic having to put it into the pits to retire. Now, Lammers and Stoltz. What does that replay of the start conjure up between them now? Lammers being very brutal on Thomas Stoltz before they'd even really finished crossing the grid hatchings. So that's going to be an interesting one because Stoltz essentially has been impeded there. There's nothing illegal about that. Oh, retirement. Now that is Ronnie Stefani.
It is, yeah. He was running in 23rd place, and something tells me that potentially body language, possibly a breakdown, mechanical failure.
I think you might be right on that one. But certainly the attitude from Lammers to Stoltz, you know, Lammers has been very forthright in getting across on Stoltz. Nothing, as I stress, nothing illegal about what he's done there.
No.
But it is ruthless.
Very so. Right. Nearly half race distance, and a nice little dive down the inside there, and a chop and change as they nearly collect into each other there. And this is the battle for about 8th place now. Kolnagi and Vinevsky getting involved, and in comes the Prema here.
So that was Wisniewski and Strauven going wheel to wheel, and now Coluccio and Shu are able to take an opportunity on Strauven. How close again were they to hitting the barrier on the way through out there? And a little bit of a nudge, just getting one of the carts a little bit sideways. I think it was Wisniewski, the back end was starting to come around. So they were very lucky there. That was so close. That's worth another look as well, because
very much so.
You got very, very close to seeing two carts ending up parked in the barrier there. And would there have been enough time for Coluccio and Shu to get out of the way before they were collected in it, because they were running very close to them? So that could have been quite messy. But Lammers and Stolchemanis full clear of Migo Costa. Here's the move from Coluccio. He gets through now and makes the dive on Strauven, as Liverway Sambudler is under investigation for another incident. And Chu Yanpu, the Chinese driver, is now trying to take on Tom Strauven. So the Belgian driver still hanging on to his position for the time being. Is there going to be a run from Chu? He thinks about it. He thinks about it. He's not really going to get the opportunity, is he? Still looking for that main opportunity to make it count. But Chu Yanpu really struggling, the Chinese driver, to work his way forward. Now, Lammers, Stolchemanis, Costa, Eichmann, Poulain, Molnar, Pestrovsky and Kolnagi. That's your top 8 at the moment. And still, a lot of this pressure coming in from Matej Kolnagi on the back of the Polish driver Jan Pestrovsky. Pestrovsky, who's still only in his first season in the OK category, so let's not push him back. He came out of the blocks in a whirling dervish when he first came into the category. I think it's back to reality a little bit, struggling for the lower end of the top 10.
Who's still trying to get that move done further back, not able to get it done. We're watching here, they're saying Kolnagi on Pestrovsky, and Pestrovsky just doing what he needs to do in these latter stages of the race. Kolnagi, along for the ride really, is latching on to the back, and is just taking a little bit here and there out of it. And I've got to say, it's still heating up further behind there as Bergstrom's caught up. This was a replay of Ronnie Stefani and what happened, and Thomas Strauven also getting the move done. This is where it chopped and changed back, and this is where the contact nearly came in. And how close did they get there? Wisniewski nearly colliding there, and again Strauven trying to defend but not able to get it done, and Pestrovsky managing to go through. And Lammers again, fastest lap of the race. We cut back to him, we cut back to this beautiful shot. That is so fantastic, isn't it?
If you ever wanted to know just how quick these karts are, that's your best ever demonstration. That's just phenomenal speed that they carry through. If you think that anything goes wrong at that speed, well, you'll be lucky to get out the other side without a bruise.
I really wish we had that camera angle earlier on when we had the two cars side by side going through there. That would have been exciting.
Well, there's still plenty of time over the weekend to see more of these kind of battles unfold. There is a very frustrated Thomas Stolchemanis, I'm sure.
Well, I mean, what can he do, really? You know, he's quick, but he just can't match Lammers. I mean, it's like, what have I got to do to match his pace?
Well, this is the thing. I mean, Thomas Stolchemanis is very much Mick Panigada's golden ticket. He is the golden boy at Energy Course. He's a very strong competitor, a great team player, a great sportsman as well. He really likes to push the limits, but he will never drive over the edge of what is acceptable. That's what I like about Thomas Stolchemanis. He will flirt with the limit, but he'll never go over it. And that's always really exciting to watch. Whereas René Lammers, you know, he's obviously got himself into a really competitive position with the Paralympic team. He's stepped into the OK senior category. He's obviously very similar to Max Verstappen in the sense that, you know, he's a Dutch youngster with a very famous father, wants to get his own legacy written in motor racing. The motorsport world in the Netherlands is really riding the crest of the wave at the moment, thanks to that success. So this is his chance to take it on. So he's been very tactical, René Lammers, about how he took the start. He's been able to match the pace by getting the best start. Stolchemanis has been on the back foot ever since that happened. And yes, he's got good pace, but he's not got good enough pace anymore because the tyres have just been affected a little bit by that. So Lammers showing a real card to Stolchemanis. And I think what this actually translates as is that you need to watch for René Lammers this season. He's a genuine threat, not just to him, not just to Stolchemanis, but to all the other competitors out there. He's got a real shot.
Yeah, he definitely does. And be very curious to see how the rest of the season goes for Lammers, because so far it's not too bad. Here, though, on your screen, Eichmann and Poulain. Poulain there just tucking in as much as possible, trying to get everything he can out of that one. Then the groups further back in the order. You can see Chu just in the background, Kolnagi in front with Nevsky as well. So Coluccio in there trying to get the job done. But so far, really managing to get it done. Looked like he was going to go for a dive down the insert through the first hairpin, not able to complete it. We come back to the front here as they come down the hill. The other angle It doesn't look as fast from that angle, but I can guarantee you it certainly is.
It's only because the camera is just a little bit further from the edge of the circuit. That's the only reason it looks slower than it is.
I think we need to get that cameraman on the runoff area. I think get him right on that exit curve. Trust the drivers, they'll be fine. Just protect the camera.
Right, Oleg, do you really want to take that risk? Anyway, René Lammers and Thomas Stoltjemannis going through 2 seconds apart as they run under the final lap. Miguel Costa in 3rd position in the Paralympic. Very quietly getting on with it, Miguel Costa. He's scoring big points this weekend, isn't he?
He is indeed, yeah. I mean, he's had a fabulous little run on this one. He's only gained the 1 position on this. He started it in P4, but like you say, got it done, came up there, and he's just had a nice chilled race, no dramas whatsoever. The same really can be said for the top 3. The 1, 2, 3, big gap. The closest battle at the top section is Eichmanns and Poulain.
It'll certainly do until we get to the business end of the day, won't it? Here is René Lammers, though. Fabulous performance, and out of the 200 points available to him, he is about to score 194. Very impressive from René Lammers. 3 wins and a 2nd place. It's about as good as it gets for the moment for the Paralympic driver. Great run, and that's win number 3 this week for René Lammers in front of Thomas Stoltjemannis and Miguel Costa. Eichmanns in 4th in front of Poulain and Molnar. But this is ominous, ladies and gents. This is a very ominous situation for René Lammers. Can he turn this into a run for the victory? It'll be interesting to hear from Thomas Stoltjemannis, interesting to hear from Miguel Costa as well about the way that this final heat before the lunch break has played out. But certainly some fascinating duels around the course here at the Steel Ring. But René Lammers has made it 3 wins out of 4. He's a genuine contender for the victory tomorrow. No question about it. He has every chance to win the final the way he's currently progressing. And his driving tactics have been ruthless but efficient. Nothing illegal at all, just absolutely stretching what this kart and what he can do out on the course. Great champions leave nothing on the table. René Lammers has left nothing to second chance in this particular heat. Excellent work from the Dutchman. To finish first, you have to know how to win, and René Lammers is definitely doing that. Thomas Stoltjemannis in 2nd from Miguel Costa, Ian Eichmanns and Arthur Poulain. Then Martin Molnar in front of Jan Paszrowski, Mattia Kolnagi, Gustav Wisniewski, and rounding up the top 10, it is Chu Yanpu of China. Then Thomas Strauven in front of Luigi Coluccio. Joel Bergström is in front of Emanuele Olivieri, and then Kiana Blum in 15th position. Then it is Emili Koivisto in front of Enea Frey and Lubewe Sam Budler. And then we have Len Nijs in 19th position in front of Andrea Dube. 21st position for Jan Koller in front of Max Karhan. And then it is Maxim Haratunian and Leon Hedfors. Retirements for Ronnie Stefani and Jiri Bichichka. And there was a non-start for the Vietnamese driver Alex Sawyer of the Falcon Racing team. A very intriguing situation now as we come to the end of the 4th heat for the groups for B versus E. All the other groups in OK also need to do their 4th heat. But certainly for the interim, Lammers has 194, Stoltjemannis has 179, and Ian Eichmanns has 159. The only driver not to have been beaten so far today, though, is Gabriel Gomez, 3 wins out of 3. He still has to do his 4th race. Look at that chop across from Lammers to Stoltjemannis. That's the race-winning move as early as 4 seconds into the race. That's a big, big statement from Lammers. Unfortunately, it didn't quite go well for Matej Prus and Jiri Bichichka, the latter ending up with a technical flag and having to retire the kart. But Ian Eichmanns putting in a good show as he dueled away with Arthur Poulain. And there were some big moves from various drivers in the field, as even the Ward Racing star Ian Eichmanns and the Tony Kart factory driver Jan Paszrowski were able to demonstrate some great racecraft all the way through. Then there was a big lunge there from the 119. That's Thomas Strauven. Didn't quite get to where he wanted to be. How close was that when they came very near to the barriers? Luigi Coluccio finding it a little bit tough in that mixture as well. And a big lunge there from the 126, making some big moves. Luigi Coluccio, the Italian, who is combining his karting journey this year with racing in sports cars. So fascinating duels all the way through this OK senior karting field. You can see just how fast it is, how much of a G-force is generated from these cars as they duel for position. But René Lammers in front of Thomas Stoltjemannis and Miguel Costa in his 4th heat of the week. René Lammers is only 6 points off the perfect score. A very strong run from René Lammers. Down in the pits for the last time in the morning session is Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Jake. I'm here with our man who finished in second place, Thomas Stolchemanis. Thomas, a fabulous run. Quiet race for you, just kind of driving to the end. Talk to us about the start of the race, though. Quite a challenge for you.
Yeah, well, first place changed the positions, so I started on the opposite side as second, and from that pace was kind okay. The start got into third place, and then overtook second, and tried to catch the first, but the speed was not enough. But we keep working on that this weekend, and I hope it's going to be. I hope.
Yeah, like you say, so speed just the main issue then. The track itself is fine, it's working well, just need to find those little extra bits of pace.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, so we'll see you improve out on that one. But those starts, you know, absolutely brilliant. The track itself is a challenge. Is it a circuit that you're rating highly, or?
Well, I was driving here in Rotax Junior a couple years ago, but the track is nice, the complex is nice. It's nice to be here.
Brilliant stuff. Well, congratulations on P2. We'll see you out later on today, Thomas Stolchemanis.
Thank you.
Excellent. Well, there we go. The first half of the day is done and dusted. There are more races to go after the lunch break. Jake, I think we're back up to you now, though.
We are indeed. Thomas Stolchemanis obviously fighting for every point he can score, and he's only 21 points off the maximum himself. There's more great racing to come this afternoon. As you can see, we've gone from 10 degrees Celsius to 20 degrees Celsius. Where's that thunderstorm? It hasn't hit the steel ring at all. If anything, it's the sunshine and the heat of Eastern Europe that has now come to play here on the Steel Ring International Circuit in the Czech Republic. There's still great racing to come this afternoon. 2 more races from the Academy Trophy, and then we will have the 4th races for groups D, F, A and C for both junior and senior categories, and then the last race of the day for every single category in OK and OK Junior, every single group, I should say. And when those races are finished, we will know the identity of the drivers that will start on the pole position for the super heats in both junior and senior classes. 4 drivers will get the chance to start from pole tomorrow across their senior and junior super heats. So it's definitely a very competitive afternoon to come here at the Steel Ring. Don't go too far away. We'll be back in action on track at 3:10 local time. make or break time this afternoon here at the Steel Ring International Circuit in TRINEC in the Czech Republic. A fabulous new venue for the FIA Karting European Championship Brigade, and what a day we are having. We started the day 10 degrees Celsius. The temperature has doubled over the course of the day, and the humidity being as high as it is means it's going to be a very tough afternoon for everybody, with racing going on for the next 4 hours as we continue with great race heats from the Academy Trophy for their second race pairs of the season. And then after that, the OK Junior and OK Senior categories will continue to battle away around the circuit as ever. I'm Jake Sanson, beside me, Anthony Jordan. Based on what we saw this morning, it's going to be a bit of a thriller in the OK and OK Junior categories, but in the Academy Trophy, still very early doors.
Yeah, earlier doors indeed. I mean, lots happened during the race. Again, drivers just finding their feet and seeing where they position themselves out on circuit. I mean, the drivers who started on pole position for both of them, the drivers who won the races there on your screen. Arthur Braun was the driver who won the first of the races this season, and the Kiwi doing what he needs to do, sitting at the front of the grid. He knows what he has to do, and I reckon he could repeat that again this time around as well. Marius Barryberg as well also started on pole in the second of the two Academy races. He did that as well. But before that, we caught up with Gracie Grantham earlier on in the week.
I'm so excited. Getting the invite for the FIA Academy was just amazing, and it's just such an experience for me. I'm super excited. It's a new track for me. It's new conditions, because in Bahrain we don't have these sorts of conditions. It's always dry, hot, but these are a lot of conditions that I haven't experienced before, so I'm really excited. So the competition, it's full of skillful drivers who are like really, really good. This competition is just amazing. I just find it so cool how so many skilled drivers are here competing against each other in this track. I think it's really good, yeah. So I would say that it's a bit of both. I feel like there's some parts where I'm good at, but I feel like it's just everything is just also new to me, like the conditions, and I'm not really good at driving on wets, because again in Bahrain you don't have any. But I think that honestly it's a mixture of both, and I feel like I'm learning things and then also weaknesses and strengths. I'm really excited to represent Bahrain for the FIA Academy. I feel like it's an achievement, and I hope I make everyone proud back home.
Great to see Gracie Grantham there, really taking to the track. And like you say, tricky conditions to deal with. Yes, okay, the temperature is now rised up to about 20 degrees, but earlier on in the week, it was very slippery, it was wet, it was cold. So yeah, challenging conditions that she's going to have to deal with across this weekend. But the rest of the drivers get themselves ready to go, and the last few moments there, drivers get themselves sorted. There's the 1 minute board off from Ross Upton out on the dummy grid there, ready to get this going. Arthur Braun and Marcus Shilkunis starting this one on the front row. And again, earlier on, we saw the inside row. It worked out well. Once again, Arthur Braun's gone for that inside row, so he's not chosen to change that one. But like I say, looking forward to this one. That's Max Walton starting just behind Arthur Braun, the Australian driver. And they were 1-2 earlier on, so showing that, yes, they've come probably from the furthest away from anyone else here, but they certainly know how to pedal a kart around the Steel Ring circuit.
And it's great to see that competitors from so far afield are able to mix it up in very differing and challenging conditions. You've got to remember that not only is it different weather conditions here at the Steel Ring compared to what the Aussies and the Kiwis are used to, but it's also a longer circuit than they're used to. Most of their national grade circuits are barely touching a kilometre in length. So it's a big challenge on that score and that front as well. So we definitely get interesting dynamics on that side as well, as the competitors are gearing themselves up ready for another exciting showcase here. Qualifying heat B versus C in the Academy Trophy. And it's going to mix up the grid once again based on what we saw earlier on. Oh, that's a problem already. Now, is that Arthur Braun? Is that Arthur Braun, the pole sitter? I think it might be. Arthur Braun is meant to be on pole position for Marcus Shilkunis, but it looks to me as though he's not got going. No, he's not. That is Arthur Braun.
Oh, no.
So the man who is supposed to be in pole position, who took the victory earlier on in the first heat, has not been able to get his kart moving. A dramatic start to the afternoon for the Kiwi.
Well, let's see if they can try and get it restarted. They've brought it back into the double grid area. I think they can give it another good push to get it going. Now, the karts are in a safe space. They have got the time to get it done, but have they got a green light to do it? They continue to push him back, so one would suggest that in doing that, they've got themselves a nice run-up area to get it started up. Let's see what happens as the karts come back across the start-finish line. We are not starting just yet. But if he can't get that one going, he's not going to have enough time to get to the front of his original starting spot. You can see him there. He's telling the guys, can you not just push me? Let's go. Can we find a gap now? And I think they're waiting for that green light to give it a good push. I think they've just been given it now.
So essentially now they get the opportunity. They're going to have to push start him in the hope that this time they can get him going. Is it good enough? Well, he's certainly leaving the pits.
I think he's good. I think he's good. But
he is, but
he's not going to get to his spot, though, is he?
No, he won't. He'll have to start this race from the back of the grid. That is
disaster.
A terrible run of bad luck there. And certainly very difficult for Arthur Braun to cope with under the circumstances. He's going to have to go from the back of the grid in the hope that tomorrow, for his third heat, he can at least start from the front row of the grid this time. Unless, of course, they throw the start. If they throw the start again, and look, it's going to be quite late.
Yeah, they're going to have to. They're not even in formation there. So
no, they're not. So it is a false start. Now, this is all about Arthur Braun. His race has just started, essentially.
I mean, he's still miles away from that main pack.
He is. He's got to try and catch up to the back of the field and then get himself back into position. So, front row of the grid is going to be Marcus Šilkuņas on his own, unless Arthur Braun can catch him up. Then Max Walton and Wojciech Voda, Vasilios Apostolidis and Yutaro Sakai, Harry Bartel and Victor Rad, Santino Panetta and Rocco Coronel, Benjamin Jalmgaard and Apo Timonen, alias Vidmar and Christian Tonalini, Alexander Deshkov and Roland Spruder, Thomas Gomez and Radek Vavra, Natizo Mabunda and Kyle Mikalev, and then Nicolas Raju and Georgi Samalishvili. So looking at the way that Arthur Braun has been able to catch up to the field, he's going to catch up to the back of the pack, but he's not going to be able to take up his position on the front row of the grid.
No, definitely not. You can see him. He's tried his very hardest there, and he has caught the pack, really. But like you say, he's not going to be able to get to his starting spot because they've gone past the red line, really. So now they form up.
Yeah, such bad luck, and it means that it's going to be Marcus Šilkuņas alone on the front row of the starting grid.
No, they're going round again.
No, they are going round again.
Yeah,
now.
The mid-pack there, they didn't go. So, yeah, there was drivers at the front. They were like, ready, 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 let's go. And then drivers in the middle just didn't go, and so they weren't formed up at all. So this is really, that's thrown a lifeline to Arthur Braun.
It certainly has, because I think now in the regulations, he's allowed to go and take his position back up again, because it's a false start.
Yep.
So he's allowed to take his place one more time.
So as long, and he has to do it before the red line, and that red line is based between the exit or just before the final corner for a formation lap. So if he can get it done before then, but he can overtake all this.
He's still at the back of the queue at the moment. He
I don't think he knows.
But that's the thing, you know, do you know that regulation going in? And if you don't know that regulation going in, so Marcus Šilkuņas is waiting. Let's see it again.
Look, see what I mean? The middle didn't go.
No, they just didn't move at all, did they? So as a result, we get a false start. But is there going to be a chance for Arthur Braun? I don't think there is. So Braun is going to have to start this race from the back of the grid anyway. So he is there in position, waiting, but now at least the rest of the pack is going to be in formation. And we are going to go now. Good start from Šilkuņas. Max Walton got a little bit of a sluggish one as they went up to the first couple of corners, but Marcus Šilkuņas leads the way through. And there's already a little bit of drama in the background. One or two drivers going up in the air briefly by two wheels. But the rest of the field works its way forward. And Arthur Braun is now having to try and work his way through from the back of the pack. And the 537 has already made up a few places, but he's just got to try and storm his way through one by one to try and knit his way further forward. He's actually very dangerously close to getting into incidents here as he tries to avoid the conflagrations around the course. He's already made up 3 places, I can tell you that. But it is very tricky now, as there is Arthur Braun trying to battle his way forward. Now that's the 544, that's Georgi Samalishvili. There is Arthur Braun, the 537, having already made his way past a few karts. So now he's got to try and work his way forward. But Marcus Šilkuņas is the man up front as Braun makes another overtake, dives through on the inside line. So this is a mission impossible now for Arthur Braun. He's got to channel his inner Tom Cruise.
He does indeed, but he doesn't want to use those tyres up too much, remember. Can't push them too hard. So Šilkuņas leads the way then from Wojciech Voda, who's up 2 places to go into P2 now. Max Walton still there in 3rd place from Yutaro Sakai. Harry Bartels up into P5, 2 places gained from that one, as Santano Panetta as well, also 3 places gained. So relatively decent start then from the front row of the grid as everyone scrabbles to find their position. And already you're seeing Shilkunis this time around is opening up a big gap. Remember last time around, he got overtaken relatively quickly. This time he doesn't have that pressure of Arthur Braun starting alongside. He's got that clean air, so now he's able to go to work and do what Shilkunis does best.
So as they continue to battle away over the front end of the field, Wojciech Woda trying to close up on Marcus Shilkunis. Shilkunis in a very, unusual position and off the road. There goes the 519. That is Victor Rad, the Romanian. So Victor Rad, unfortunately, losing ground there, and looks like he's going to come under threat from Radek Vavra, the local star, who really wanted to use being on home soil to his advantage. He's not quite been able to get the run in qualifying that he would have liked. So he's obviously had to try and now fight his way further forward as we watch Wojciech Woda, the Polish driver, running in 3rd position. A great little tradition of Polish stars racing under Academy colours, of course. And fascinated to see how it's all played out. Poland, of course, is one of the only countries this year to field 2 drivers, Wojciech Woda and Klara Kowalczyk. So it's going to be interesting to see how they continue to battle away, but it's going to be interesting as they drop down the far side of the course again. Certainly Shilkunis taking the win this time is going to even things up a bit, and it's going to make for no longer a dominant performance from one driver. Arthur Braun has worked his way up to 17th spot, so he's definitely making up as many places as possible as we watch Yataro Sakai all over the back of the Australian Max Walton as they challenge for 3rd.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, Walton looking strong here, but Sakai looking even stronger here because he's latched onto that back bumper fairly well as they go back down the hill now into the first of the S's section. And there you can see no move happening this time around. What's happening just behind them as well, because if they're not going at the full pace that they need to, if they've got behind them, they've got Panetta, they've got Bartel, they've got Apostolidis as well, as Shilkunis is under investigation. Your driver who's leading the way, potentially, for the start.
Well, that's big news. Marcus Shilkunis under investigation then, and that's obviously potentially going to really upset the apple cart. Wojciech Woda behind him in 2nd position, now potentially looking for a win here if Shilkunis were to get a penalty. Now let's have a look at the replay. This is Victor Rad going off the road. So Victor Rad drifts off the road and loses a few places in the process. So that's how he sort of ran out of road and decided to go straight on. But Marcus Shilkunis, we think for the start, has now picked up an investigation. If he gets a penalty, whatever it might be, and it's going to be the man behind him, Wojciech Woda, who takes full advantage of the situation.
Yeah, indeed. Unless he can clear 5 seconds, he won't have to worry, but something tells me that that's going to be a tall order in the Academy class.
Well, Arthur Braun is continuing to chip away at it, and he has worked his way through to 14th position now. He's worked his way forward. So what did Shilkunis do? Didn't see anything untoward from Marcus Shilkunis. He stayed in the tram line, certainly.
And he wasn't supposed to have a car next to him, so...
Interesting. Well, there was a bit of airborne tactics further back in the pack from one of the drivers towards the tail end. I think that was Georgi Samalishvili going airborne. But, oh, goodness me. Very interesting stuff continuing to kick off here as Shilkunis is now 1.1 ahead of Wojciech Woda, as Max Walton, Yataro Sakai and Santano Panetta are now having a duel for 3rd position. Panetta having caught up to the Australian and the Japanese driver. And in P6, Harry Bartel, the British driver, still going full guns.
Yeah, this is what I was saying earlier. Panetta, I wondered if he was closing in because I could just see it eking a little bit closer. And yeah, that shot there really does confirm that. So Walton and Sakai not going at full chat, I suspect, here. And much tighter line. And there's going to be the move from Panetta. Gets it done on the Japanese driver. And Sakai tries to get it back down the inside as they go up the hill into the final sector. Can't get it done, so he does get demoted down now into P5. That allows Bartel to close in just that little bit as well. So again, now Panetta on the charge here for Max Walton. Max being very quick around here, but he is going to be under pressure now as Panetta really finding some pace in this one. The Argentine driver showing some good pace and is moving his way slowly up the field.
Yeah, you do need to kind of get these things done one by one. Oh, big slide there from the middle of the pack from Radek Vavra, who had a bit of a wobble there trying to work his way up the inside of Victor Rad. Meanwhile, Arthur Braun, by the way, has moved his way forward to 11th place, and there's the overtaking move from Santino Panetta. He gets through on Max Walton, and so does Yotaro Sakai.
Yeah, Sakai taking full advantage of that move there, and Walton, he fights straight back though. Max Walton back down the inside, says thank you very much, and I suspect the person who's liking this the most is Harry Bartle just behind, because you can see, right, excellent, you keep doing that, and that gap closes up massively, and I can now go for a move. So let's see if he can capitalise on this one, because he's also bringing along Apo Timonen just behind, who's up 5 positions in this one in P7.
Rocco Coronel is 8th, Alias Vidmar is 9th, and in 10th is Arthur Braun. He has fought his way to P10. Very impressive from the Kiwi to go from the back of the grid to 10th. New fastest lap in the process as well. 54.8 for the Kiwi. And now a big dive at the inside. There's the overtaking move behind Sakai, and that is Timonen on Harry Bartle.
Yeah, Bartle not able to capitalise on the battle that happened up in front, but Timonen was, and gets that move done relatively late on in the race. There you can see the battle. Yeah, Braun's just behind them now. Look at that. How on earth has he done that?
Well, Braun has got past Alias Vidmar and Rocco Coronel on this last lap. So Arthur Braun, driving with the red mist clearly, has worked his way up to 8th place. Now that definitely gives him a chance to resurrect things tomorrow. Not his fault that he wasn't able to get started off the pole position, but that shows you how determined he is. And I have to say, this is a hero's drive from Arthur Braun. If he can get it into the top 6 before the end of this race, even if he finishes where he is, that will definitely take away a lot of the damage done from this pole position hiccup. And he'll only be 11 points back from Marcus Shilkunias in the intermediate heat, so he's still very much in contention when it looked like it was all over, potentially, for a decent finish for Arthur Braun. He has absolutely wrestled his way back into contention.
Well, he may be undamaging his chances of losing out too much, but he's certainly probably in the process damaging his tyres. He's really pushing that car quite some way. And of course, pushing too hard and getting those overtakes done and going on the offensive can scrub the tyres quite considerably. So it's obviously only their 2nd race, but they will have had qualifying as well. And they've got to babysit and look after these tyres. And there you can see, look how quickly he's closing up. He's really pushing in the pace here, isn't he?
He's in red mist mode right now. He's just, get out of my way. I'm coming through. I know I'm the fastest driver out here of all of the competitors in this race. Bartle's going defensive.
Yeah,
and now Braun is going to try his best to squeak away through. But Bartle is holding him to ransom. Braun trying to go right round the outside. No way! Oh, my goodness! What a massive overtake from Arthur Braun!
That was not bad at all, was it?
I've never seen a move like that in the Academy Trophy. That is just pure audacity on the final lap. As Marcus Shilkunias is going to come through to take the victory in fine style. Wojciech Woda in 2nd from Santino Panetta. Walton, Sakai, Timonen, and Arthur Braun. Take a bow.
That is a pretty solid drive there from Arthur Braun. Who'd have thought it? Engine wouldn't fire, starts at the back, comes through to nearly get into the top 5.
I mean, that was 7th position in the end for Arthur Braun with the move of the season. I think it's going to be very hard to pull off a move like that again in Academy Trophy this season. I mean, he was so determined to get through. Bartle was protecting the inside line. There's no way through if you protect it that much. And yet somehow he found it. That's just phenomenal from Arthur Braun. That was the determination of a man who just will not surrender. He just will not give up.
Well, despite that, you can't take away the win, though, from Marcus Shilkunias, who takes the win after gaining that 1 place with... Didn't really take much doing to gain that 1 place, though, at the end. From Wojciech Woda gaining 2 from Santino Panetta, who finishes in 3rd after gaining 6 positions. So a solid run for the top 3 from Max Walton, Yotaro Sakai, Apo Timonen, Arthur Braun finishing P7 from Harry Bartle, Rocco Coronel, and Alias Vidmer rounding out the top 10. Solid drive from the field, though.
Yeah, very exciting race there. Benjamin Jangard in 11th position in front of Vasilis Apostolidis, Victor Radek Vavra, and Tomasz Gomez, and then Alexander Deshkov in front of Christian Tonolini, and then Roland Spruda in front of Kyle Mikelev, Nicolas Raju, Ntizo Mabunda, and Georgi Samalishvili. And amazingly, they all managed to finish the race, despite how tricky it was for a couple of them at various points. But what a charge through from 22nd and last for 7th position for Arthur Braun in just 10 laps. I mean, well, it's going to be hard for the motor racing world to ignore that, isn't it? The Kiwi has absolutely demonstrated he is here to win this title. He's only 9 points off Shilkunyas's tally now as well, having fought his way back to 7th position. That was one heck of an overtake. You get to see that from seasoned campaigners, not from new boys who have rocked up to Europe for the first time. Here is the restart again on the replay, the highlights. And we got to see a bit of a wobble from Marcus Shilkunyas off the start. I'm not entirely sure what it was that's cost him an investigation. We still don't know if that penalty is going to go his way.
Yeah, because he's not out of the woods there, because he's only led that race by 2.2 seconds. So if it is a 5-second time penalty going his way at the end of that investigation, he might drop down the order quite considerably.
Well, it depends on what the offence is. We don't actually know
no idea what it is, yeah.
But what a move that was from Arthur Braun. I wish we could see it a second time, but we'll have to come back to that another time, I think. But, well, Arthur Braun definitely putting on a bit of a showcase there with a sensational overtake around the outside of the second hairpin down to the compression. And, well, he manages to salvage 7th position from a drop to the back of the field. But now we turn our attention to the second Academy Trophy race. And the man who put it on pole position in time qualifying yesterday by 1,000th of a second in front of Arthur Braun was the Norwegian talent Marius Berg.
Qualifying practice series 1 is done for the first round of the FIA Karting Academy, and Marius Berg, you topped the timing tables in group. Congratulations. How does it feel to be the first to set the fastest time?
It feels amazing to be there now, finally. After so long time, I can finally prove Norway that we are fast, everybody. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with the results here.
It's a lot of pressure to be put on a young driver to represent their country. Do you feel like you've got what it takes to win the championship this year?
Yeah, I think we can do pretty good, at least for now. But I don't know what to say.
There's a lot to think about, I can imagine. But, you know, do you feel like you've done enough as well for the fastest time? There is one more group to go. Do you feel like your time is going to be represented well enough?
Yeah, I think my time was pretty good. So I hope it just stays there and the other people don't approve that much the time. Yeah. So.
Well, congratulations. Well done. We'll see you out there for the rest of the session.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's all getting a little bit heated for Marius Berg. Bless him, quite nervous there when he spoke to you yesterday. But then it's not every day that you rock up for your first Academy Trophy race and bang it on pole position. So very good work from the Norwegian.
No, exactly that. And by that 1,000th of a second, absolutely nothing. We said, yeah, it was a good time. I don't think anyone can beat it. By a whisker. By a whisker, they didn't.
Yeah, very true. I want to go see that incident again with Arthur Braun fighting his way back through the field. He put off some very conventional overtakes, but this was the move of the race, wasn't it? Just lining up Harry Bartle. Bartle's doing exactly what any defensive driver would do. He's holding the inside line. Watch Braun. Ready? He's got a little bit of grip, a little bit of traction. Power, 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 power. Wow. Just incredible. Where did he find that?
Yeah, very nicely done there. And I think Bartle did well to give the space on the outside there, because, of course, it could have been very easily come together between the two of them. But nevertheless, all fine and well. There is Marius Berg, who we spoke to earlier on in the week, who put it on pole position by that 1,000th of a second. Again, very, very good drive. And he took a win earlier on as well today in his first race, so he knows exactly what he needs to do on that one. The last time I said that engine didn't fire, so I'll knock on wood again. Hopefully that doesn't happen. But yeah, solid day for him so far. Sebastian Garzon starts alongside, though, for this one. The Colombian driver also on the front row. And again, hopefully, this time around can have a bit of a better start. He got away with it fairly well. There is your karting president.
Yes, indeed.
Abraham, who is joining us this weekend, and the president of the CIK FIA in the karting world. And he's having a nice old chit-chat there on the dummy grid. And does a lot for the sport, doesn't he, Jake?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, what he's been able to do in the last 18 months of being involved is just astonishing. You know, he's already put in an amazing amount of hard work. And it's been really great to see the changes, including the switch of the Academy from the gearbox weekend to the direct drive weekend, which prohibits drivers from doing both the European Championship and the Academy in the same weekend. So Marius Barryberg and Sebastian Garzon from Hugo Marti and Alexander Uznim, Simon Mayer and Clara Kowalczyk, Karol Stout and Lisa Billard, Lorenzo Campos and Romeo Haag from Zayn El Homosani and Lucas Mora, Kimi Ray Fitrianza and Bennett Gaspar from Laura Bubanova and Marius Bonconceil. Then Yeva Ivano and Gritash Chiriupa, Alexis Constant and Shane Chandaria, Jan-Philippe Krul, Tiziano Antola and Gracie Grantham taking up her position in 23rd on the grid. Did I spy that there was a problem getting one of the drivers out onto the grid? Yes, indeed.
Yeah,
that is
Mora.
That is Mora. So yet again, another driver struggling to get out onto the circuit. That is not the way it was supposed to do, is it?
No, well, like you say, it'll be the same of what happened to Arthur Braun. We'll be able to get that fired up, but hopefully he can get to the front of the grid this time. The kart's coming around now, so as soon as this one goes through, he'll have the opportunity to get it fired up and going. They are doing that now, and hopefully that kart can get going. Looking out the commentary box window, it does indeed get going, so all karts out on circuit, whether or not Lucas Mora for Brazil can close back into his original starting spot. Either another story. So Marius Barryberg and Sebastian Garzon on that front row. Hugo Marti and Alexander Uznim starting on the row just behind. And we struggled with the starts earlier on in the Academy class. Let's see what they can do this time around. And something tells me it's going to be a false start because half the grid is not where it needs to be. And the false start flag has already gone out. So they will go round once more.
So is this going to be an opportunity for
yeah, well, yes,
Lucas Mora to get back into position? So that would be very good. But no, we picked up on the point of our very interested guest, the FIA karting president, Mr. Akbar Ibrahim, following in the footsteps of Felipe Massa. And prior to that, of course, it was Sheikh Abdullah bin Issa Al Khalifa. So fascinating to see the work that Akbar Ibrahim has been producing for the FIA karting fraternity. A lot of very positive changes been made over the course of last year and this year so far. The introduction of the OKN category. We have the Academy Trophy switching from the gearbox to the direct drive categories. The creation of a completely fresh calendar for this year as well. 4 new race circuits for the FIA Karting European Championship to make it a little bit of a different battle for the drivers. They don't all get to race on circuits that they all know like the back of their hand. They're having to do it all over again from fresh this year.
Oh, he's got to be careful here. Oh,
has he managed
that?
it?
No, that'll have been under yellows. He's passed the red line.
Oh, well, we'll have to say maybe there is a transgression there, unfortunately, for Lucas Mora, but we'll have to come back to that later as we do go racing. Up to the start for Marius Barryberg. Sebastian Garzon trying to get there first, but he has to concede and settle into second position as the rest of the field work their way through the first couple of corners. The leading 2 have managed to get well clear of everybody else. A little bit of a jockey for position through the chicane. And there's problems further back. Problems further back. We've got 2 cuts off the road at least. There is an investigation into Mora. No surprises there, but there's contact as we have the 542. That is Bennett Gaspar, and Laura Bubanova as well is in the mix there as well.
It was Bonconceil also involved in that. I think he's managed to get going already. But there you go, there's the first start. And yeah, that's not gone well at all.
Yeah,
both of them out.
Bubanova and Gaspar both out of the race where they are. They've got to obviously go to the marshal posts. So they will watch the race from there, from the remainder of the event. So it's going to be Marius Barryberg controlling the pace in front of Sebastian Garzon, but everybody else is under a very intense battle at the end of the first lap. So Barryberg leads the way from Garzon, then it's Uznim, Kowalczyk, Marti, Billard, Maya, Stout, Haag and Lorenzo Campos from Angola. Doing a great job as they work their way through on the first couple of laps. But once again, the quick work from the marshals, the quick response times, thwart any need for a yellow flag caution period. Well done.
Yeah, nice work there from the marshalling team as we go on to lap 2. And again, Barryberg holding on to the lead on this one. He's got quite a nice little gap. I wouldn't say it was completely comfortable as Garzon is still there. Uznim then leads the rest of the field, and it's very close to the dive down the inside from Kowalczyk and gets that done up the hill. And Clara Kowalczyk moving up into 3rd. Don't know if they managed to hold it, though.
Yes, Kowalczyk has got through. Oh, bit of a slide wide there as Uznim loses out first to Kowalczyk, then to Marti, then to Lisa Billard as well, I think. So that's several places lost for Uznim, all the way down to P6 in front of Maya and Stout. But yeah, very impressive from Kowalczyk and Billard, the two ladies now 3rd and 4th position. Clara Kowalczyk definitely having some good tutelage as well. On the inside, 5:14, Stout gets the run, up and over the curbs. That was very nasty indeed there for the Romeo ride of Mayer. So a bit of a worry there for Simon Mayer, who went on a bit of a bucking bronco over the curbs there. Didn't go quite the way he wanted to. Trying to get out of the draft, and a couple of the drivers are going to get through again. Well, you can't defend like that, Simon.
Well, that was getting very rough and rowdy out there now in this second race of the weekend for this group. And they've got to be careful here because race control will be watching. I was saying that so far this weekend, the racing's been pretty decent. And then all of a sudden, they're going to have some work ahead of them in this one. They'll be busy with all those camera reports I suspect that will be coming in. Thick and fast here as we go on to lap 4.
It was Alexis Constant that picked up a couple of places there, up to 13th in front of Yeva Ivanu. She managed to get past Simon Mayer as well. And then Krul in front of Chendaria, Jedayupa, Grantham, Bonkensale and Antela. So we're all making some steady progress. The leading two, no change, but Kowalczyk is now the fastest driver on track. Hugo Marti has just set the fastest lap of the race, but Kowalczyk is the fastest of all in Sector 1, and she is doing everything she can to close up on Barryberg and Garzon.
Let's see what that does. I'm looking at the gap out of the commentary box window, and it's looking like it is coming down. So everyone doing what they need to do. It's a very slow cut there as they exit out of the hill. I'm not sure if that was maybe a spin.
I think that might be Meyer again, you know, really struggling to thwart the drivers coming through. That's the problem. When you let one kart through, you really start to lose that momentum, and it becomes a real problem moving forward as Lorenzo Campos is now trying to get on terms with Alexander Uznim. This is the Angolan driver trying to work his way past the Estonian up to the inside line, and beautifully done from Lorenzo Campos. Nicely done.
Yeah, very nice little overtake there, very tidy as Lisa Billard now goes to the fastest lap of the race. 54.968 is latched onto the back of Kowalczyk, and they are pushing themselves forward in this race, nearing half race distance. And you can see here that Marti just under some pressure here from the rest of the field just behind as well. So still dramatic developments here as down the inside. Nice little overtake there for Hay. Gets it done, and another comes through. Is that Stout getting the move? It is. So Stout comes through as well on Uznim. And Uznim fights back down the inside, side by side between the two of them. This has allowed now Mora to close back in, but remember, Mora under investigation at the start of this, but what a recovery drive so far.
Boxing gloves for Alex Uznim, never mind racing gloves, as he forced his way to get back through on the inside of Karel Stout. So the two of them are now racing to try and outfox the other. 5 done and 5 to go. Hugo Marti finds another fastest lap of the race as he closes up on Lisa Billard. But now they're going to try and continue their way. This is not going to be easy to hold on to, is it, Alex? You're really putting your back to the wall here as, again, comes Karel Stout with Lucas Mora and Kimi Ray getting in behind, trying to make the move. But Marius Barryberg still 9/10 of a second clear of Sebastian Garzon. No major changes or shocks there. Clara Kowalczyk under the tutelage of the KZ2 racer Natalia Balbo, so you can't really learn from much better if the fast ladies in karting. A very exciting run from Clara Kowalczyk, and she doesn't have that much time to make up to challenge Sebastian Garzon for second.
No, not at all. I said that she was closing up, and well, both of them have. Actually, they've also brought Hugo Marti alongside as well. So now that you can see going down the hill, look how much she's closed up through this tight section. I don't know if that's just the concertina effect as they've all slowed down to get through that tight, twisty section.
Marti
now
under
investigation. What's happened there?
So quite a few drivers, it seems, are going to have to explain themselves at the end of this race. Could be very interesting to see how this all plays out. It seems like the only couple of drivers who have really kept themselves out of harm's way is Billard goes for Kowalczyk.
Oh, nicely timed. I didn't expect that move to come, and here comes straight back comes Kowalczyk. Can't quite get the move done, though. Has to concede the spot. I wasn't expecting that move.
No, indeed. I don't think Kowalczyk was either. Lisa Billard managing to work her way into 3rd position. 3 laps to go then for Barryberg. Sebastian Garzon in 3rd and 2nd place, sorry, and that was who I was essentially saying are the only two out of harm's way, as Zain El Hamossani now comes up with a warning flag, as does the 5:10 of Alexis Constant, the man who is being coached here in the Academy Trophy by Adrien Renaudin. So Alexis Constant, unfortunately, picking up a warning flag as well as Zain El Hamossani. And Lisa Billard running well in 3rd place in front of Kowalczyk and Marti, who is under investigation. Then Lorenzo Campos. Then Romeo Hagen 7th in front of Stout, Mora, Uznim, and then Kimi Ray, Fitriancia, and then Constant and Maya. Kowalczyk trying again to get back on terms with Lisa Billard. Not able to get through yet. The French driver just holding on to 3rd position for the moment. But the Pole and the Spaniard behind her working very hard indeed to try and overhaul. So Klára Kowalczyk still working hard to get into 3rd position if she can make a move. Going to be very tricky though, onto the main straight again. 2 to go. And it's all about Klára Kowalczyk trying to outfox Lisa Billard.
Yes, indeed. Another driver who becomes under investigation, and it's Alexander Uznim, who is now under investigation. So several drivers who are going to need to explain themselves in this race.
Well, that one doesn't surprise me too much, because that was obviously Alexander Uznim having his battle in there with Karol Stout. The two of them got very close and personal on the final section. I'll tell you what, the highlights for this one, definitely going to be must-see television at the end of it, because it's a lot of little moments there that got a little bit irate. Here's the move again from Billard, diving on the inside of Garzon, and into 2nd place goes the French driver, Lisa Billard. Moves herself into 2nd position past Sebastian Garzon. Garzon comes back at her. No, you don't, says Lisa Billard. Kowalczyk is now trying to defend from Hugo Marti, but somehow Garzon does get back through past Lisa Billard. And now Kowalczyk is trying to make her move into 3rd position at turn 1, and she's got it.
Yeah, Kowalczyk read that road perfectly there, could see what was happening up ahead and takes full advantage of it. Billard, despite her best efforts, tries to get it done, but now loses another one as through goes Campos there. Gets through the 5-2-3, getting the job done. And Billard now down several positions here. So real drama here. She goes back to the inside. No, thinks against it as we are on the final lap. And Barryberg, who leads the way, 2.4 seconds clear.
Yeah, Marti has managed to force his way into 3rd position. And here come the two lady drivers, Kowalczyk and Billard, who have essentially been muscled back to 4th and 5th position by their counterparts. But the man out front, Marius Barryberg, has just cruised his way through. Nicely done from the Norwegian, the only driver really to stay out of harm's way. Marius Barryberg makes it 2 from 2, and that's very nicely handled from the Norwegian, who now takes the ultimate lead in the rankings. Great work from Marius Barryberg. Garzon in 2nd place from Marti, Kowalczyk and Billard, and I can tell you that the winner of the previous heat in the Academy Trophy, Marcos Šilkūnias, did in fact pick up a penalty, so Wojciech Woda has been promoted to the win, and that means that Wojciech Woda is now 2nd in the rankings on 88 points. Garzon is on 85, as is Hugo Marti. Walton on 85, Braun on 84, so it's very close indeed at the front end of the Academy Trophy after 4 races. There are 2 more to come tomorrow before we set the grid for the finals, but a very determined Marius Barryberg getting the job done in fine style in front of Sebastian Garzon and Hugo Marti. Klára Kowalczyk and Lisa Billard making their play in that one in the top 5, but essentially not really getting a clean lap of it in the final couple of laps of racing. So they really had to fight hard to establish themselves in that little mix of driving. Very tricky stuff, has to be said. So Marius Barryberg takes the 2nd win of the day for him. Sebastian Garzon in front of Hugo Marti, and then Klára Kowalczyk in front of Lisa Billard and Lorenzo Campos. Then Romeo Hagen 7th in front of Karol Stout, Alexander Uznim and Lucas Mora, despite his problems earlier on, able to work his way forward to 10th position. 11th for Kimi Ray Fitriancia, Simon May and Alexei Constant, then Zayn Elamosany and Gritesh Giriupa. Then we have in 16th place Marius Boncancel, and then it is Yeva Ivanu in front of Jan-Philippe Krul of Mexico and Gracie Grantham of Bahrain, her best result of the weekend. Chandaria from Kenya and Tola from Peru, and then the 2 that retired on the first lap, Bennett Gaspar of Hungary and Laura Bubanova, who ended up having a very strong run as well. So a difficult situation for her to finish, because she didn't finish where she wanted to, but certainly good racing nonetheless. Very exciting stuff. And Marius Barryberg, the only driver really to stay out of trouble in that 2nd race of the Academy Trophy. So let's go through some of the highlights. Lucas Mora trying to get himself back into his original starting position. He is under investigation for not quite managing to do so in the right time frame. But the race itself was pretty exciting right from the outset. A very good start from Marius Barryberg, holding off Sebastian Garzon through the first couple of corners very nicely indeed. And as they worked their way through, there were only a couple of drivers really coming a crop up. That of Laura Bubanova and Bennett Gaspar, who ended up tripping off the road in this chicane. Look in the background And there they go. You can see them there coming together and ending up retiring from the race. You can see it from another angle as Bennett Gaspar and Lotta Bubanova essentially have nowhere to run but into each other. Then we saw some great scraps as drivers really started to battle away. This is Klara Kowalczyk getting her bid to move up on the inside of, I believe that is Alexander Uznim. And then Lisa Billard found her way through as well. Some good battles as Lorenzo Campos starting to make up good inroads there. Karol Stout battling away, and a bit of a sideways run there from the 508 of Simon Mayer, who ended up having to defend rather aggressively through the course of that race. Big dives all the way through the field as well. The 546 making good inroads there. Lorenzo Campos, the Angolan. But there is the battle from Lisa Billard, making her move on the penultimate lap to get through to second place on Sebastian Garzon. Garzon wasn't happy with losing second position, forced the issue to try and get level with Lisa Billard. Hugo Marti found the way to dive in on the inside of Klara Kowalczyk before the end of the lap, and then Garzon managed to sweep through on Lisa Billard. But the checkered flag coming out for Marius Barryberg, the Norwegian, making it 2 wins out of 2 today, and he can go for the hat-trick tomorrow morning in the Academy Trophy when they return. Very exciting stuff then in the Expert chassis, the Vortex engines and the Vega tyres of these young competitors from all 4 corners of the globe. So a very exciting run then in the Academy Trophy. Marius Barryberg making it 2 wins out of 2 in fine style and really giving us a good display and good spectacles out there on the course. So we will continue to battle away in position for the OK Junior category, and the qualifying heat coming up next is for groups D versus F. The Academy Trophy will obviously return tomorrow. But this man, Tibor Ramakers, is in prime position to make another great play of it as he runs from the front end of the field for the VDK Racing team. The dominant force in Valencia in Spain last time out. But here in the Czech Republic, it's very much a tricky one for the young Belgian as he is trying to get some more race wins on the board. He's just a little way behind in terms of the points scored so far, but this is an opportunity for him about to go into his 4th race heat of the weekend to really put himself back into contention once again. So it's going to be a really interesting one as the contenders will make a good play of it. He'll be alongside Zach Drummond on the front row of the starting grid. So we'll get to see some really exciting battles and some great challenges as the contenders are battling away. But we'll get to see some really exciting run for all of the competitors. So we'll get to see who pushes forward to try and challenge Tibor Ramakers. There is Zach Drummond, the young man from Scotland, in the Paralin Motorsport machine, running from the front row of the starting grid. Zach Drummond will have a really exciting race in front of him, I'm sure, as he has plenty of opportunities to continue to make good headway and make good progress through the course of these upcoming races. Certainly been one of the staunchest of the contenders in the top 5 so far, and looking forward to a really exciting run if the contenders are definitely going to be able to mix it up one more time. And we'll see some great racing from all of the contenders as they battle away in proceedings. It'll be Ramakers and Drummond on the front row of the grid, and then Monza and Kaczynski on the second. We'll come back to that in a moment, because down in Parc Ferme, I believe, we can hear from Anthony Jordan.
We can indeed, Jake. Yes, indeed. We're down here in Parc Ferme with Lisa Billard. Lisa, very tough race there. Talk us through, how was that?
C'était vraiment bien au début, j'arrivais à bien me placer au départ. Et le problème, c'est que dans la course, ça s'est chamaillé. Et j'ai réussi à me placer P2 à la fin. Mais je me suis fait doubler dans les derniers tours, donc ouais, c'est dommage.
Well, a very good race nonetheless. Finishing P5 up to second place at one point. So a tough fight for you.
Ouais, mais moi je pensais que j'allais pouvoir faire quelque chose de mieux parce que j'étais vraiment bien partie, il restait plus qu'un tour. Et bah, c'est dommage que je perde tout à la fin parce que je pense qu'il y aurait eu moyen de faire P2.
Well, brilliant job. Well done. We'll see you out later this week.
Merci. Thank you.
Well, brilliant stuff there. The rest of the racing is coming up in just a moment's time. Back to you, Jake.
Well, I wonder how much of that Anthony Jordan understood. I understood a fair bit of it, thanks to my father being French. Big challenge there for Lisa Billard and finding it very aggressive in the final couple of laps, but fairly confident in terms of the speed, despite being pushed around a little bit in the closing stages. That's what she was able to relate to us, but she's still very confident of a strong result here at the steel ring. So, Thibaut Ramekers and Zach Drummond on the front row of the starting grid, Tiziano Monza and Elliot Kaczynski on the second row, Scott Marsh and Jacopo Martinez on the third, Noah Montero and Matt Corby from Kian Fardin and Alfie Slater, Lewis Francis and Lev Krutelov, then Kit Bolowski and Merel Peldez, then Boris Leisen and Vivek Kanthan, Ludovico Busso and Kosei Aguma, Michael Lavacek and Luca Horton. There will be no Dominic Šimek as he has been excluded from the competition. Martin Toth is going to be alone then on that row of the grid. Louis Castellini, Max Rafalik and Enzo Ruggiero will finish off the starting grid for OK Junior qualifying heat D versus F. Those are the groups D versus F that will take to the circuit for the 4th time. And at the end of this race in OK Junior, the OK Senior counterparts will do the same thing. And then we will have the groups A versus C in Junior at OK. And then after that point, it will be very much the last chance saloon for drivers to get themselves into the position to get the pole position in the super heats tomorrow morning. So that's what everybody is going to be bidding for. So it'll be a fascinating situation and a great challenge for all of the competitors, as they run again. So it's definitely going to be an exciting challenge as the drivers will quest for more excitement out on the course, and they will try once again to put themselves into a competitive position. But a very intriguing run this, the 4th race of the weekend for the drivers in groups D versus F. So obviously they want to make sure they're in as competitive a position as they can afford to be at this point in the proceedings. But it'll certainly be an exciting one as the contenders will put on a good display and a great race battle. Ramekers and Drummond, Monza and Kaczynski, Marsh and Martinez. Are we going to go racing first time of asking? We're not. It is a false start on this occasion. So they will go around again. Thibaut Ramekers and Zach Drummond obviously controlling the pace, but the race director, Pasquale Lupoli, clearly not satisfied enough with the raw pace of the drivers coming through on the 2 tram lines, so they go round again.
They do indeed. So that's fine. It gives me time to see what's happening, and I didn't miss the race start there, so I'm quite happy about that.
How's your French? I had to ask.
Oui.
I had to ask.
Yeah.
I was wondering how much of that interview with Lisa Billard you were able to relate.
I was really hoping that the second question I'd ask would not contradict anything that she'd said previously, but nevertheless, no.
She was very clever. She found a way to say exactly the same thing in the second answer as she did in the first, using different words.
Good.
She was smart there.
Good.
A good one, Lisa Billard. Right, so Thibaut Ramekers and Zach Drummond will go into this race from the front row of the starting grid. It's another 10 laps, and by the time they finish the heats today, the drivers will have completed 50 laps each on these tyres if they have gone the full distance. Gonzalo Planta making it very clear, slow down as you come out of the final turn. Make sure you're in good position. Now the lights go out, now we can go racing. And Thibaut Ramekers manages to make a great start to the first corner, as does Tiziano Monza. He creeps in front of Zach Drummond as they work their way up the hill. So nicely done on the far side of the course. They've got to make sure they get through without too much drama. A lot of speed carried on the way through this time by, as drivers are starting to get a little bit more confident on the way through. Oh, that's gone very badly wrong at the exit there. That's the 477. Martin Toth heading up into the barriers, and he's not the only one in trouble because the 266 of Louis Castellini got tagged on the exit of it.
Yeah, very, very easily done through there. First time we've seen that, and of course, straight into those barriers, and they're quite heavy barriers there. They're full of kart tyres, and amazingly, the kart's not damaged, and it's he can keep it going despite a head-on into that barrier.
Do you know what? Fair play to Martin Toth for getting that push started as well. It's not easy for a junior to do that. Louis Castellini, unfortunately, not able to push start the kart because when he clipped Toth as he came past, it broke the right front wheel, so there was no way he was going to be able to get back into the race, even if he could push start it. Martinez all over the back of Elliot Kaczynski. Now he's going to make the move on the inside. Up at a 4th place from the Italian. Great run from Jacopo Martinez as he manages to now sort his way through past Kaczynski. And then behind them it is Marsh, Montero, Fardin, Krutelov, Slater and Kit Bolowski.
Yeah, nice start then for the front runners then. And as they go through, Ramekers still leads. And I would say relatively comfortably. And again, you've got to feel for Castellesi there. Just not what you want to see at the start of a race.
No, indeed, and it's a difficult one for Louis Castellini because he's tried to stay out of harm's way and ended up accidentally tagging Martin Turtsgaard when it came back around, and he couldn't really avoid him. Let's have a look at it again. Oh, this is a big dive further up. Hello. That was a bit of a cheeky manoeuvre there, and it went airborne for Alfie Slater.
Yeah, I think Fardin just managing to get through on that one as well, just on the outside.
That's what we missed on the first lap, isn't it?
It was. Hey, look at this. Zach Drummond has closed that gap on Ramicas. There was a big gap between them. He actually dropped down to third. He's managed to get past Tiziano Monza, and now he's on the charge, and he's right on that rear bumper now of Ramicas. So this could be interesting here. Battle very much not over for the race lead. Look at him closing up under braking there. So much more confident, stopping the car out of the compression corner.
Well, the Paralin does look pretty planted around this circuit. They seem to have really mastered setup in terms of getting the car to go further. Oh dear, that's the Koski of Boris Leisen, and he's tangled with Luca Horton.
He has indeed, and that, well, that's 14th and 15th place effectively, both out of this race. They will tumble down the order now.
Well, Boris Leisen isn't happy with Luca Horton. Luca Horton isn't happy, full stop. So very unfortunate for the two drivers there as they try to mix it up. And as you can see, as things get tougher, as the air temperature has gone up, as the tyres have been pushed a little bit harder than perhaps the drivers were hoping to, the mistakes are starting to creep in.
Yeah, they are indeed. You just saw there a graphic saying Louis Castellini now under investigation, I suspect for probably the incident that happened on the first lap, but will yet to be seen as the race continues and the battle's still going on. Tiziano Monza there in third place. Martinez, I would say, also is closing in. He's got Kaczynski just behind, got that move done through the first hairpin through turn 2. So it was a very nicely timed move to get that one done. And there you can see all of them just trying to tuck in as much as possible. Scott Marsh is just behind these three as well. He's latched on. He lost out on a couple of positions just at the start as he got squeezed through this section here with the apex. Very easily done as you try to keep the car on the circuit itself and not hit that curb. It causes just all the drivers squeezing into each other, and you can lose so much time through there.
So this battle really starting to develop now as Tiziano Monza trying to shake off Jacopo Martinez. Some good wheel-to-wheel battles all through the field. It's not just at the front end of the field where we get the scraps. Martinez trying his best to overhaul Tiziano Monza, but still he can't get past the Singaporean. Monza is really making a hard race of this from Martinez, but behind them is Elliot Kaczynski, the British driver Scott Marsh in P6 in the Sodi car. Just in behind them, Zach Drummond trying desperately to overhaul Tibor Ramicas, but Ramicas is now starting to respond a little bit. He's just set the fastest lap of the race at 53.880, and that's all because he knew that Zach Drummond was reeling him in, so he's had to respond now to the Paralin behind him. Watch out for Martinez on this lap. I think he's going to have a better opportunity now to try and take on Tiziano Monza. He doesn't go from that far back. Climbs up the hill. That's a great hairpin, these two. Oh, now he's going to go for a late lunge into the second. But because it was late, Monza's going to get the switcheroo. Oh, Martinez determined to stay in front, and he just holds it down the hill around the compression. And now Kaczynski's going to have his chance on Monza.
Wasn't it Martinez who did that earlier on in the day, side by side down that corner?
I think it was.
I think it was indeed as well. Well, there you go. It seems it has not rubbed off on him, and he will continue to do that move.
Well, now he knows that he can, so he may as well just bank that one and continue to use it whenever he needs to.
No one's crazy enough to do this move twice in one day.
Have you met me? Jacopo Martinez is definitely that kind of crazy. We love it. So, Scott Marsh and Cian Fardin trying to get close to these three. And they are together here. Let's have another look at it.
I think this is further back.
Oh, yeah, this is what happened with Horton. Oh, he just can't. He was going wheel-to-wheel with Merel Peldes, and he accidentally caught the rear quarter of Boris Leisen, which is why Boris was so annoyed. Just one of those things. Racing incident, unfortunately, and certainly not helping Boris Leisen's car because he's the innocent victim. There's the move from Kaczynski on the inside of Monza. There's the retaliation, but Kaczynski's got better throttle application.
Yeah, not able to get that car out of the corner for Tiziano Monza. Has to concede another position. Luca Horton now under investigation as well. So we near the end of the race. Only a couple of laps left to go in this one. Ramicas still leads the way. The gap's 0.8 of a second. This is a little further up. This is 7th and 6th. Fardin and Marsh you've got on your screens. Kart Republic versus Sodi. And at the moment, it looks like Kart Republic's just got the edge here around this track. And they have done everything they can as Ramekers once again setting the fastest lap of the race, 53.816. Also on a Kart Republic chassis. The KR guys seem to be doing a relatively decent job.
So Ramekers in front of Drummond, Martinez, Kaczynski and Monza from Kian Fardin, Marsh, Slater, Krutulov and Belovsky. That's your top 10 at the moment. Montero and Canthan are not far away from that top 10, waiting in the wings for a move. Corby and Francis with Merel Peldes in the mix there as well. That's your top 15. And Timo Ramekers has been able to extend just enough to be comfortable over Zach Drummond. He doesn't need to push too much harder than that. So he's been able to make light work of it as he continues on. Jacopo Martinez, third position, the Italian. Still trying to move as far forward as he can, but he can't quite get close enough to the Paralin. So Jacopo Martinez looking likely to settle for third position with the Settler colours on the Kart Republic chassis. And Ramekers going well. Drummond in second place for Martinez, but Timo Ramekers is finally going to get a win on the board this weekend. He's come close a few times, but he's not really been able to cement it. Now he's going to get within 9 points of Dries van Langendonck's tally.
Yes, indeed. So here we go then. Ramekers holds on to that one for the time being. Biggest movers in this one, I'd have to say, is Max Rafalik, who's currently up 8 positions. He's in there in P16. Certainly one of the biggest movers out there. Vivek Canthan also with 4 positions gained so far. And Enzo Ruggiero also up into P20. He's gained 5 positions from the back of the grid here. So he's had a good run as we go on to the final lap. Timo Ramekers at the front, fastest lap of the race. I would say that was a job well done.
So now Timo Ramekers is going to finish off strong here, the Belgian talent, dropping down the compression to finish off these last couple of hairpins. There's a slower kart in the way. It moves across. That is Martin Turth, who had his moment on the first lap. But what a fantastic run from Timo Ramekers. This is the Belgian talent that we saw dominate in Valencia, and now it's nice to see him get back to that point once again as they are starting to get faster and faster, the VDK team. It is Timo Ramekers who comes through for the victory in front of Zach Drummond and Jacopo Martinez. So very nicely handled with Elliot Kaczynski there in 4th ahead of Monza and Fardin. So that'll do. A very interesting situation. But a really exciting run for all of the contenders as they battle away once more. So Timo Ramekers coming through, 1.4 seconds clear of Zach Drummond and Jacopo Martinez. Another second further back. And the Belgian very strong and very secure and cemented up at the front end of the field in the VDK Kart Republic chassis. So they continue to race on the far side of the course. So very nicely handled from Timo Ramekers. A good run and a very solid battle continuing on. Dropping down to the pits once again and bringing it back into Parc Fermé. The Belgian can be very confident about the way this weekend is working. It's certainly coming good for him as the challenge continues. And I can't believe we've been racing now for about an hour on the afternoon session. It's quickly amazing how quickly these things go by. Timo Ramekers in front of Zach Drummond and Jacopo Martinez, then Elliot Kaczynski in front of Tiziano Monza, Kian Fardin and Scott Marsh ahead of Alfie Slater, and then Lev Krutulov in front of Kit Belovsky, Noah Montero and Vivek Canthan. Matt Corby in 13th in front of Lewis Francis, then the Estonian Merel Peldes, Max Rafalik and Michael Lavacek, and then we have Kosei Aguma, the Japanese driver in front of Ludovico Busso and Enzo Ruggiero. The last driver home, the Czech driver Martin Turth, who ended up getting turned around on the first lap. Boris Leeson and Luca Horton were out of the race in the mid of the battle, and then Louis Castellini ended up having a broken kart as a legacy of not being able to avoid Martin Turth on that first lap. And Dominic Šimek, of course, did not start the race as he has been excluded from the competition. So a very exciting run as the highlights reel plays out again. Timo Ramekers making a very strong start, and already you can see here Zach Drummond losing ground to Tiziano Monza. That's where this race, you could argue, was won and lost. Won by Ramekers, lost by Drummond, as Monza was able to get through and pick up the pieces. Some great performances in the early couple of moments, but then we're about to see Martin Turth disappear stage right as they work their way through. This is where the contact comes. Bang! There it is, and Castellini ending up having problems there with Martin Turth. His kart was broken. Nothing he could do about that. Then this big banzai maneuver comes creeping in from... I couldn't quite see who that was making that big maneuver. Oh, it was one of the Energy Course karts making that dive to try and move up positions through the way. I think it was Lev Krutelov. But then we had Luca Horton tackling with Boris Leisen. So a really exciting situation for all of the contenders. Diving up the inside there, Tibor Ramakas battling away, Jacopo Martinez, I should say, battling away with Tiziano Monza. And again, brave enough to go down the compression without yielding, without relenting. And Elliot Kaczynski having his own play in the battle with Tiziano Monza as well. But out in front, Tibor Ramakas gets back to the pace that we saw from Valencia. He was dominant there. He gets back to winning form here in the steel ring. And now he's just 9 points away from Dries van Langendonk. So down in pit lane, Anthony Jordan is on the case.
Thank you very much, Jake. Yes, down here in Parc Fermé, I've got Zach Drummond in front of me, finishing second place in that one. Zach, you've had a pretty decent weekend so far. You've had wins, you've had seconds as well. It's looking so far a pretty good weekend for you.
Yeah, this weekend's going great. Qualified P2 in group, and then first heat came out of box flying, P1, and then heat 2, made a couple mistakes myself, P6, and then today I've had 2 P2s, so not too bad.
It's been a solid one. Obviously, the guys apparently doing a decent job of making sure that you're up to pace. Ended that one finishing just 1.4 seconds off Ramakas, but is there anything that you guys and the team can work on for the rest of this one?
I think the engine and chassis is good. I think we just need to go a little bit lower in the pressure, because I was catching them at the start and then back fell off towards the end. But yeah, everything's good, to be honest, with the team. They've really improved this year, so I'm very, very good.
Fantastic. Well, there's a lot of work still yet to go, and a lot of races still left to go as well. Well, best of luck. Congratulations. Well done.
Thank you.
Brilliant there, chatting to Zach Drummond, who finishes that one in P2. Plenty more races to go. Jake, we'll head back up to you.
Thank you, Anthony. And it's going to be straight into qualifying heat D versus F for the OK category this time. And that's going to put a very competitive pair of drivers right up at the sharp end of the field. Mark Dubnitsky gets to start from pole position. The Estonian driver hoping to convert this into a much-needed race victory. So a very exciting and very unique opportunity for the Estonian as he continues to march his way further forward and charge his way up to the first corner. He's going to have pressure, though, because alongside him is going to be the Jamaican, Alex Powell, on the front row of the starting grid. And the Prema Racing kart star for the Kart Republic team is going to have a very exciting challenge to move his way further forward to try and put himself onto the top spot once again. He seems to have no enemies at all, Alex Powell. He's everybody's favourite, and he's got a great opportunity to make headway here in the Prema Racing team at the Steel Ring in the Czech Republic. Did a good job last time out. Has a great chance to do it again here. There is the next contender in the Manx. For some reason, the graphic hasn't picked him up, but it is the 188 of Jakub Kamenik. And the Tony Kart chassis, he will line up in third position on the starting grid. So Jakub Kamenik definitely with an exciting battle on his hands as he continues to mix it on the second row of the starting grid. But alongside him on the grid is the talented British star for the Sodi Kart factory team, Nathan Tye, getting himself ready for another exciting challenge out there on the course. They just come into these weekends with no pressure, no expectation, no demands. They just go in, get on with it, and see what they can create from it. And Nathan Tye always has that strength and resilience of character to continue to fight for that little bit of extra momentum and that little bit of extra speed to work their way forward. The stands are getting busy on the far side of the course. Again, now that the overcast clouds have dissipated, tomorrow they're going to be very busy indeed, as all of the locals who are into their racing will obviously want to come and see the big show in town, especially with the lack of Formula One Grand Prix taking place this weekend. There's even more reason for the locals to come out and watch motor racing in their back garden. By the way, we do send all of our best wishes to the citizens and the members of the Emilia-Romagna community, who are obviously going through a very hard time. Some of them, of course, will have been hoping to watch a Grand Prix this weekend. We hope some of them have chosen to watch with us, and we hope they're staying safe in these very difficult times. So let's go racing again in the OK Senior category. Qualifying heat D versus F. as Mark Dubnitsky and Alex Powell lead the field out on this qualifying heat in the hope that we're going to see another thrilling spectacle, another great battle amongst our OK drivers. 2 formation laps around the course for Mark Dubnitsky and Alex Powell. So the Estonian and the Jamaican on the front row of the starting grid, then Dubnitsky and Powell, then it is Jakub Kamenik and Nathan Tai from the world champion Mathias Morgato alongside Sebastiano Pavan. Then Gazi Modlikar and Alexander Bogunovic, Enzo Tarvanichkul and Guillaume Bouzard, Xavier Avramindes and Joe Turney, Olin Gali and Zoe Florescu, Leo Nilsson and Maxime Verbruge, Lucas Flusha and Ara Tuppinen, then Ryan Vincent and Marek Skriven, Louis Leveau, Jens Trua, Matej Prus, Jenke Braszki, Mark Kastelic and Jules Caranta, as they battle their way around the course. It's going to be a very interesting battle, and it will be an exciting situation for all of the contenders. But is this going to be Mark Dubnitsky that takes the victory? Can Alex Powell overhaul him, or is somebody else going to get a look in?
Well, that's going to be a big question, isn't it? I mean, Dubnitsky this time starting on pole position and has chosen to go for that inside line in towards turn 1. So again, it takes precedent on that one. So let's see what happens as they get themselves lined up and ready. Of course, getting everything up to temperature. Shouldn't be too much harder this time around. Like you're saying, everything's going up 21 degrees. The track is bone dry. I reckon the track temperature has certainly shot up, but the sun isn't beaming down on the track. So not overly helping with getting everything up to temperature though.
So as the drivers are weaving from side to side, trying to get heat into the tyres, they'll obviously try and get heat into the brakes as well. You've got to have full confidence going into turn 1 that when you turn in, the kart is going to bite. So they obviously have to work their craft on the first lap to make sure they've got enough grip to work with. So they weave from side to side, just trying to generate some temperature. And it isn't easy to establish where they're going to gain advantages or lose ground. But certainly at the moment, this is the 4th race of the day for the drivers in qualifying groups D versus F. And then there is a race for the groups A versus C after this one. I don't think this is going to be a clean start somehow. No, indeed. False start.
Yeah, it did look a bit scrappy there. So another lap that they're going to have to go round. Again, not good tyre wear, all of that. You've got to be careful. You don't want to have too many of these. So they're going to have to be very, very careful. Race directors will be looking at them with, I think, a very stern look after that and be like, come on, you're the seniors. Get it right, get it right. See what they can do, though. They'll make their way back round. But again, so we've seen the ups and downs in this one. Lammers is currently leading in the intermediate classifications. Powell is currently 9th in the classifications. He starts this one on the front row as well. Nathan Tye's 10th in the classifications, and Nathan Tye was very focused. So when I went down there before, when I was doing one of the post interviews, he was down there. He was very focused. He was just kind of looking at the floor and just, yeah, wasn't moving. And it was just like, yeah, he's in the zone, he's ready to go. So again, a lot of thought process goes into these drivers.
So Dubnitsky, Powell, Kamenik and Tye. Then Morgato and Pavan, Modlikar and Bogunovic from Tarvanichkul and Guillaume Bouzard. They come off the final turn, down the main straight. This is looking a little bit neater, a little bit tidier. Are we going to get a clean start this time by as we wait for the lights to go out, which they do, and we're up to the first corner. Good start from Dubnitsky. Powell is going to slot into second. No, he's not. He's going to slot into third behind Kamenik as Kamenik actually tries to go for the bid. A little bit of wheel banging there between Powell and one of the Birolats. That's got to be Mathias Morgato. As snaking up into 4th position now comes Nathan Tye. Joe Turney trying to get as good a start as he possibly can as he gets his elbows out. And there's 2 or 3 karts. One has gone around.
It's a Ward.
It is one of the Ward racing karts.
It's Leo Nilsson.
Oh, it's very unhappy, Leo Nilsson, as he spins the kart around. He was hoping for a little bit more than that. But I'm afraid it's all gone wrong as Tarvanichkul now goes wheel to wheel with Mathias Morgato as Leo Nilsson, frustrated and angry, walks away from his Ward Racing Tony kart. No further participation for Leo Nilsson in this one, and he is not happy at all as the marshals clear the kart away. So now Alex Powell, sat in 3rd position, is behind Dubnitsky and Kamenik. Now, many people would say, well, this is going to be fairly straightforward for Alex Powell to get past these 2. They're not going to make it any easier than any other driver would, though.
No, they're very much not. And just kind of, don't you just hate that sight of a driver just out of a race? And there, down the inside, is Powell on Kamenik and gets it done very early on, actually, in the race. So Powell not wasting any time. I suspect he saw Dubnitsky just driving away and wanting to close that gap up as soon as he possibly can. And already he's starting to put a gap on Kamenik there as well. Keep an eye on Nathan Tai, because he's closing in the top 4 with a nice clean breakaway, as well as Tarvanichko, who's already up into P6. He's right at the back of this one, and then Morgato behind. He's got Pavan, Avramidis, Bugnovic, then Gali, Flusha, all in that big group. The whole train and the whole grid is behind that battle.
So Nathan Tai trying his best now to take on Jakub Kamenik and move himself up into 3rd position. Alex Powell has already started to disappear away from Kamenik in the hope that he can close up on Mark Dubnitsky. This could have a very interesting couple of phases of the race here as we watch the sliding Sebastiano Pavan trying to get away from Xavier Avramidis and Alex Bogunovic. Joe Turney finds himself in 12th, stuck behind Odin Gali. This is that trio of drivers behind Sebastiano Pavan. Pavan now makes the move on the inside. And that is the overtake on Gazi Motlakar. Motlakar trying to hold it at the apex. And the Kart Republic driver going to hold the position nicely there as Olim Gali has his hand in the air for Joe Turney, almost to let him through as Nathan Tai gets up into 3rd place past Kamenik.
Well, there you go. Changes all the way throughout the field in this one. It's going very well for a lot of these drivers. Some not so well. Like we say, we've already got the one retirement, Leon Nielsen, out of the race after that spin early doors. Then you've got the rest of the field as well. Biggest mover, I'd say, is Jens Treur, who's up into P14. The wild card, the 413, up 8 positions so far in this race. So he's having a really good run. And look at this. Alex Powell has closed that gap up to Mark Dubnitsky for the race lead. This is fantastic. He's closed in at least half a second and again sets the fastest lap of the race, 53.155, and he's going to go for the move straight away. Look at this, Powell not wasting any time, goes side by side and gets that move done. And Dubnitsky, absolutely nothing he could do, and Powell on fire here.
Masterful, absolutely masterful from Alex Powell. How he managed to find the space, how he managed to create the gap, and without having to really force the issue too hard there on Mark Dubnitsky, just to solidify his position at the front. Watch for Nathan Tai to try and repeat the same feat, but Alex Powell doing an amazing job as he works his way through. Now, Mark Dubnitsky has got to get himself back on the horse here. He doesn't want to lose too much ground to Alex Powell or lose any more to Nathan Tai than he already has. But the Sodi card is all over the back of him. It's going to be very tricky for Mark Dubnitsky to hold on to this 2nd position now that he's lost the momentum from Alex Powell, and Nathan Tai will know he's going to be vulnerable. Won't go for him in the left hairpin. Won't go for him in the right hairpin either. He'll wait until they get down the bottom of the compression complex, and then he can try again, probably into the right hairpin, I would think. So down the drop, through to the left. Is there going to be a bit from Nathan Tai? No, he's too far back.
Yeah, not close enough just yet. I reckon one more lap, and he might have the opportunity to get the move done. But so far, Nathan Tai has done exactly what he needs to do. He has pushed that Sodi kart to the absolute limit here and has seriously closed that gap up. Definitely, I suspect we'll see a move this lap. As they go back down the start-finish straight, you can see Kamenik there trying to tuck in as much as possible as he slowly just reels away from these two up ahead. Tai not going for the move this time around through turn number 2, thinks against it. Now we come down the hill. This is where we saw the incident on the first lap. Now into the first of the major overtaking opportunities. We go to the infield camera, and no move this time around again. So it looks like actually Tai's struggling to maintain with Dubnitsky in that first section of the track. Here's a replay of what happened earlier on with Powell for the race lead. Gets that move done, and how close was that with Dubnitsky? Dubnitsky nearly off the track.
I mean, to be fair to Alex Powell, making that move on Dubnitsky, he hadn't really got alongside him enough to really finish off that move. But he managed to complete the move. Yeah, he managed to get it enough authority on the inside line that Dubnitsky kind of had to give him more room than he was hoping to. So that ended up getting a little bit messy and scrappy from his point of view. Now Nathan Tai trying to get his run on Mark Dubnitsky in the CRG. So can Dubnitsky hold on for 2nd place here? The only thing he's really got in terms of his advantage over Nathan Tai here is his ability to hold the tyres to ransom on the inside line. Tai tries again. Dubnitsky not going to give him the space. Now watch Tai. He's going to come from a long way back. Try the switcheroo. Go side by side. Dare him to make the mistake in the compression. Complex and he's through. Oh, magnificent. And now Kamenik trying to get the move done on Dubnitsky in the same breath. Brilliant conviction from Nathan Tai. And now Enzo Taranichkul goes off on the grass as he battles away with Morgato and Pavan.
Yeah, Pavan just squeezing Tarvanichkul there, and Morgato now dropping back in the order as well. So This is great stuff in the midsection of this race. We're only half race distance as well of this 13-lap race. Back across the start-finish line they go, and it's still such close action all the way throughout. Keep an eye on Kamenek. Look how much curb he's the only driver I see hit that curb on the inside going up into turn 2.
He seems to know where it's going to land. That's the thing. He must have done this so many times, Jakub Kamenek. So he knows where he can hit it, he knows where it's going to land, and he knows that he can get the turn in to actually give him a little bit more support on the run up the hill. But yeah, nobody else is fearless enough to try that as they drop through the compression complex. Trying again to get through on Dubnitsky. You've got very hungry drivers behind them as well. Sebastiano Pavan and Matthias Morgado both want a piece of this to try and work their way forward. Kazim Otnikar, Joe Turney up to 8th now, by the way, in front of Enzo Tomanichkul and Alexander Bogunovic. So all a very interesting crop of drivers to try and battle their way further forward. But it's not particularly easy, as they all want to try and mix it up and move their way forward. But it's a very interesting combination of corners coming up at this point of the sector. And yeah, very intriguing stuff. Is Pavan going to get his run on Kamenek now?
I think he's got the pace here. Kamenek, despite his different racing line that he's got through turn 2. And here's the move. What a dive there from Pavan. And wow, I did not see that move coming back. Kamenek instantly tries to fight it back. He tries to get his nose down the inside, and he can't do it. And Sebastiano Pavan moves up into P4 after that immense lunge down the inside of the first S's.
And now Matthias Morgado will try and line up the same move on Kamenek at the earliest possible opportunity. He doesn't want to lose too much ground here to Sebastiano Pavan, so he'll try and line it up as best as possible. Thought he might even make the daring lunge into the left-hander there, but he thinks better of it. They drop down the straight once again up to the first corner. They've only got another 4 laps of racing here in this qualifying heat. So Matthias Morgado just trying to chase down Jakub Kamenek as they go up the top of the crest, snaking their way through to the right and then through to the left again. Morgado did have a bit of a think about that. Not quite ready to make the lunge. Now he's going to try again. Is he into the left-hander? No, not this time, but he might on the exit for the right. If there's even the little whiff of a gap left by Jakub Kamenek, you can bet that Matthias Morgado is going to be the kind of driver to put the car where he needs to take it, to move up a position, up to the left-hander. Not going to happen. Carries a lot of speed up to the right. He's not close enough.
No, not close enough this time around. We'll have to hold on to that track position as the rest of the field goes through. Jens Streyer again still pushing it up. He's up 10 positions now into P12. The same with Jules Caranta. Jules Caranta is up to P15, 11 positions gained so far. These drivers have had a fantastic race.
Yeah, they've managed to make good progress, Jens Streyer and Jules Caranta, and they needed to. I wonder if that was the catalyst for a couple of them to decide to go onto the fresh tyre on the front and rear, just to try and make up a few positions. It wouldn't surprise me.
Oh, is that a breakdown? Is that Morgado?
Morgado again!
Oh.
Matthias Morgado has had such a bad luck in terms of reliability this year, and it's happened again. The world champion is coasting in to retire, not for the first time in 2023. Absolute disaster again for Matthias Morgado. What does the world champion have to do to catch a break in 2023?
What a disaster, and right now he's just trying to coast it back to the pit lane. I think it may have been an engine issue because he's just going slowly. He's not stopped, and again he's just causing a bit of a traffic jam here as he's trying to get it back to the pit lane, or maybe even park firmly, but that car not looking healthy. He's going to have to retire it.
What do you have to do? Honestly, they've been working so hard at the Billard team to try and get on top of this. And this is not the first incident of this in 2023 already, that we're only at the second round of the European Championship. But time and time again, Matthias Morgado has found himself at the side of the road at the end of a warm-up, at the end of a free practice session, at the end of a qualifying run, at the end of a qualifying heat, even in a final this year. They've had absolutely no luck at all.
No, they really haven't. A driver who has had luck, though, this weekend, Alex Powell, the 102, who's leading the way. The gap 1.2 seconds to Nathan Ty on the Sodi Cup. But again, that gap, is it coming down? I'm looking at the sector times here. Yeah, actually, they are. 2/10 faster for Nathan Ty through sector 1, 1/10 faster through sector 2. Nathan Ty is taking chunks out of Alex Powell, but the problem is that they're going on to the final lap. They're not going to have enough time. The gap is still 1.7 seconds, and the Prema driver, who is backed by Mercedes so far, is having a fabulous weekend.
Well, great work from Alex Powell so far, the Prema Racing driver on the Car Republic chassis. This has very much started to become his year, hasn't it? Last year, he really started to crack the whip and open up the taps to get those first victories out of the blocks at Kristianstad and Franciacorta. He felt he was denied a perfect opportunity in the World Championship last time out at Sarno at the end of the year. But this year, he just can't stop finding the victories. He can't stop finding the top 3 pace. He is fighting to win the championship in the European category in 2023, not just in the OK, but in the KZ2 as well. And he's looking so good for it. Here he comes over the line, and Alex Powell looking so strong in front of Nathan Tai and Mark Dubnitsky. Job done. Authority established for Alex Powell over Tai and Dubnitsky.
Pavan on that last lap saw the black and white flag as well as the checkered flag. So clearly Pavan not in the good books of the race directors out on circuit, but hopefully wasn't too bad there. But there on your screens, after 13 laps of racing for the Premier Racing team, Alex Powell takes the race win. And, well, he'll be happy with that one. He puts himself 3rd in the overall intermediate classifications with 176 race points from Nathan Tai, just behind him in 4th. Lammers still leads the points from Stoltzimanis. We'll see them out later on today. So stay tuned for that one as every single driver makes their way back to Parc Ferme. Only the 2 retirements in this one. Leo Nielsen at the start of the race after that contact, which he was not very happy about. There he is on your screen. And Matheus Morgado with that breakdown at the end of the race. What a disaster as well at the end. It wasn't lap 1, it wasn't in the middle, it was into the last 2 laps. What a disaster.
I think that makes it even more frustrating for Matheus Morgado and Billard, because it's not like they can even catch a break when things are going their way in the early couple of laps of the racing, you know, when you've already done all the hard work and then it just dies on you. So much more frustrating. Alex Powell from Nathan Tai and Mark Dubnitsky, Sebastiano Pavan, Jakub Kamenik and Joe Turney. Top 6 again for him. Gazi Motlakar in 7th in front of Enzo Tarvanichkil and Alexander Bogunovic. Then Olin Gali in 10th in front of Guillaume Bouzard, Jens Truer, Xavier Evromides, Jules Caranta and Marek Skriven. 16th position for Mark Kastelic in front of Maxon Verbruge and Jakub Rashki. Then Lucas Flusha ahead of Zoe Florescu. 21st position going the way of Ryan Vincent, and then Arda Töppänen in front of Matej Bruz and Louis Leveau. Matheus Morgado with a mechanical problem, robbing him of a decent top 6 finish, and Leo Nielsen spat out of the queue on the opening lap. Very frustrating.
Frustrating indeed. It happens all the time, but nevertheless, that is the way it goes. A bit of a disappointment for 2 of the drivers in that field, but the rest all probably, I suspect, quite happy with the results. A few more races coming up, but before that, here's a look at some of the highlights from it, and it was a great start originally from your man who started on pole position. He got away with it well, held on to it. Later on, it would then come away from it just a little bit.
Well, yeah, Dubnitsky and Kamenik actually made full advantage of the start. They managed to get themselves into a good position ahead of Alex Powell. They made the jump. Here's where Leo Nielsen gets spat out of the queue. Wait for it. There he goes.
There it is. And he was so frustrated. So clearly it was contact with another driver, but we're not sure who.
Yeah, well, you've got about 4 or 5 different drivers in that mix there. They all wanted the same bit of racetrack, so it was never going to be easy to figure out who was going to be the one who ended up becoming a cropper. Look at that move, though, from Powell. So committed on the inside hairpin there. That's a 1 in a million overtake, isn't it?
It really good, wasn't it? Really good. Absolutely solid performance. Straight down the inside. No waste of time. Exactly the same as this one, Pavan's one on Dubnitsky. Again, that one was a fantastic overtake as well. And as well as Pavan then trying to get the move done later on. I suspect that's why we may have seen a warning flag or an investigation flag coming out later on. But your man on top spot there, the 102, Alex Powell, solid race.
Yeah, he's just picking them up every single time he gets an opportunity. He seems to know exactly what he can and can't do with this kart now. He's very comfortable. Lewis Werrell back on pole position once again. He's been invincible so far over the course of the weekend here at the Steel Ring with victory after victory after victory. We managed to catch up with him prior to the weekend to see how he's been feeling about his campaign in 2023.
The track's really good, quite technical, a lot of corners, a really challenging track, but it's really nice to drive. There was a lot more corners at this track. There's not really many straights, like places like Cremona. It's quite not as technical as this one, so yeah, I'm looking forward to racing here. Sweet. It's been challenging, really wet. Well, a bit wet some days, a bit dry others, but I like this track in both conditions and I'm looking forward to racing.
in whatever condition. The tyres are really important. There's a lot of heats. We use the same tyres throughout all the heats, so it's going to be hard. We had the pace, so hopefully we can get near the front and we can save our tyres as much as possible. I'm really confident and I believe in myself and my team that we can easily get a podium this weekend.
Well, great to chat to Lewis Werrell there, who starts this one on pole position alongside Alexander Bondarev. And, well, this race should be interesting because, once again, they've switched sides, Jake.
They have switched sides, but these are the two drivers who have been unbeatable over the course of the weekend. So one of them is going to have to be defeated this time. Lewis Werrell and Alexander Bondarev, Christian Castoya and Jack Eilif from Salim Hanna and Matthias Orjuela, Guy Albag and Roman Kamiab from Joel Pohjola and Filippo Sala, Henry Domain and Andy Consani from Augustus Toniolo and Sebastian Letimaki, Noah Wolf and Kimitani from Louis Cochet and Alp Aksoy, then Thomas Vanchik and Alfons Mietanen, Jensen Burnett and Lucas Ebruchnik, Oskar Kimmel, Jan Stenschel, Arjen Kreiling and Matus Reiber finish off the grid. And this is the crunch time heat as far as the junior battle is concerned. Both of these drivers on the front row of the grid, Lewis Werrell and Alexander Bondarev, have not been defeated yet over the course of their first 3 race heats. One of them is going to have to concede defeat this time.
They really are, aren't they? And that's going to be one of the hardest things for a lot of these drivers, is having to deal with that, because, like you say, they've had a perfect weekend so far. Someone's going to have to concede some points here, so that will be a real shake-up for it. One more lap to get themselves sorted out. Right at the back of the field there, is that Kreiling or is that Reiber I'm seeing there going round, who is struggling to keep up with the rest of the pack despite the fact this is only a formation lap?
I think that's actually one of the DR chassis, isn't it, towards the tail end of the field. It's Jan Stenschel, who is only 2 places back from his position on the grid, so he can make it back relatively quickly.
Right, that's all good then. So, the race about to get underway. Field getting themselves all sorted out for this one. Real shake-up then in the main field, and I suspect nerves at this point. We're getting into the latter half of the weekend now. Half race distance, I'd say, or half weekend distance for a lot of these drivers is now done. So, you know, pressure starting to build. Drivers who haven't had a good weekend are starting to think, I've got to make positions now. And this is where we start to see not desperate moves, but committed moves.
A mistake here at this point in the weekend is going to be costly for both Lewis and Alexander. Let's see what happens. The lights go out and we go racing, and it's going to be very...